Well, we've already talked a bit about the Davante Adams as well as the Amari Cooper trades, but we actually have more information here as well. Obviously, we'll recap what's gone down with Adams and Amari. I'm sure you've heard 1,000 times by now, but these guys were traded. Adams to the Jets. You had Amari going over to the Bills. Just to let you know where we have them in our updated rest of season ranks, we have moved Amari Cooper to wide receiver 7. Sorry, Davante Adams to wide receiver 17 as an option that you are starting every single week, regardless of the matchup. We moved Garrett Wilson down as well. Both these names will be players that I'm looking at as solid, consistent wide receiver 2s that are going to be actually eating into each other's workloads. So it will be a little bit tough for me to put them as solid top 10 options. Now, obviously, if Aaron Rodgers can come out and if Aaron Rodgers can all of a sudden be top 5 in the NFL in total passing yards and touchdowns, then obviously we can reevaluate and move these players up. But a little sneak peek of what sportsbooks have with this New York Jets offense is they have an implied team total of 19.5 points this week against the Pittsburgh Steelers. So sportsbooks are still saying that the Jets are an average to slightly below average offense, which if you disagree with, then obviously you can move these players higher. We have Amari Cooper down now as that wide receiver 2 that you're probably starting every single week. We have him in the same range as guys like T. Higgins, Brian Thomas, Deontay Johnson, as well as Terry McLaurin. I'm obviously super excited about Amari, the impact that this makes with the guys in Buffalo and Cleveland. Jerry Jeudy moves up here. I think Jerry Jeudy is very similar to like Juju Smith-Schuster, DeAndre Hopkins at this point. Keon Coleman, very tough to see him getting there, as well as Khalil Shakir. So we're going to move those players down to the range where still worth the roster spot, but honestly, just kind of barely. Now, going over to an update that I did not make initially, but we definitely have to fix. Amari Cooper getting dealt to Buffalo should actually vault up David Njoku just a bit. We previously had David Njoku at tight end 13. We're waiting for Dallas Goedert injury news to update Goddard. But I think at this point, I probably would prefer to have David Njoku over Tucker Kraft and TJ Hawkinson, just because you should be seeing so many targets get funneled through David Njoku in this Cleveland Browns offense. Now, the other update that we actually had that we have not had a chance to talk about is what went down with the Cam Akers trade. Now, obviously, this deal does not really matter from a real life perspective. If you do not play fantasy football, seeing Cam Akers get sent to Minnesota for nothing, you should never even think about it for half a second. It makes no impact from a real life perspective. But for fantasy purposes, this does give us a little bit of a signal. One, what the Minnesota Vikings view of Ty Chandler, and two, what the expectations potentially are with the Aaron Jones injury. Seeing Cam Akers go over to Minnesota does not make me want to move Aaron Jones down our rest of season rankings because I'm worried that Cam Akers is going to have a role. Hell no, I don't think that Akers is any good. But it does make me want to move Aaron Jones down our rest of season rankings based off the signal that maybe Aaron Jones is a little more injured than we initially wanted to believe. I would rather have CMC and Brian Robinson over Aaron Jones at this point. Obviously, we will wait for some confirmation with this Aaron Jones injury before we overreact too much. Like I said, Akers really does not matter here whatsoever. The thing that does matter is, I guess, Ty Chandler needs to be moved down. We had Chandler alongside these other like premium handcuffed running backs. He's been laughably inefficient. Now, even if Aaron Jones misses, there's no way in hell I can start this dude. So honestly, I think this just plummets Ty Chandler to about the same range as, I don't know, I would rather have Emmanuel Wilson, because I know if you have an injury to say Josh Jacobs, I can start Wilson in that case. So yeah, Chandler going down to RB60. In terms of Cam Akers, I don't think I even start Akers if you have an injury to Aaron Jones. So I don't want to move Akers up too much. I'd probably prefer Akers over Julian McLaughlin. Probably prefer Akers over Jalen Wright as well, now that Raheem Mostert's back. I'd probably prefer Akers and Emmanuel Wilson. I don't know. We'll give Akers a little bit of a larger bump than this because the thing is, Aaron Jones is currently injured. You'd assume that Akers does have the starting job based off the chemistry with this coaching staff, based off the actions of this front office in any games that Aaron Jones were to miss. But I just don't know if you can reasonably start the dude. I mean, I started him when he had the job in Houston and he did nothing with it. So we'll put Akers here at RB54. But really the main thing is Ty Chandler just is not interesting at this point. Ty Chandler is somebody that you can go ahead and let go of. But let's move this over and let's answer the questions that we have over on flockfantasy.com. Of course, if you ever had any questions that you wanted to get in and get a guaranteed answer to one of these live streams, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com. That's where our rankings are. Hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Here, you can get a trade question answered, a start sit question answered. You can send a super message, or you can get a full-blown team review. But if you want to get that team review, I would actually take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. You'll see that we are about to do a ton of Underdog team reviews. And on top of that, you'll actually be getting a free Bo Nix pick here. More than less than half a total yard for the game this Thursday. So make sure you take advantage of that. Let's go ahead. I think we had somebody asking that they use promo code FLOCK on Underdog and they don't have their team review voucher just yet. Joshua here is asking that. So just to let you know exactly how this works, when you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, the next morning, Underdog is going to send me an email address. A list of email addresses of everybody that used promo code FLOCK and made that $10 deposit. That morning, I will send that list over to the developers. They will upload the CSV, and any account on flockfantasy.com that has an email address, that's on that list will get accredited with a free team review voucher. So if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog that day, you're not going to have the team review just yet, but you should get the team review the following day. And if 2 days go by and you haven't had your review just yet, I would shoot me an email, mason.dodd@flockfantasy.com, and I can go ahead and look up why you may not have that review. So let's move this over to Slush Monkey's question. It says, I have Baker and Fields and Stevenson as my RB2. Brooks is with the bench. Is this a good trade or should we keep him? So we just had word that Russell Wilson will be starting here in Pittsburgh. So with that news, 100%, we want to go ahead and we want to take DeAndre Swift. I'm sure you already know this by this point, but very, very easy spot to take Swift there. Now going over to this start sit question from Michael Paz. Hey, real quick, actually, let me answer some questions that we have in the live chat just real quick. If you have any questions, please drop in the chat. I'm going to try to get better about answering some of the free chat questions before we dive into the questions on the site. Here, Nathaniel says, keep or trade Garrett Wilson. For me, I think it's all about the price point that you are going to be looking at. If you look at Wilson, he is no longer a top 10 wide receiver in fantasy, which is where we previously had him ranked. If you are viewing Garrett Wilson, I still think that he has a shot to be the wide receiver one here in New York over Davante Adams, given the fact that he is the younger ascending receiver. But I think that both guys eat in their respective target shares, and you are going to be looking at them kind of taking from each other, and I rank them as mid-wide receiver twos rest of season. Let's see. Aiden says traded Garrett Wilson and Josh Downs for Tyreek Hill. Is that a win or a loss? In my book, I think that is a pretty large win, where if you are looking at Tyreek Hill, he should project out to be a top 3 wide receiver once you have Tua back in this offense, where obviously Garrett Wilson, it's very, very tough to see him having that same upside now that Davante Adams should be seeing 8+ targets a game. Now, moving over to our next one, BNC says, do we trade Kincaid for Laporta? So having Amari Cooper come over, I know some people in the chat said, oh, this is good for Kincaid. Oh, all of a sudden, you're going to have Amari Cooper taking defensive attention away, and Kincaid's going to be better. It's not working that way. The reality is, all of a sudden, you're going to have more target competition. It will be tougher to rely upon Kincaid consistently. Kincaid already didn't have a ton of target volume beforehand. So I'm not super excited about Laporta here. But I think adding Amari into this Bills offense does make me want to have Laporta over Kincaid relatively easily. Now, let's move this over to I'm trying to see if we have any more questions regarding Adams as well as Wilson. Lucas says we traded Devontae Adams and Josh Downs for Marvin Harrison. Is this a win or a loss? If this is a redraft format, honestly, I don't really think you did much here. I mean, if it's a redraft format, we are still going to be expecting that Adams is similar to Harrison rest of season, especially with Harrison. You're now dealing with a concussion. So I don't want to sit here and act like it's a phenomenal trade by any means. Obviously, if it's a keeper, if it's a dynasty league, there it's really exciting as Adams is the 31-year-old player and Harrison should be better as time goes on. And then I think that's pretty much all I see in terms of the questions regarding the Jets guys. So let's get back over and let's answer more of the questions that we have on the site. Again, we will prefer Swift over Fields here, given the Russell Wilson news. Now, going over to our next question from Michael Paz says, what inspired the Flock website? By far the best tool any content creators made to branch out. Much love. I can go through like a little monologue on why I did it. But effectively, obviously, I had a Patreon for years, and a lot of fantasy football creators have Patreons. But the issue with Patreon is it's not made for fantasy football. So when you sign up for somebody's Patreon, you're essentially just paying them a monthly amount for a Google sheet of their rankings, which I knew that that's not that valuable if I'm trying to sell that to users. So I wanted to go through and I wanted to try to make something that's easier for users to find value from, as well as creators to monetize with. So that's the end goal, is trying to provide as much value to users and creators at the same time, and essentially just be a much better version of Patreon for fantasy football. But anyway, starting this lineup here, Jaden Daniels over Anthony Richardson relatively easily. I mean, if we were looking at Anthony Richardson, I'm excited to get him back this week, but Daniels appears to be the QB1 going up against the Carolina Panthers this week. Running back between Moss, Charbonnet, Raheem Mostert, I'm going to reluctantly go Zach Moss. Obviously, it looks like things in Cincinnati are trending towards Chase Brown. Going over to wide receiver, we have Tyreek back and playing. Actually, we would go with A.J. Brown and Chris Godwin over Tyreek. However, Tyreek does still probably get in for our flex. And then at tight end, we have Travis Kelce, the tight end one, back out of the bye. Clearly, we're going to go with Kelce. Now, let's go over and let's check out this team. This is a team review with a massive donor from Mudmaster. Says, I feel like my team's pretty solid. Any suggestions on moves we could be looking to make? So this team name is Scooby Snacks. This is the 4th team in the League Analyzer, but honestly, that doesn't tell the whole story, because if you're looking at the teardrops that you have in the League Analyzer, these top 4 teams are by far and away better than everybody else, right? So we really just want to be there near the top. And looking at our squad, we are currently sitting at 3-3. It's a 10-team league where options on the waiver wire should be pretty damn good. But with that being said, it is a league where you start up to 4 receivers weekly. So wide receiver depth still does matter somewhat. But here we have Josh Allen, a quarterback. Allen, more exciting now that you are going to be getting an effective receiver coming over. I still have him QB4 rest of season. Obviously, the rushing upside's there, but I don't want to act like Josh Allen all of a sudden is now somebody that is just an absolute crusher. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are looking at Jahmyr Gibbs and Kenneth Walker. With both RBs, I think that they are top 10 options rest of season, particularly in a full PPR format where we have seen both running backs actually have a considerable amount of usage as receivers. Brian Robinson coming back from an injury. We have J.K. Dobbins here as well. So we have plenty of running back depth. Obviously, we had Brian Robinson and J.K. Dobbins as buy low candidates last week. Now, with that being said, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go through and potentially explore an option of seeing what we could get for J.K. Dobbins in a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade at wide receiver. Because while, yes, Dobbins is extremely exciting, at the same time, it's not inherently a situation in which we know that we just want to be jamming in Jalen Waddle into our flex spot every. The thing is, you don't need to play Dobbins over Brian Robinson. We don't need to play him over Kenneth Walker. We don't need to play him over Gibbs. Gibbs is through his bye week as well. So when you have this kind of running back depth, and we know that there are going to be teams in your league that are severely lacking at the position, I mean, it honestly can be a pretty good spot for us to just go through and kind of take advantage in a 2-for-1 deal. Going over to wide receiver, super strong spot. We have A.J. Brown through the bye. It's a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly, so the wide receiver depth definitely does matter to a certain extent. We have T. Higgins, Jalen Waddle, Xavier Worthy, Roma Dunze. So pretty exciting wide receiver room overall in terms of the depth that you have. So honestly, what may actually make a little bit more sense for your build is if you could go through and sell Dobbins and Kyle Pitts to pivot over to a true elite level tight ends. Maybe if you wanted to go Dobbins and Pitts and instead look at somebody like Travis Kelce, look at somebody like Trey McBride, look at somebody like George Kittle. I think you could make that move in particular just because we have so much running back depth that we can afford to pay up for the elite level tight end. To go through and look at some of the teams that really need a running back. I mean, this team has Singletary, Tracy at RB2, RB3. If we could send them maybe Dobbins straight up for Nico Collins where they're 1-5, I think that'd make a lot of sense. This team here, I mean, is rolling with the James Cook injury, so they may have to start Javonte Williams this week. Now, maybe going through and selling them Dobbins and a depth receiver for London could be appealing. Going through and looking at another team that's garbage at running back. This team does have that top end tight end with George Kittle. They had the Isaiah Pacheco injury. So right now they are actually starting Alexander Mattison. So, I mean, if you could go through and sell them Dobbins as well as Kyle Pitts to pivot over to George Kittle, I think that move could be pretty appealing for you here. And the thing is, since it's a 10-team league, those 2-for-1 trades look much more appealing knowing that you're going to have solid options off the waiver wire. Like if you say sell Dobbins and Pitts to go get Kittle, or you sell Dobbins and Higgins to go get like St. Brown, then at that point you could just go to the waiver wire and pick up Zach Charbonnet for completely free. Now, one thing I would point out here as well is once Brian Robinson is fully healthy, I actually think that I would go ahead and I would cut Austin Eckler specifically for Zach Charbonnet, as what we should be looking to do is we should be looking to optimize for the highest ceiling possible down there near the bottom end of our team with this format and with how strong our team is. And I do think that Charbonnet would have a higher ceiling if anything were to occur to Kenneth Walker in comparison to Austin Eckler if anything were to occur to Brian Robinson. And we've already seen that play out so far this year. So I really do like the team. I think it has a ton of value. I just think specifically with your roster, you have the luxury where you can sell one of the depth running backs and you can go get an absolute stud at another position, knowing that a lot of people in your league are currently struggling for RBs and we have so many viable options. But yeah, great team. And again, it's nothing against J.K. Dobbins. We had Dobbins as the buy low candidate last week. It's more so just about trying to optimize for what your situation is in particular. Now, moving this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Hilstero. Says, 6-keeper league. I can choose between London or Garrett Wilson. Do I trade and for which player? Post Devontae Adams trade, I would very easily prefer Drake London over Garrett Wilson. If you look at our rest of season ranks, we have Achane and London extremely close. If it's a keeper league, I think that honestly it doesn't really matter much because I would be very excited to keep Devon Achane next year. I'd be very excited to keep Drake London next year. So that doesn't change much for us. Going over to what we potentially have on this team currently. I mean, right now at running back, we are sitting with Tony Pollard, Brian Robinson, Bijan Robinson, And that's about it after this trade. Where after this trade, we would have CeeDee Lamb, Drake London, Chris Olave, Jerry Jeudy. I think you can make this trade if you wanted to. My only hesitation is if Tua does come back, say 2 weeks from now, and then all of a sudden we have this offense going back to being a top 5 offense in the NFL in total points scored, as they were projected to be coming into the season, and what we saw at the beginning of the year as well, outside of the Buffalo game, then at that point, Achane's probably a mid RB1 in fantasy yet again, and it probably doesn't look nearly as exciting. So it's not a super easy spot, but honestly, I think the correct answer is it is just kind of up to you. Now, moving over to our next question from Brett. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Says, I have been able to do a few trades since the start of the season to get Kyron, Debo, and Javonte for Waddle and Warren. Oh, dear God. Been trying to upgrade all year at tight end, but should we do anything special for that tight end? Also, I just streamed defenses and will be dropping McPherson after this week. Well, first thing, I am very sorry that we currently don't link with NFL Fantasy. We do link with Sleeper, Yahoo, and ESPN. It's just NFL Fantasy is very difficult to get their APIs, so it's tough to build them into the site the way that we are able to do with Sleeper, ESPN, and Yahoo. I'm hoping we can build out the NFL Fantasy linking system for you soon, but thank you for submitting the screenshots regardless. We'll be excited to check it out. This is a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 2 flex spots, so we can get 4 receivers in this lineup weekly. So definitely a situation in which wide receiver depth will matter a little bit more. In terms of the amount of players that we have on the bench, it's not like we have that many bench slots, so we should have decent options on waivers. But starting at quarterback, we are currently rolling with Josh Allen. Allen, I still don't have over like the Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson types, but obviously you do get a slight bump now that you have Amari Cooper coming back over. I mean, Allen was and remains a quarterback that you're starting pretty much every week, regardless of the matchup, so you don't need a backup QB here. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently rolling with Kyron Williams and Josh Jacobs. So a high-end RB1 and a low-end RB1 or another high-end RB2. And then going down to the bench, it looks like we actually have Chase Brown breaking out. We have Zach Charbonnet, Alexander Madison, Tracy Javonte. So we have a ton of running back depth, which is exactly what I want to be optimizing with how strong our wide receiver room is, where we're currently sitting with Jamar Chase, Garrett Wilson. In the flex spots, we are rolling with Deebo Samuel and Chris Godwin. So this is a nutso wide receiver room in that fashion. I don't think we need to be rostering too many of these wide receivers down here at the bottom end of the bench. So I love that we are rolling with more running backs than receivers. Tight end, we have Cole Kmet and Mark Andrews. I think at this point, it's a very easy spot to just start Kmet over Andrews rest of season. Obviously, Kmet on bye this week. In terms of what we are doing at wide receiver, I don't really see any moves to make. And same thing with what you'd be doing at quarterback and running back. I think you have a phenomenal deal. A phenomenal team. It sounds like we had a deal where we just absolutely robbed our league mate for Kyron Williams. I legitimately think that the commissioner should probably alert the authorities for what we got Kyron Williams with. So realistically, I think you could look to upgrade tight end. Now, obviously, the question is, what does that price point look like? And personally, for me, if we're not starting him in a week where you have no Devin Singletary, there's just no shot you're ever starting Tyrone Tracy. So if you could potentially take, say, Tracy as well as, maybe Cole Kmet, both coming off of massive weeks, and pivot over to a tight end that you perceive to be one of those top 4 options, whether that's Bowers, Kittle, Kelsey, McBride, that would be an absolute no-brainer. Now, obviously, that is much easier said than done. Looking at what we realistically can probably do here is, realistically speaking, you'd probably have to move somebody of more significance. If you were looking at Deebo Samuel, I think sending like Deebo Samuel and Kmet to get to Kelsey wouldn't be the worst thing in the world here if you had solid wide receivers available to you on the waiver wire. But in my mind, at tight end, you're doing one of 2 things. You're doing either nothing and just starting Cole Kmet going into the future, or you're trading for an elite player. You are trading for somebody like Kelsey. You are trading for somebody like McBride, somebody like Bowers, or somebody like Kittle. There'd be no reason for you to go ahead and for you to target one of those low-end tight end ones, or mid to low-end tight end ones, such as, say, Evan Ingram. For you, Evan Ingram's not really going to move the needle here over a player like Kmet with how much value that you have on your roster currently. I guess if you could trade like a boring option like Javonte Williams, then sure, but we definitely don't want to be going through and selling, say, like Deebo Samuel and Kmet for Evan Ingram. So I think if you were to make that deal, you need to go ahead and you need to target a top 3 tight ends. And at the same time, you should more likely than not go ahead and pick up a receiver off the waiver wire after you were to make that 2-for-1 pivot. And if you get that elite tight end, I would drop Andrews as well. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But great team. Obviously, there's not much I can say. But now our next trade question coming out from Nicholas's League. God, I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb. Got Goff, Jefferson, London, Smith, T, Flowers, Jameson. If they don't want Jameson, do we give up someone else? So Fields effectively at this point has no value. That's actually something that I've not done on the site yet. I need to go ahead and I need to update our Justin Fields ranking. The report came out saying that you were actually going to have Russell Wilson as the starting quarterback here. So Fields needs to plummet. Russ obviously moves up here as well. I would probably put Russ ahead of like Wilson and Dalton. I think Fields still has the majority of the rushing upside. So I know it's crazy that we'll move Fields a little bit lower. We'll probably move Fields. I would still rather have Fields in fantasy over Russ because there's no world where you start Russ. But nonetheless, if this report's true that Russ is the starting QB here, we're effectively trading like Jameson Williams for CJ Stroud. Which, if that's the case, 100%, let's do it. In terms of selling one of these other receivers for Stroud, probably not. Is the thing with Stroud is the passing volume does project to be significantly lower with no Nico Collins in this offense. But real quick, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. We are 1 like away from hitting 200 likes on this live stream. The Real Superman coming out with a trade question here. This is David Montgomery and Joe Mixon versus Breece Hall and Jalen Waddle. So Mixon to Hall, clear upgrade. Montgomery to Waddle, clear downgrade. I'd probably say there's more value on the Mixon Montgomery side at this point. Wide receivers, we have A.J. Brown, Wan'Dale Robinson, Jamar Chase. So it's not like we need help at wide receiver. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have David Montgomery, Joe Mixon, or would you rather have Breece Hall, Jalen Waddle? Please spam the chat. Would you rather have Montgomery and Mixon or Breece Hall and Jalen Waddle? Shiffy says the left clears. Another vote for Montgomery, 1 vote for Hall. Mixon. Hall, Mixon, Hall. 1 vote Waddle. Yeah, it looks like the vast majority of people are on the Montgomery and Mixon side. Champ says Cooper Kupp out against the Raiders. Dear God, is this official? I literally recorded my wide receiver rankings right before this live stream, and I put Cooper Kupp in there. I do not see anything with Kupp. I don't see any Kupp news. This is an interesting question. Miss says, is Pickens better with Russ? For me personally, I actually think that the Steelers would probably be better with Justin Fields. But at the same time, who the hell am I to think I know more than Tomlin? However, Pickens himself will be better with Russ. Because the thing about Justin Fields for fantasy purposes is Fields is obviously going to monopolize a lot of the value in this offense to himself with what he can do as a rusher, both from a yardage as well as a touchdown perspective. So I think the pivot to what you have with Russ under center is a positive for Najee, and it's a positive for Pickens, even if it may not be a positive to the Steelers themselves. Fantasy Land says, I have a tough decision in my home league, Eckler or Saquon this week. That honestly is really tough. The thing is, if we go ahead and we look at Austin Eckler so far this season, Austin Eckler has not had a single game with fewer than he has not had a single game with fewer than 10 fantasy points. There have been very few players that have given you the same type of floor as Austin Eckler. I mean, we can go through and we can actually look at this. Where here in this league, whoever owns Eckler is probably just absolutely crushing, right? Because Eckler, week 1, over 10 points. Over 10 points week 2. Over 10 points week 3. Over 10 points week 5. Over 10 points week 6. Going over to what we have with Barkley. Barkley had a week with fewer than 10 points. So, I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Fantasyland says Eckler's ball too, which I relate to. Ooh, well, I would relate to it, but your boy's pricing out hair plugs when we go to LA this summer. So we may have some help coming on the way to save the hairline. Prayers up for us that we can get the job done. But anyway, let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from Richard. This is a trade question where we're sending Wilson and Dobbins for Cook and Harrison. If I'm breaking this down, I would rather have James Cook over J.K. Dobbins in a full PPR format relatively easily. Looking at Wilson versus Marvin Harrison, I honestly may rather have Harrison if Harrison's fully healthy. So, to be honest, I would probably prefer having James Cook and Marvin Harrison. Can y'all please let me know in the chat, am I losing my mind? There's a very good shot. We are on day probably like 120 in a row of live streaming. Your boy's been up for maybe the past 20 hours working. So please let me know, am I losing my mind, or is this the James Cook, Marvin Harrison side post Devontae Adams trade? Okay, thank God we're not losing our minds. Looks like the vast majority of people are here with the James Cook and Marvin Harrison side as well. Whew. As I looked at this going, I know Dobbins been really good, but still. Now moving over to Kylie. Kylie coming up with a massive donor for a team review. Really do appreciate you, saying, hey Mason, feeling good overall, but feel like we have too much running back depth without a legit RB2 to pair with Mixon. Also, we've been let down by Kyler thus far. Thoughts on a trade for an RB2 or a quarterback upgrade? Feel good at wide receiver, but we only have 4. Happy Ingram is back as well. Bigger need, RB2 or quarterback upgrade. Thanks. Thank you. So if we're looking at what you have with specifically Kyler Murray, I understand that he has not been the best option, but at the same time, the rushing upside has been there. And Kyler Murray's been dealing with injuries to his top options kind of consistently at this point. Where if we go through and look at Kyler Murray, obviously you had a little bit of a stretch here with no Trey McBride. Now you have this past week effectively with no Marvin Harrison through the entire game. But still, Kyler has given you some rushing upside with the 57, 59, 45, 83, and 14 rushing yards. To be honest with you, I probably do need to move Kyler Murray down our rankings just a bit. I want to hold on to some hope with Kyler Murray, given the fact that this is still a quarterback that is giving you the rushing upside. And I think when you have Harrison and McBride both fully healthy in this offense, Kyler will be much better in the future. So I still do view Kyler Murray as a as a quarterback that, given his rushing upside, should be viewed as a mid QB1 here rest of season. Phantom says, please go up, Flock. My question is that my friend, we are going through and we are answering all the questions through flockfantasy.com. I don't know what you're wanting. But anyway, here, if we're looking at this, Kyler Murray, I am fine holding on to him. It's a 14-team format. So if we think Kyler Murray is QB7 rest of season, Kyler Murray is a mid QB1 in a 14-team league. I really don't have too much hesitation in saying that either. Obviously, I'd rather have Allen. I'd rather have Daniels. But in a 14-team format, I think we are going to be just fine. Looking over at the running back position, I mean, our running back, you're pretty damn strong right now. I mean, Joe Mixon, for sure, a top 14 running back. Jordan Mason, a top 14 running back until you get CMC back in here. Jonathan Brooks reportedly is coming back soon. Rico Dowdle, I think, is going to be a top 28 running back potentially. So we have an RB2 there. Bucky Irving's breaking out. We have Pacheco in the long term. This is a great running back room. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown already through his bye. We have Cooper Kupp here crushing as well. We have Deontay Johnson, Brandon Ayuk. I mean, hell, Brandon Ayuk as my wide receiver 4 in a 12-team league, I like. Brandon Ayuk as my wide receiver 4 in a 14-team league is beautiful. Looking at what we have at tight end, we have Evan Ingram, who's a mid tight end 1 as well. So this is a phenomenal team here. This is a strong team in a 12-team format, but if this is a 14-team league, it is obnoxious. And honestly, with the depth that we have at running back, I do think that you could potentially go through and look to sell Jordan Mason to a team that really needs the production right now and a 2-for-1 deal to get an elite upgrade elsewhere. Now, to go through and possibly try to find somebody that needs that production right now, I think we can go through and look at maybe the team that's 1-5. This team that's 1-5 is currently dealing with the Jonathan Taylor injury. Now, obviously, this may be a long shot, but I mean, the teams with poor records that have injured options, they should be looking to pivot over to players that are going to be able to help them immediately. Jordan Mason could for sure help their roster. I mean, going through and sending maybe Jordan Mason in a 2-for-1 deal to go get to Jonathan Taylor, whereas we are the 4-2 team. We are the extremely strong roster. We can potentially look at that long-term upside, and it's not really going to be negatively impacting us. Like, how we can go through and maybe structure that trade is, say, the combo of Jordan Mason as well as Jonathan Brooks, the combo of Jordan Mason, Rico Dowdle, Jordan Mason, Bucky Irving. Give this team that's, I mean, this past week had to start Roschon Johnson, Emmanuel Wilson, 2 viable RBs. Another thing that you could look to do is potentially just give them Jordan Mason and get back Marvin Harrison Jr. straight up. Is obviously they need the running back production in the short term if they're going to stay competitive or if they're going to be competitive at all. Marvin Harrison dealing with the concussion now that he is going to be missing time. I think that could be a nice pickup for us on the cheap. Going over and looking at this other team, this team right now is starting Jaleel McLaughlin as their RB2. So potentially sending them Jordan Mason and picking up like a Devonta Smith type player for free here could be viable. Probably don't want to do that. That team just doesn't really have enough value for us to play around with. This team here has Chase Brown, Najee Harris as their top 2 backs. Obviously, Brown is trending in the right direction, but if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to send them a depth running back, like if you could somehow send them one of Jonathan Brooks, Rico Dowdle, Bucky Irving, or Isaiah Pacheco with Kyler Murray to get to Lamar Jackson, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer. Potentially, this team thinks that they can get away with doing it, knowing that they have Baker Mayfield here. Going through, looking at another team that potentially needs some help at running back. This team has Chuba Hubbard. Zach Moss has potentially lost his job, and Jonathan Brooks may be coming in here as well. Obviously, they have the elite level wide receiver production, but maybe if they wanted the guaranteed production at running back, we could look to possibly send them like Jordan Mason and Deontay Johnson for us to be able to get to Amon-Ra St. Brown, because there in that case, all of a sudden we are starting A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Cooper Kupp every single week, and good luck for anybody to try to contend with that in a 14-team format. Obviously, I'd rather send them Brooks. I'd rather send them Dowdle. I'd rather send them Bucky than Jordan Mason, but Mason's probably the guy that you have to settle in on for making that trade. But overall, I think you have a great team. If you sat on your hands and did nothing until the end of the season, I think you have a really strong shot of winning this league. Based off what I saw from the teams that needed a running back, I don't know if it would be a very easy move for us to upgrade over Kyler. I think that we just probably have to roll with Kyler and hope that this Arizona Cardinals offense gets healthy, and then all of a sudden Kyler is a little more exciting in the long term. But for how things stand right now, I think you are probably just chilling. Now, moving over to our next question. This was coming out from Spags. I'm curious what changes I should make or which teams I should try to trade with. For whatever reason, this is not currently loading with us, my friend. Let me go ahead and see if we can refresh. This hasn't happened in a while, but sometimes when you get the weird league settings, perfect. We are loaded here. This is End Zone the Baker. We are the number one team in the league, according to the league analyzer. We are currently 5-1 as well, which obviously, if we have all the value and at the same time we are 5-1, you have a lot of flexibility with the moves that we can be making going into the future. Here, sitting with Jalen Hurts as our quarterback, I am still confident in saying that, you know what? I don't know if I can be confident in saying Jalen Hurts is QB1 rest of season. Like, if we go ahead and look at what we have with Jalen Hurts versus Jaden Daniels, like, obviously, I don't want to really focus too much in on weeks 3 and 4 where you have no A.J. Brown and no Devonta Smith. But even in weeks 1, 2, and 6, you are looking at Hurts averaging about 21 points per game. In comparison to Jaden Daniels, where you're actually just getting significantly more upside as a rusher. Right now, if you look at sportsbooks as well, sportsbooks are projecting out the Washington Commanders to be a much better off. All this is off the rails. Jalen Hurts still a top 3 quarterback regardless, right? Whether you have him QB2, whether you have him QB3, I still view him as a top 3 quarterback with rushing upside with A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith back in. I think Hurts going to crush. We don't need a backup. Now, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, so I love having the elite quarterback. And in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would really like having the top end tight end as well. And that may be a little bit difficult for us with this team, where we are currently sitting with Tucker Kraft. Obviously, Kraft, I still do view as a tight end 1 rest of season, more so a low end tight end 1, primarily due to the situation in which you have a bunch of receivers here in Green Bay actually taking targets away from Kraft. There's just the deepest wide receiver room, or one of the deepest wide receiver rooms in the league. So, I mean, a couple different things that you could do. One, you could potentially just drop Juju Smith-Schuster and pick up Cole Kmet off the waiver wire. Or 2, if you could potentially send, say, Wan'Dale Robinson and Tucker Kraft to pivot over to a mid tight end 1 that we feel a little bit more comfortable about rest of season, say to pivot over to a player like Evan Ingram, I think that could make a lot of sense here as well, because at wide receiver, we are sitting with the elite assets in the long term. We have St. Brown, Tyreek Hill, Devonta Smith, 3 wide receivers that we can start every single week, regardless of matchup. Running back, you're getting Chubb back in as an RB3. We probably start Chubb this week here in our RB2 slot, but we have Kyron Williams as a top 3 running back rest of season. This is a phenomenal team in general. I think the move to make with this squad is to upgrade tight end just because we can afford it. If we're looking at what we're giving up, we're probably going to try to give up a depth receiver. So I want to check in on some of these teams that would look to start somebody like Wan'Dale Robinson. This team could potentially start Wan'Dale if they really wanted to. The issue is they don't have a tight end that we are too interested in. This team over here has Tank Dell, Rome Odunze. So Wan'Dale Robinson actually probably would make a relatively big difference for their roster. So if we could send them, say, Wan'Dale Robinson and Tucker Kraft, I don't even know if we want to do that. If you can send them Juju Smith-Schuster and Tucker Kraft to get to Kyle Pitts, I think we would. Where you're maybe a little bit more excited about Pitts than Kraft rest of season. Another thing that you could look to do is, because it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, where we have all the depth in the world at wide receiver currently, if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to potentially package together one of the depth receivers, whether that's Wan'Dale Robinson or Juju Smith-Schuster, with a running back to get an RB upgrade, or even just trading them straight up for an RB, like if we could go through and tell this team, hey, you're 3-3, kind of need some points right now, give us Zach Charbonnet for Wan'Dale Robinson. Give us Pacheco for Wan'Dale Robinson. They would start Wan'Dale presumably this week in their flex spot for us in our roster, Wan'Dale's probably not coming close to being a difference-making player once you end up with Malik Neighbors back in. So I think that could be an appealing move, but you are so loaded here. We are the number one team in the league analyzer. We are 5-1. Really, the only trades I could recommend is selling the wide receiver depth. I wouldn't want to sell Pickens right this second because I actually do think that Pickens will be a little bit better in the future now that you have Russell Wilson coming in to start. I think the Steelers may be worse, but Pickens could be better. But the depth receivers, like, there's no way in hell we're ever starting Wan'Dale Robinson with this team. So going through and adding a depth running back that's an injury away from making a big time difference, or instead going through and getting a tight end upgrade where we can, I think that would make a lot of sense on a roster that's this loaded in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. But let's move this trade over to Castillo. It says, what running back to trade would make the most sense for me? We appreciate you. Much love, my friend. Here, I would rather have Devonta Smith over J.K. Dobbins straight up rest of season. Obviously, I am very excited about Dobbins here. And real quick, Rashad says, Flock Fantasy isn't working. Let me double check. FlockFantasy.com is working for me. I will say earlier today, we did have to upgrade the servers on the site. Y'all just have gone freaking insane. And we blew by the all-time record for usage that we had on FlockFantasy.com. But pulling it up, FlockFantasy.com is still up for me. We upgraded the servers earlier today. So we can handle a bunch of y'all. But yeah, it's everybody over there using the free tools on the site, which I obviously appreciate y'all for. But yeah, we had to upgrade the server, so we were down for about 10 minutes earlier today. But yeah, working normally. Okay. Now let's move this over. And Smith versus Dobbins. I would prefer Devonta Smith if we were looking for a different running back to potentially trade for with this team. Instead of just getting J.K. Dobbins, maybe if you wanted to ask them to give you Tony Pollard instead, where Pollard maybe is a little more receiving upside, this is something that I think you could look to do. Or if you wanted to stick with Dobbins, you could potentially ask for J.K. Dobbins as well as Chase Brown if you were going to give up Devonta Smith here. But personally, I am extremely, extremely high on Devonta Smith. Okay. So let's move this over to our next question. Headshot. This is a trade where we send Jaden Reed, Brock Bowers, David Montgomery versus Kincaid, Jefferson, and Achane. And if you're having any issues with flockfantasy.com, please send in the site issue section of the Discord. You can find the link in the description of this. But you can link your league with ESPN. You just don't know how, so please send in the site issue section so one of the developers could walk you through with it. Obviously, I can't do it in a live stream. But anyway, looking at this, Bowers to Kincaid, massive downgrade. Reed to Jefferson, massive upgrade. Montgomery to Achane. Pretty big upgrade in a full PBR format here as well. So I think this is an absolute no-brainer. One thing that I am looking at here specifically with the Detroit Lions is I'm a little bit afraid that this is going to be a situation in which the Lions actually are forced to throw the ball a little bit more in the second half and trail some games with their defense being worse with no Aiden Hutchinson. So I am probably just maybe looking to move off of David Montgomery at the right price. Obviously, we need the right price. Looking at my rankings, I have David Montgomery RB12 rest of season. But here, if you're able to pivot over and you're able to use this package to get to like Devon Achane as well as Justin Jefferson, I think that this is a very reasonable price point to move off of Devon Achane at. Okay. Now moving this over to our next question with Tut Weezy. This is Wilson Baker versus Olave, Kenneth Walker, or CJ Stroud. So Garrett Wilson to Chris Olave, pretty big downgrade. Or we can view it as Garrett Wilson to Kenneth Walker. I'd prefer Kenneth Walker at this point. Baker Mayfield to CJ Stroud, kind of a lateral move. We get Chris Olave for free. So yeah, honestly, with the Davante Adams trade, I would go ahead and I would take the Kenneth Walker side of this. Now that Morris kid, always out in these live streams. Happy to see you. This is the Niners backs versus Derrick Henry. We're going to go Derrick Henry. It's a 4-2, 12-team PPR start 8 formats. Trey Tucker has zero value for me, to be honest with you. Like, I think you could potentially find somebody off the waiver wire that's going to be more exciting than Tucker. So, I mean, if this trade was initially offered to you, I think, honestly, you go ahead and you actually have the ability to squeeze out a little bit more value. So instead of asking for Trey Tucker in return, I would probably try to get somebody that's a little bit more of an exciting depth piece like Tyler Algier. But if you're able to do that, then it's an absolute no-brainer, and it's the Derrick Henry side by a very wide margin. So very interesting trade, to say the least, though. But now Los CV says, we have Allen at quarterback, Goff on the bench. We're going to pair up Goff with St. Brown and shop. What should we target? With Amon-Ra St. Brown, I actually don't know if I love trading him right now. I think this is going to be a little more of a pass-happy Lions offense going into the future. If you look at my rest of season ranks on the site, I have Amon-Ra St. Brown, wide receiver 3. If you wanted to have Jefferson over him, I'm not going to fault you for it whatsoever. But if you're going like Goff and St. Brown, maybe you're looking for Chase, Garrett Wilson. Really the only running backs I'd potentially trade St. Brown and Goff for would be like Saquon Barkley. So this would be the little trio of players that I'm looking at. I still view Amon-Ra St. Brown as the top 5 asset in fantasy football. I think it's going to be a good Lions offense in the future that actually throws the ball a little bit more. But let me pivot over and answer some of the free questions in the live chat. Please, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. I'll be excited to try to get to as many as I possibly can. David says Jerry Jeudy's stock. So if you look at my updated rankings with Jerry Jeudy post Amari Cooper trade, I view Jerry Jeudy very similar to how I view, say, Jacoby Myers. I view Jerry Jeudy very similar to how I view, say, Cortland Sutton. These will be, or DeAndre Hopkins. These are wide receivers that have a lot of volume in the worst offense in the NFL, you know? So Jeudy is definitely worth the roster spots, but outside of that, I don't know if we can be super, super excited about Jerry Jeudy. It's just the least efficient passing offense in the NFL, where you had one game with over 10 fantasy points for Amari Cooper this year. Like, if Jerry Jeudy turns into Amari Cooper, he's not startable. Benjamin says start Goff or Mahomes. This will be very tough. I'll put out the quarterback rankings on the site tomorrow morning. I'm not even going to give an answer right now just because I don't know, but both players have really tough matchups where you have Jared Goff going up against the Minnesota Vikings and you have Patrick Mahomes going up against the San Francisco 49ers. So it's not easy at all. I really don't know right now, but Sullivan says, does Garrett Wilson stock plummets? I think Garrett Wilson moves from being a top 10 wide receiver to a mid to high end wide receiver 2. But in my mind, you're looking at 2 wide receivers that historically have been alpha wide receiver target hogs, where they are seeing 25, 30+% of their team's respective target share. Now that they are both in the same offense, there's no way that you can expect both of them to have that type of target volume. So it's tough, but you probably see Garrett Wilson fall from where he was previously. Now, of course, Davante Adams, I think, rises from where he was previously just because the Jets offense will be a much better offensive environment than what you had in Las Vegas. 44 MSU says, does Amari have top 12 upside? I'm going to answer this a couple different ways. One, yes, Amari Cooper does have top 12 upside. Does that mean Amari Cooper will be a top 12 player? No, that is not. But if you look at Amari's target volume for what he had in Cleveland, if he is able to carry the same target volume over to Buffalo with more efficient quarterback play, then at that point you could very easily see Amari Cooper being a top 12 wide receiver. Now, the issue is there are some efficiency metrics that are massive concerns with Amari. He is a 30-year-old player. So if you think that Amari is still a top 15-ish wide receiver in the NFL, and he was really only held back from Deshaun Watson, then obviously he does have just an absolute crazy high ceiling. Okay. Now, let's move this over. And real quick, it looks like less than 5% of y'all have hit that like button. What are you waiting for? I have live streamed literally every single day during the fantasy football season. During the fantasy football season, dating back to 2020. We have not missed a day during the season in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now 2024. We're about to complete this season for 5 years. So if you're not hitting the like button on this stream, when would you ever? But much love. Let's move this over to what we have with the questions on the site. Now, of course, if you wanted to get in a question to get a guaranteed answer on flockfantasy.com, you can find the link in the live chat that says ask a question here, or you could just go over to flockfantasy.com and hit that button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can actually submit a team review, trade question, start sit question, or a super message, whatever you are wanting. If you wanted that team review, I would highly recommend actually taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to be getting a free Bo Nix pick for the Thursday night game, more than less than half a total yard, and a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single night. Just make sure if you want that free team review, you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to It's Manny says, hey Mason, wondering how we can improve and what we should be looking to do going into the playoffs. Really do appreciate you, my friend, and going to be super excited to check this out. Now, this is Osama bin Laden is the team name. This is the 5th team with the league analyzer. And with this, there is a decent gap between us and the top 2 teams. But what's funny is the gap between the team at 1 and us is about, say, 3,000 points, where the gap between us and the next team at 6 is about 4,000 points. So we are closer to 1 than we are to 6, which is nice to see. And now it is a 10-team league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth does not matter. And actually, it looks like this may be a super flex format. Yeah, looking at the teams here, everybody is rostering 3 to 4 quarterbacks. If you're in this live chat, please, Manny, please let me know and just confirm, is this a super flex league? Because I'm going to be operating under the assumption that this is a super flex format. Now, with that being said, honestly, ignore the league analyzer. The league analyzer is treating it as if it's a 1 quarterback league. But nonetheless, looking at QB, we are currently sitting with Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields, Justin Herbert, and Russ. So we actually, okay, Emmanuel says, yeah, it is. Okay, so you actually get a downgrade here when you have to pivot from Fields to Russ, with Russ starting. Obviously, Russ could maybe have more passing volume, which helps out George Pickens, but Russ isn't going to have the same rushing upside that Justin Fields had. So from a fantasy football perspective, this is really going to kind of hurt that super flex spot for us. We have Justin Herbert here that we can consider. So we're really just going to be playing the matchups between Herbert and Russ. But we do have that hit at QB2, which isn't super exciting to see. Now, what's very interesting to point out here is this is a team where you do have some pretty solid options down there on the waiver wire, not at quarterback, that is. While you have some starters, you don't have guys that you can confidently plug and play. Going over to running back, we currently have Zach Moss out there on the waiver wire. So obviously it looks like Zach Moss, a running back that is scaling back with his usage in Cincinnati, and you are seeing more Chase Brown as of late. Now, with that being said, Braylon Allen is scaling his usage dramatically back, specifically with the new coaching staff for the Jets. And at the same time, I would be way more worried about Breece Hall dominating than I would be Chase Brown. So for me personally, I think I would actually go ahead and I would drop Braylon Allen and I would look to pick up Zach Moss off the waiver wire. But outside of that, running back, we're in a really good spot, right? We have 2 RB1s with Kenneth Walker, Bijan Robinson. And at the same time, you are looking at, say, Nick Chubb as a quality RB2 piece that we're able to start potentially in a flex. Now, it's a shallower starting lineup requirement league, so depth isn't going to be the biggest deal. Now, going over to wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase absolutely dominating. Devonta Smith, solid wide receiver too. Hell, this looks a lot like my team in the Flock League. In the Flock League, I actually drafted Chase, Smith, and Collins as well. Now, I drafted Amari as well, which is hilarious. Now, I ended up trading Collins and Amari, but regardless, wide receiver, really comfortable spot at the top. And obviously, we have the long-term depth and the long-term upside with Nico Collins coming in here. So, phenomenal wide receiver room. I'm going down to the options that we have on the bench. We have like Juju Smith-Schuster and Demario Douglas. So for me, when you are this strong at wide receiver and you have this strong of a team in particular, I would prefer to chase some of the options that we think have the true elite ceiling. Like if you're going to be looking at, for instance, say Xavier Worthy and Rome Odunze out there on the waiver wire. Top wide receiver prospects, guys that went in round 1 of this year's draft. I would actually drop Juju Smith-Schuster and Mario Douglas to pick up Xavier Worthy and Rome Odunze. If one of your league mates beats you to one of these wide receivers, I would still drop Juju into Mario Douglas for even Ladd McConkey. So I'm going to drop both the bottom end receivers on our roster for Worthy, Rome, and Ladd. And now this isn't anything against Amari Cooper. I actually think that Amari Cooper obviously has a lot of upside here with this situation going over to Buffalo and what should be a much more efficient offense in general. Now, with that being said, however, if you are looking at what we have at tight ends, we are currently sitting with Sam Laporta, where in my mind, if you could potentially pivot over to a true elite tight end like Kelsey, like McBride, like Bowers, like Kittle, I think you're a team that is strong enough where we can go ahead and we could potentially look to actually, never mind. Okay, we have Jake Ferguson on the waiver wire. So you know what? Ignore everything I just said. I don't think you sell the wide receiver depth for an upgrade at tight ends. I think we keep it stupid simple. And I think instead we pick up Jake Ferguson off of the waiver wire as one of these options. So instead of dropping Juju Smith-Schuster and Demario Douglas for Xavier Worthy and Rome Odunze, I think you just drop Juju Smith-Schuster and Demario Douglas for Xavier Worthy and Jake Ferguson. And then at that point, long-term, you're able to kind of play the options and pivot weekly between Laporta and Ferguson based off how they look at the time and the matchups that they are sitting with. So I'm sorry that we don't, maybe if, you know what, here's what we're going to do. If you can trade Amari Cooper and Justin Herbert or Amari Cooper and Russell Wilson and go get a quarterback upgrade that way, it's an absolute no-brainer. I'm looking at maybe a team here. This team has DK Metcalf, Brian Thomas, Romeo Doubs. So, for me, if we can, I don't even know if we want, god dang. That team just doesn't have an interesting quarterback for us. This team has Debo Wilson and the Shaheed's their wide receiver 3. If they wanted a solid wide receiver 3 and Amari, and you could send them like Amari and Russell Wilson and possibly get like Geno Smith, possibly get Rodgers. That is something you could look to do. Maybe it seems like you're overpaying on the surface, but obviously it's a super flex league. And in that case, you're picking up Rome Odunze for free. So it's like you're trading Amari and Russell Wilson for Geno Smith and Rome Odunze in that case, if you're able to open up the roster spot. So really, I think you need to be optimizing the trades that you're making with this team, specifically for what we have with the options on the waiver wire, which are phenomenal here. And that's the 2-for-1 deal that we are looking to do. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out. And please let me know in the live chat real quick if you have any other questions. I would love to dive into this a little bit deeper for you. But yeah, just send Manny in the chat any other additional questions that you have. But let's move this over to Taco's trade question. We're 4-2 in a 12-team BBR. We have Fields. Other running backs are Dobbins, Mason, Hunt. Currently have the AJ Brown stock stack with Hurts. So in this case, I would say that there is more value on the Breece Hall side of things. Now, with that being said, Justin Fields is no longer a viable option in fantasy. So if you are going through and if you are picking up Breece Hall in this trade, it needs to be in the scenario in which you are able to turn around and you're able to pick up somebody like Caleb Williams off the waiver wire. If your league has it where there are solid quarterbacks that you're able to stream, then there in that case, yes, I think you can afford this move, and I think you can make the tier up to get Breece Hall. But honestly, it does become a lot tougher knowing that you now no longer have Fields as an option. Now moving over to Jay Bruce. This is our next question. This is a free team review. This is overpaid, underperform. It's one of those free Underdog team reviews. I see Billy in the chat says, how do I get my free team review? I just used the promo code and can't find it. So if you just use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and made your $10 deposit, if you just did it right now, you should get your free team review voucher tomorrow morning. So just to pull the curtain back and let everybody know how it works is if you use promo code FLOCK and make a $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy, the following day, Underdog Fantasy sends me a CSV with all the email addresses that did that. They used code FLOCK and they made a $10 deposit. Then I send that CSV list to one of the developers on flockfantasy.com, and they go ahead and they upload it and accredit all the accounts on flockfantasy.com with that email address with the free team review voucher. So you should be able to get your free team review tomorrow morning if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and made the $10 deposit today. But looking at this from overpaid, underperform, this is one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is currently number one in the league analyzer. There's another team up here that's pretty solid as well with Goomba. But in reality, we are far ahead of the rest of the league here. We have a really strong squad. Now, with that being said, we are 3-3. The other team's 6-0. So obviously it's an uphill battle for us. It's a 12-team format where we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So here, this is a pretty comfortable situation in which the wide receiver depth actually does matter. And I love that we have the number one wide receiver room in this league, according to the league analyzer. The league analyzer is saying that the combination of Malik Neighbors, Cooper Kupp, Mike Evans, Devonta Smith, and Xavier Worthy are all, combined to be the number one wide receiver room in the league. And at the same time, all of these guys, I think, are playable from a week-to-week perspective. So ultimately, you're in a situation in which you have plenty of depth. You have the elite names at the very top. So, really just a phenomenal situation at wide receiver overall. Going over to quarterback and tight end, we have Jalen Hurts. We have Trey McBride. So we have an elite QB1. We have an elite tight end 1. You're not rostering the backup quarterback or backup tight end here either, and instead opting to go after the high upside running backs down there at the bottom end of the bench, which I absolutely love to see. Going over to running back, we have 2 top 10 backs rest of season with Breece Hall and Jahmyr Gibbs. We have Jonathan Brooks presumably coming in and providing additional depth. We have Bucky Irving expanding his role in Tampa, providing additional depth. And we have Braylon Allen as the premium handcuff back. So as we look at this, my friend, I have no idea what the hell I can tell you to possibly do. This is an insane team. This is 10,000 times better than the roster that I have. We have the number one team in the league analyzer. We have the elite tight end. We have the elite quarterback. We have a top end running back room, a top end wide receiver room. We presumably have no holes here whatsoever. Looking at maybe a potential waiver wire move that you can make. Going over to waivers, the top running back options you have are like Ray Davis, Jalen Warren, Trey Benson. I don't know if I drop Braylon Allen for him unless it looks like James Cook's going to miss this next week. The top wide receivers we have are Juju Smith-Schuster. I'm not dropping Xavier Worthy for him. Anthony Richardson and Caleb Williams would be exciting quarterback pickups, but we have Jalen Hurts through his bye already, so we don't need a backup quarterback. Obviously, this team starts off slow due to the Cooper Kupp injury, due to the Devonta Smith injury, due to the Malik Neighbors injury, due to the Jonathan Brooks injury. But going into the future, it should only get better. I think you're in a really comfortable position, and honestly, I have no idea what I could potentially say. I don't think a trade makes sense. I don't think a waiver wire move makes sense. I think you're number one in the league analyzer. We're getting our guys back in, and you're just rolling from here. It's an amazing team. There's very little that I can say with this other than I wish I had your team, and congrats. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is a trade question from Ginger Baby. Here, this is Cole Kmet, Tyrone Tracy versus Juju Smith-Schuster and Rico Dowdle. So I'd rather have Dowdle over Kmet. I'd rather have Juju over. This is very easily Dowdle and Juju for me. Kmet's exciting, of course, coming off a massive performance. But to be fair, you do have 3 wide receivers here that should have decent roles. Dowdle's starting running back in an offense that should be better going in the future. Tyrone Tracy is probably not viable once Singletary is healthy. So yeah, we're going to go with the Rico Dowdle side. Now going over to our next question. This one is a trade question. Puka versus Kupp is very easily Kupp. Very, very easily. The reports are Kupp may be good to go this week. Reports are there's no way Puka Nacua practices this week. So you'll just have more games played for Cooper Kupp versus Puka Nacua. Now, that Morris kid coming out with another trade says currently 4-2 in a 12-team full PPR start 8. Thoughts on this deal? Much love, my friend. And thank you so much for always hanging out with us in the streams. I would rather have Barkley over A.J. Brown, and I'd rather have Amari over Kareem Hunt. So I think this is kind of an absolute no-brainer. Obviously, could have been a lot tougher if Amari Cooper was not a Buffalo Bill and Amari Cooper was still stuck with Deshaun Watson. But now that Amari is in Buffalo, I think it's kind of an easy move to make. Now, Evan coming out with a trade question. This is Garrett Wilson versus Tyreek Hill. Very easily Tyreek Hill. I had Tyreek Hill ranked ahead of Garrett Wilson before you ended up getting the Devontae Adams trade. Now I'm viewing Garrett Wilson more so as a mid to high-end wide receiver too. Whereas once we get Tua back in Miami, Tyreek Hill goes back to being a top 3 wide receiver in fantasy. So obviously this week, Garrett Wilson will be higher than Tyreek Hill in my rankings. But that may not be the case starting in week 8. Noah Yak says, I'm worried about having Hill and Achane. Would you still do it with Mixon instead of Kamara? So A.J. Brown to Tyreek Hill, slight downgrade. Jonathan Taylor to Alvin Kamara, slight upgrade. We're paying T.J. Hawkinson to get it done. Currently at tight end, we are rolling with Brock Bowers, so T.J. Hawkinson does not matter for us at all. I definitely would not do this deal if it had Joe Mixon instead of Kamara. But can y'all let me know in the live chat, what side would you prefer? Would you rather have A.J. Brown, Jonathan Taylor, and T.J. Hawkinson, or Tyreek Hill and Alvin Kamara? For me personally, if I have Brock Bowers, I think it's just kind of a personal preference type situation. But maybe the people in the chat can tell me I'm way off and maybe one side is the clear winner here. We got left side, right side, left side, left side, left side, right side, left side, left side, left side, left side, left side, left side, right side, left side, right side, left, left, right, left, right, right, left, left. It does look like maybe the majority of people are on the left side, but it's close. Like I said, if you have Brock Bowers, I think it's your personal preference. The chat saying the left side, if that makes a difference for you. But in reality, I think you can do whatever you want. Moving this over to our next question. This coming out from Philip says, I'm 3-3. My team consists of Stroud, Bijan, Braylon, Lamb, AJ Wilson, Bowers, Worthy, Juju, Bigsby, and Pitts. So Bijan to Kenneth Walker, lateral move. I am ranked 18, 17 rest of season. I have Kenneth Walker as the slight winner, but honestly up to you. Garrett Wilson versus Tyreek Hill is not close. We want Tyreek Hill. I know we're 3-3, so it's not like we can only think about upside in the playoffs. Obviously, we still need to win now. But for me personally, I think that Tyreek, just rest of season, gives you such a significant edge over Garrett Wilson once Tua comes back. Now, Apple coming out trading Jahmyr Gibbs, Malik Neighbors, better get a lot in return, for Kyron Williams, Jaden Reed, and Jordan Mason. I'm going to go with Gibbs and Neighbors. Kyron Williams is the best player. Actually, let me think about this a little bit more, because Kyron Williams is the best player in this deal. Jordan Mason, Jahmyr Gibbs are pretty close until you get Christian McCaffrey back in. Well, I view Malik Neighbors as a mid to high end wide receiver 1. Reed is still a quality option in his own right. I still probably go with Jahmyr Gibbs and Neighbors. Obviously, the gap between Gibbs and Montgomery in my rankings and in 99% of people's rankings coming into this season, we put Gibbs way too high over Montgomery in comparison to what the actual gap should have been. Now, with that being said, I do think going into the future, if you are looking at sportsbook projections, as well as the fact that you have the injury to Aiden Hutchinson, I would expect that possibly we actually have the Detroit Lions having to throw the ball a little bit more often and can't lean on the run as heavily as they have been. So in that environment, I do think that Gibbs actually does get a bit of a bump. I still clearly prefer Kyron over him, but I don't know if the gap's large enough to move off of Neighbors. Now moving over to Colin's question. So super thin at running back, CMC on the IR, 6-0. Figure Waddle pays off late. Ship Wilson while I can. Nico is on the IR as well. So looking at this, Smith to Waddle downgrade. Mason to Walker massive upgrade. Paying the Josh Downs little tag add-on, I don't really care much either. We're 6-0. We can look to think for the long term in the fantasy football playoffs, where by that point, presumably, you actually have Christian McCaffrey back in. So I'm going to go ahead. I will actually take the Kenneth Walker and Jalen Waddle side, because also by the time we get to the playoffs, the gap between Waddle and Smith may not be massive if we have Tua in. So we're going to go with Walker and Waddle. Now, Alexandra coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. Really do appreciate you taking advantage of that promo. Going to be excited to check this out. This is currently Laporta Potty is the team name. I will let you know, dear God, this seems to be the most common fantasy football team name this year. I don't know if it's because I drafted so much Sam Laporta this year, but I can't see it again. I can't see it again. But anyway, looking at this with the league analyzer, we are middle of the road. We are currently the 6th team. We are 4-2 though, which is a really nice spot to be in. This is kind of the same spot that I'm in as well in my league, where if you look at the league analyzer, I'm an average team, but I'm actually getting a little bit lucky and I'm 4-2. But regardless, love to see it. It's a 12-team league, so options on the waiver wire we shouldn't expect to be that strong. But also, it is a league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So with that in mind, wide receiver depth will be a little bit more important. Here, going over to quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jalen Hurts. When we have Hurts, obviously, quarterback that we're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. Do not need to roster another. Absolutely love to see it. Already through his bye week as well. Now, going over to what we have at running back, I actually like that we are rostering this many RBs and prioritizing the guys that are an injury away from all of a sudden making a massive difference. Now, with that being said, our top 3 names, we can start with confidence. I'm confident we can start Gibbs at RB1. I'm confident we can start Brian Robinson at RB2. And I'm confident that Rico Dowdle is a decent depth play when we need him. Now, looking at the depth running backs beyond this, for me personally, I am actually probably going to go ahead and drop Jerome Ford. Looking at the options that you have available to you on the waiver wire, I think I would probably drop Jerome Ford for Ray Davis. Now that you have Nick Chubb coming back in, we know that the Browns offense is garbage and Jerome Ford's dealing with an injury. So I think dropping Ford for Ray Davis makes a decent amount of sense. Going over to wide receiver, we are rolling with Garrett Wilson, who does take a hit with the Davante Adams trade, clearly. We have Brian Thomas, we have Zay Flowers, we have Jalen Tolbert, we have Adam Thielen. So the wide receiver room definitely takes a hit post Adams deal. I'm assuming that Adam Thielen is on the waiver wire for us. If Thielen was not on the waiver wire, it would be the easiest spot in the world to go ahead and to drop Adam Thielen. Wide receiver, you actually have some pretty quality names down here where I would love to pick up Rome Odunze. I would drop Jalen Tolbert for Rome Odunze, looking at the long-term upside of a wide receiver that was a top 10 NFL draft pick with a great profile that is flashed early on, while at the same time, his rookie quarterback is naturally progressing as we go through the season. So first thing we do is we drop Jerome Ford, we pick up Ray Davis. Second thing we do is we drop Jalen Tolbert and pick up Rome Odunze. Rome Odunze is the highest quality waiver wire pickup that we have here. Outside of potentially what we are looking at tight end, I would actually have said that maybe it would make sense to potentially trade Sam Laporta in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade elsewhere. Go get an upgrade to another elite tight end like Kittle, Bowers, Kelsey, etc., etc. However, because you have Evan Ingram out there on the waiver wire, instead, what I'm going to look to do is I'm going to look to drop Raheem Mostert, pick up Evan Ingram. If somebody else beats you to Evan Ingram, then we're going to drop Raheem Mostert and we're going to go get Cole Kmet. And there, I'm completely fine rostering 2 tight ends rest of season, even with Laporta being through his bye. I mean, what's so frustrating as somebody who drafted a lot of Sam Laporta this year is this is somebody that finally gets there for us this week, which I would love to come out and I would love to say, oh my gosh, Laporta's breaking out. We can rely on him. He got there off a trick play in one freaking target. Like, I don't think you can trust Laporta as a standalone tight end rest of season. In the Flock League, I'll probably roster 2 of these guys going forward. I would love to drop Mostert, pick up either Ingram or Kmet, whoever you can get, preferably Evan Ingram. And then after you drop Mostert, Ford, Jalen Tolbert, and you pick up those 3 top options, honestly, I think that there aren't really too many trades that we are looking to make. I'll really like the roster construction at that point. And obviously, we just kind of have to hope that Garrett Wilson's able to hold on to, a decent amount of targets. We don't need to see 12 targets a game, but maybe we can still see 9 targets a game and get the efficiency bump with Davante Adams coming over and making this a better offense. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And also, I wish that I had some trades for you, but I think really waiver wire moves are just the way to go about that. But thank you for taking advantage of the Underdog promo as well. Now let's move this over to a trade question from Ryan. Says, I need running backs, not quarterback and wide receivers. He has downs. I could press him to add to make it fair, but he doesn't want to. So going from Flowers and Purdy to J.K. Dobbins, if you desperately need running back help, I'm okay with it. If you look at Flowers versus Dobbins in our rest of season ranks, I have Dobbins a little bit higher. Looking at where we are at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jordan Love, so we're never really starting Brock Purdy over Jordan Love. So I would love to get him to add another option here if possible. Like if we could go through and if we could get him to add, say, Kareem Hunt would be a no-brainer. But really, that's the only thing. If we could get him to add AR, love it, but I doubt he does it. But yeah, if you were desperate for a running back, I understand the trade, but I don't think you're getting a massive upgrade. I do view Flowers and Dobbins very similarly. Now, Alistair Bell. I'm an idiot. I can't read. Coming out with a trade question. Kareem Hunt, Puka, Lamar versus Stroud, Aaron Jones, Higgins. Lamar to Stroud, serious downgrade in a 4-point passing touchdown format. Puka to Higgins, up to you and your roster. Kareem Hunt to Aaron Jones, clear upgrade. I would rather keep the best player in the deal. I'd rather keep Lamar Jackson. Now that you have, say, Aaron Jones getting the addition of Cam Akers in his backfield, it doesn't make me concerned for Aaron Jones's job. I still very easily view Aaron Jones as the starting running back here in Minnesota. I don't think that Akers is going to have a large role with a healthy Aaron Jones. My thought process is, hell, they're going out of their way and trading for Cam Akers. This probably means that Aaron Jones is going to miss some time, and maybe the injury is more serious than we gave it credit for initially. So I would rather just go ahead and I'd rather roll with the best player in the deal, which I perceive to be Lamar Jackson. Now moving over to Vanderbilt, this is a trade question here where we are trading Kyler and Jacobs for Allen and Aaron Jones. So similar to what we just said in the previous question, I think the addition of Cam Akers makes it where you should be worried about the availability of Aaron Jones in the short term. Now going from Kyler to Josh Allen is a serious upgrade. Going from Jacobs to Aaron Jones is a downgrade. I think probably you go with the Josh Allen and Aaron Jones side unless you're a 2-4 roster, unless you're a 1-5 roster and you're saying, Mason, the main thing that I need to focus in on is production right now, and I can't think about long-term upside. Now going over for Bodie says, we have Nico on the IR and Marv and Olave are dealing with concussions. Or do you think Marv plays since it's on Monday? It is way too early. If I have Marvin Harrison Jr., I'm not planning on playing him. Looking at what our pivot options are. Oh, dear God. We are going to have to start Demario Douglas, aren't we? And what sucks is Douglas plays so damn early. So here's what I would do if possible. If possible, freaking drop Bub. Like, what the hell? We're rostering Bub Means? There is no world in which I would ever start this dude. Drop him and pick up Michael Wilson if Michael Wilson is somehow out there on the waiver wire. That way we could potentially I don't know, potentially playing on Harrison. And if he doesn't play, we are going to be able to pivot to somebody else. Oh, dear God. We have 2 flex spots we got to fill out. How ugly is this about to be? Are you telling me we're going to have to get Bub in this lineup? For the flex spots, we have no Nico. We're assuming no Harrison, no Olave. We go Charbonnet and Ty Chandler if Aaron Jones misses. Now, if Aaron Jones misses, I'd rather have Cam Akers. So you know what you probably do is probably drop this you drop this dude, pick up Cam Akers, and maybe throw Akers in this week. Yeah, everybody coming through, and everybody wants you to go with Bub. I mean, I can't come close to it. Now, a myth, always happy to see you coming out with a trade question here, says, what do you thinking? Because Drake is looking like a PPR beast and Hurts' floor is too good to lose. So St. Brown to Drake London is a downgrade. Wide receiver 3 to wide receiver 8 in our rankings. Ayuk to Ladd is a downgrade. Wide receiver 32 to wide receiver 39 in our ranks. Going from Jordan Love to Jalen Hurts is a massive upgrade here, particularly in a 4-point passing touchdown format. Now, with that being said, I would probably just hold on to the best player in the deal here with St. Brown, especially with St. Brown already throwing his bye as well. And with the injury to Hutchinson, I think the Lions may have to be a little bit more pass happy here. Now, Bucky Wildcard coming out with a trade where we are sending Chase and Burrow, we better be getting a lot, for Daniels, Jacobs, and London. So Burrow to Daniels, clear upgrade in a 4-point passing touchdown league. Chase to London, clear downgrade. And we're getting Josh Jacobs for our troubles. Currently at running back, this team is sitting with Ramondre Stevenson, Kyron Williams, and that's it. So this team desperately needs a running back. And for that reason, plus we're getting the quarterback upgrade, I think you can go ahead and make this trade. it does look like London projects out to be a top 10 wide receiver rest of season. This Atlanta Falcons offense, yet again, is at the very top of sportsbooks this week with their implied team total, where right now they are projected out to be the second highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. Really just bodes well for London rest of season here. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take London, Jacobs, and Jaden Daniels. Now, Alphonse coming out with a team review, says currently 4-2. It's a 2-player keeper league. Okay, so here's an issue that we have with the league analyzer, to be completely honest with you, my friend, is if it is a keeper league, we are identifying it as if it's a dynasty format, and we are pulling in my dynasty rankings rather than the redraft rankings. Whereas if you're playing in a 2-player keeper league, what we should be optimizing for is we should be optimizing for production this season and not thinking nearly as much about the long-term value. So the league analyzer here is complete garbage. You throw it away. The rankings that are attached to it are complete garbage. Throw it away. Still going to be very excited to check it out. But my keepers next year could be HN in the 7th and Kyron in the 16th. Well, no matter what, we are starting Kyron in the 6th, keeping Kyron in the 16th. So right now we are 4-2, obviously exciting spot to be in, but in a 2-player keeper league, we are just fundamentally looking at what we should have in terms of production this season. It is a super flex league as well. So absolutely love, and I mean love, the quarterback room that we have, where we have the 2 top-end quarterbacks rest of season here with Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow, able to start them every single freaking week. This is a nutso team. This is literally insane. We go over to running back. We have 3 top 10 running backs rest of season. We have 2 top 3 running backs with Derrick Henry, Kyron Williams, and Devon Achane. The depth beyond this, we're rolling with Jalen Wright, Blake Corum, and Emmanuel Wilson. Pretty much just these premium handcuff RBs. Going over to wide receiver depth is going to matter a bit here because of the amount of players we can get into this lineup. We are currently sitting with Keon Coleman, T. Higgins, Deontay Johnson, Terry McLaurin. So Deontay Johnson, T. Higgins, Terry McLaurin, 3 very solid wide receiver starters here every single week. Tight end obviously is absolutely garbage here with Mark Andrews, but we have Cade Otton breaking out here in Chicago in an offense that looks to have significantly more passing volume than you otherwise thought. So realistically, as we sit here with this team, I have no idea what the hell I can possibly say. We've dealt with the T. Higgins injury. We dealt with Deontay Johnson having to play with Bryce Young. We dealt with the Tua injury impacting both Tua as well as Devon Achane. We've already gone through the bye weeks for Tua, Achane, Kyron Williams. We obviously now know to start. Oh, I thought we had Cole Kmet, not Cade Otton. I'm sorry. I thought we had Cole Kmet for a second. Really, I guess the only thing we can do in this instance then is go ahead and trade for a tight end. Now, the issue is in terms of trading for a tight end, like I said, I read it as Cole Kmet. I apologize. But in trading for a tight end here, who are we supposed to give up? Because it is a team where we can start more wide receivers weekly than what you're typically used to in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the wide receiver depth does matter a bit more. We're great at, I don't want to sell a quarterback. I don't want to sell a running back. Tight end in this league format is going to be making up a smaller percentage of our starting lineup output than it would in a regular fantasy football league. Chef says got to trade Cade in a wide receiver for a better tight end. I would agree with you if this was a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. If this is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I think going through and trading Deontay Johnson with Cade Otton to go get an upgrade at tight end would be an absolute no-brainer. However, this is a league where we can actually start T. Higgins, Deontay Johnson, Terry McLaurin every single week. None of these receivers either have gone through their bye. So realistically speaking, we actually kind of need the wide receiver depth. So as we sit here with this team, I think I am completely fine punting tight ends, and I hate to say it, but leaving this team as is. I really appreciate you being a member of the flock. I really wish that I had something for you, but the team's overcome a bunch of stuff so far this year, and we're still 4-2. I think it's going to be even better going into the future. So I wish I had something for you here, but I think you're in a really good spot where I can't have much. But let's move over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. Please, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. We'll be excited to answer as many as we can for free here. And also, if you have not done so already, please drop a like on this live stream. Fewer than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. And I mean, come on, what do we got to do? We've live streamed every single day in every single football season since 2020 without a day off. So even when we lost our voice, we freaking went live and embarrassed ourselves. So hit that like button and let me know if you have any questions in the live chat. Okay. Oh, Redemption says, I traded Pollard for Amari 3 days ago. Is that a W? It depends on your format. If it's a league where you can get a bunch of wide receivers into your lineup, then sure. But Pollard looks like he's set up to crush here with the Tajay Spears injury. So obviously, Amari Cooper is a lot more exciting now that you have the injury specifically. I'm sorry, not the injury, the trade. So you no longer have to deal with Deshaun Watson. However, with that being said, Pollard's a 3-down back with receiving usage. So I don't know. Henry says Bub Means or Marvin Harrison Jr. rest of season. So we are up to, you know what? Let's update the rankings with Bub Means right now. Let's get him in. Because honestly, I have not had a chance to update the rankings with him since you had the injuries to Shaheed and Chris Olave. But now with Bub Means, we really do have to go through and like rethink everything. I've titled this live stream, Everything Has Changed, kind of referencing what we have with the situation with Adams, Amari, blah, blah, blah. At least maybe that's what people think. What's hilarious is he's not even in the database. No, he is. He's right here. But that's what people think. The reality is we titled this live stream, Everything Has Changed, because Bub Memes is finally about to get his shot. So let's move him from the graveyard. I will let you know my rankings 100 on flockfantasy.com mean nothing. I spend 0 time with him. That's the graveyard. When a player is interesting, then we'll move him up here to the 60th range. But honestly, with no Olave and with no Shaheed, given the talent that Bub has, I think you really have to slide him in probably around the range of Drake London rest of season, where like I would rather a Bub over like let's say even Tyreek Hill, like Bub versus Tyreek when you have Spencer Rattler in New Orleans versus the garbage quarterback play you have in Miami. Like I'd rather a Bub in the short term, but maybe you'd rather have Tyreek in the long term when Tua comes back in. So I don't know. We'll put him in about wide receiver 8. So yeah, we would rather have him over Harrison, of course. I know that people think maybe he's a top 5 wide receiver. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Bub Memes comes out on Thursday night and he proves us wrong. And all of a sudden I have egg on my face because we ranked him too low at wide receiver 8. But we can at least see it first. Forskin says trade Bijan for Tyreek in a full PPR league. Yeah, it would. Because personally, I do expect that Tyreek Hill is going to be coming. I'm sorry, Tua is going to be coming back. Let's move this over. Tyrone says drop Tucker Kraft for Evan Ingram. Yes, I would. If you look at Tucker Kraft, I still think he's a low-end tight end one rest of season. But fundamentally, the issue that you're going to have, of course, is that there's so many receivers in Green Bay that you do have to be concerned about just the target share being watered down for the tight end position here with Kraft. PJ Nasty says, sell Debo with Sticky Ricky coming in. Ooh, y'all have no idea how much money I will print if Sticky Ricky turns out to be a thing with my underdog teams. So I promise you, once Ricky Pearsall is in, there will be no player that I'm rooting for harder to just go out there and pick up a random touchdown or two. Now, with that being said, will he have any impact on Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk? No, he will not. He will not. Let's move this over. Aleem says, Mason, how are your underdog teams doing? They're actually doing incredibly well. Like this year in a lot of underdog drafts, like I can go through and let you know how many teams I'm advancing in Best Ball Mania. Last I checked, it was like 30 plus. Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. Now, I will be honest with you. I may or may not have gotten lucky that I did not draft much Rashee Rice. Actually, it looks like I'm now no longer advancing as many teams in Best Ball Mania. Let me do the math here. We're now advancing 28 teams in Best Ball Mania, but I got very lucky in that I didn't draft a ton of Rashee Rice, where obviously it looked like if you didn't have Rice, you had no shot to win. And now that Rice is down, I think my teams are even going to do better. Because right now in the top of underdog leagues, you have a lot of Rashee Rice teams just because Rice was, the absolute crusher, and he looked like the league winner through the first 3 weeks. But those Rice teams will fall as the season goes on. So my underdog teams are doing very well, but I think we honestly kind of got lucky. And probably zero of those teams have Allen Lazard that I drafted. Okay. Now, Phantom says, I traded Dobbins and Lazard for Marvin. I'm assuming you mean Marvin. I was going Marv W, like Marv Wilson. Who the hell are you talking about? But no, Marvin Harrison Jr. Is this a W? Yes, that's 100% a W. It's actually funny that last night in the live stream, I threw in the towel and I went, okay, I pretended that Allen Lazard's not a thing for God knows how long, and now he keeps doing this. I'll give the man his credit, blah, 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 blah. And we move Lazard in a range that all of a sudden he maybe could be a viable flex for you. And then Adams gets stealth and Lazard has zero value. Like, drop Lazard if you have him. Nail the Goat says, how is Bub a top 10 player? If you look at Bub memes, if we are talking raw talent in the NFL, I probably put Tyreek Hill 1 at wide receiver, Justin Jefferson 2. And then after that, to put anybody other than Bub, you would have to be trolling. Obviously, with Spencer Rattler, it's not a great situation. But just from a raw talent perspective, this is somebody that's comparable to Jefferson. It's somebody that's comparable to Tyreek. So I don't know how you don't have him. Top 10, yeah. Best draft prospect I've seen. Bub over Jefferson. Let's see our next one. Alonso says, how do we load ESPN leagues? It gives a desktop extension. So if you play on ESPN, and obviously I'm joking with Bob Beams, for the love of God. Come on. Read the room. Read the room. Shouldn't have to say that. But anyway, if you're wanting to go ahead and link any teams on flockfantasy.com, you can do this for completely free and look at the league analyzer. Just go hit add new sleeper ESPN Yahoo. If you play in a private ESPN league, which I'm sure that you do, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to do it on desktop. You have to log into ESPN on one window. You're going to have to use our extension, and then you're going to have to hit sync, and then we can go ahead and sync sync your ESPN team with the site. It's a pain in the butt that you have to do it, but you only have to do it once, and then you can delete the extension if you want to afterwards. At least I think you can. I'm almost certain you can. And then, yeah, your team's linked for the rest of the year. Okay. COB says, how do you get a free team review? If you want one of the free team reviews in the live stream that we are doing every single day, which you can pivot back over to right now, I would go over to Underdog Fantasy. You can find that link in the live chat and in the description. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting that free Bo Nix pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game. And you'll get a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to go ahead and accredit with that free team review voucher. And once you have that voucher, or if you ever wanted to just ask any questions over on flockfantasy.com, you can go over to the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can ask a trade question, start sit question, super message, or you can get a team review, whatever you are wanting. And you can find both those links in the description as well as the live chats. But let's move this over to our next question here. This next question, let's see if this refresh button works. It doesn't. So let's just refresh the page. This next question is a trade question from Ginger Baby. This is a second rounder in Leggett versus DeAndre Swift. I'm assuming that this is a dynasty format. If you're a rebuilding team, this is a fine price point to get out of DeAndre Swift at. Obviously, Swift for a contending roster is going to have a considerable amount of value, but DeAndre Swift specifically for a rebuilder, I mean, it really should not be somebody that you're banking on in 2025 and beyond. Where Leggett does have the round one NFL draft capital attached to him. And at the same time, obviously getting the second rounders a little bit of a sweetener. Now going over to Diabetro says, I was just sent a trade after the deal for Adams. Is it smart to give up after holding on to him? If we're looking at Adams versus Diggs and Bucky, I think I'd prefer to go with Diggs and Bucky because for the time being, obviously it may not be the case for the rest of the year, but for the time being, Stephon Diggs has less target competition and better quarterback play. So if you're going to be getting Bucky Irving on top of this for free, I think I would cash out on Adams at this price point. Now, Johnsky coming out with a massive dono says, sup, Mason. More context on this trade. We have Harrison, Devontae, Wandale, Ladd, Kelsey, and Bijan. I've been struggling all year at RB2. I think I would go ahead and do this. Obviously, if we are looking at what we have specifically with Cooper Kupp, if Kupp does come back in this week, I think he is immediately a mid-wide receiver one. But at the same time, I think we can say with Jonathan Taylor, if Jonathan Taylor comes back in this week, Jonathan Taylor is a mid running back one. So mid wide receiver one versus mid RB1, both dealing with injuries. Running back production is a little bit harder to come by. If you're saying that we need running back in particular, where we also have Harrison and Devontae and Ladd and Wandale, I think you can go ahead and you can do it. Now, Dave coming out with a massive donor for a team review says, Mason, I need help. I'm 2-4. I'm not very high on the waiver wire, 9, so my chances of picking up a stud are not good. I need to make a move ASAP. Should I send some trades? And if so, for who? I'm the guy who emailed you the Discord invite to help with the developer. Thank you so much. I am really happy that we were able to get you sorted out. It makes me feel really good. But what does not make me feel good, to be completely honest with you, my friend, is looking at the league analyzer, we are getting crushed. We are down here in the 8th spot. The team at 1 has a full-blown juggernaut where they're rolling out Barkley, Montgomery, Pollard at running back. Wide receiver, they have Chase, Adams, Flowers. They have Josh Allen and George Kittle at quarterback and tight ends. So this is going to put us in a very difficult position to overcome this team. Now, going back to our team here, we are currently sitting at 2-4. Now, it's been a brutal season so far this year, where we are currently sitting with Kenneth Walker as well as Christian McCaffrey. Now, going into the future, we're very excited about these running backs, obviously. But for what we have dealt with so far this year, it's not a super exciting situation in which, obviously, we had the injury previously with Kenneth Walker. Christian McCaffrey is still injured. So it's not a super easy spot at running back for what we've had. Also, going over to wide receiver, we had Devonta Smith get injured earlier in the year. And on top of this, we had Jaden Reed's quarterback get injured earlier in the season. So as we look at this team, and Travis Kelce was a bum through the first 2 weeks. So as we look at this team, we can very easily see why it has struggled, how it has struggled. And I think with a lot of these players, the future is probably brighter than what the past is. Now, with that being said, going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently rolling out Kyler Murray. With Kyler Murray, for me personally, I am viewing him as a mid-ish QB in a 12-team league. I think he's a below-average QB1, specifically in a 10-team format. Now, with that being said, it is a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So it's a league in which the depth doesn't matter too much. So what I would potentially look to do is, honestly, as we look at running back here, I think you can take somebody that was a buy low candidate for us early in the year in J.K. Dobbins, when we really don't need to start Dobbins when we have Walker, the Niners backs, and James Conner. And if you could take Dobbins and Kyler and make a 2-for-1 pivot to a team that potentially needs some help at running back for an elite QB, I think that could make a lot of sense. Like going over to this roster here, this team has Kamara, Najee, Charbonnet, Mostert at running back, so they don't particularly have the running back depth. However, at quarterback, they are currently sitting with Lamar and Daniels. So if we would be able to trade them, say Kyler and Dobbins, and get to Lamar Jackson, or Kyler and James Conner to get to Lamar Jackson, I think that would make a lot of sense. Now, going over to maybe another team that potentially could be looking at that with you. I mean, this team has Allen, but also at the same time, they have plenty of running back depth. This team has plenty of running back depth. So really, this is going to be the only team that maybe would be interested in buying that running back depth from you. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver. Wide receiver, not good in a 10-team league. In a 10-team league in particular, I'm expecting that Devonta Smith and Jaden Reed are wide receiver 2 options instead of wide receiver 1s. We have JSN here as, a fill-in spot. You do have Smith already through his bye. You don't have Reed yet. Ridley and Leggett kind of look like bums. I mean, if we could, I know you said that we are not high on the waiver wire priority list. But, if you could go ahead and cut Leggett and pick up Juju Smith-Schuster, I would. I would do that relatively easily, to be honest with you, based off the offenses that they're in. But you know what actually I would do instead is I would probably use what you have, say, with the tight end position, where we have Kelce, so you're not going to need a backup tight end at any point this year. Kelce's already through his bye. So instead of cutting Leggett, I'd probably cut Dalton Schultz for the wide receiver pickup. If you can't get Juju, if you can't get Keon Coleman, if you can't get Jalen Tolbert, a Romeo Doubs, then going over to running back, I think you could pick up Ray Davis, Roshan Johnson. And honestly, those running backs would probably be preferable as well if you were to trade your depth RB with Dobbins or with James Conner, with Kyler Murray. That way you could pivot over to the elite level quarterback like Lamar Jackson. So I think that's probably the priority move that we have, is to go up and pay for the elite level quarterback by selling a running back depth piece, to make the small adjustment over there on the waiver wire by dropping our backup tight ends and instead pivoting over to an exciting receiver off of waivers. But again, thank you. Really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, going over to Tommy's question. This is Kamara and Josh Downs versus Zay Flowers and Amari Cooper. So I'm going to be on record. Obviously, Amari gets a massive bump up with the quarterback change from Watson to Allen. And at the same time, Downs gets a massive bump down with the quarterback change from specifically Flacco to Anthony Richardson. But Alvin Kamara is by far and away the best player in the deal. You go with Alvin Kamara. Now, Vader coming out with a trade question. Says, I'm 4-2, and we have Jefferson, London, Debo, and Waddle if I gave up Godwin. I would rather have Godwin over Harrison rest of season, even with a 4-2 roster where we are thinking a little more long-term with the slot usage that you have for Chris Godwin at the moment and how damn good Baker Mayfield looks. I think if you're making this pivot, we need to be charging a slightly higher premium because you're really taking on the risk. And yeah, if you're taking on the risk, I'm fine with it with your roster. You just need to be getting compensated for it. Now, Schlinky coming out says, we have Fields, so I'm panicking at quarterback. Brian Thomas Jr. is an 8th round keeper value. Is this the right price? So it's very difficult for me to answer keeper. Schlinky, if you are in the live chat, let me know how many keepers you get week to week. Please, I'm sorry, year to year. How many guys do you get to keep? Because if you can keep 2 or 3 guys, then honestly, this doesn't matter because, I mean, you can make an argument that you may not even keep Brian Thomas. If you can keep 10 plus guys, then all of a sudden we're for sure keeping Brian Thomas, and it really does matter for the long-term upside. But as it stands right now, if we think about this from a redraft perspective, which is if you keep fewer than 5 players, you should be thinking about it from a redraft perspective. Going from Dell to Addison, slight downgrade. But Brian Thomas to Lamar Jackson is a massive upgrade here, especially if we were relying on Justin Fields, who just got benched for Russ. So I would prefer to go ahead and I would take Lamar and Addison. But obviously it depends. Like if you have 10 plus keepers, then maybe at that point you kind of hold on to Thomas. Now, Jake coming out with a trade question says, hey, Mason, fell to 5-1 after Goddard's 0-point game. Okay, fell to 5-1. Boo-hoo. I'm crying for you, my friend. I'm real sad for you being 5-1. Do you think this trade makes my team better or worse? Reed to DJ Moore is a downgrade. Darnold's a streaming quarterback. Tucker Kraft, low end, tight end 1. We have Anthony Richardson. I would start Anthony Richardson over Darnold this week, to be honest with you. Actually, that's probably a lie. I'd probably go Darnold with the matchup. DJ Moore has some serious target competition in Chicago. The thing is, we have to think about who we have to drop if we make this deal. Because, like, I could say, like, oh, if... just say hypothetically, right? We're making these numbers up completely. But let's say Jaden Reed's worth $1. DJ Moore is worth 90 cents. Tucker Kraft's worth 6 cents. And Sam Darnold's worth 6 cents. You can add them up and go, oh, there's more value on the Sam Darnold, Tucker Kraft, DJ Moore side. But you also have to give up 2 guys at the bottom end of your roster. So who are the 2 players that you drop? Probably Emmanuel Wilson and Tyrone Tracy. These are the probably 2 guys you have to let go of. You're going to get Tua back off the IR relatively soon. Then at that point, we cut Sam Darnold so we can activate Tua? So, no, I think we hold on to Jaden Reed. I know needing to get a tight end fill in for the Goddard injury, but I don't know. Can y'all let me know in the live chat, what is the timetable for Goddard here? How many weeks should we be expecting us to have no Dallas Goedert? Now, Ethan coming out with a trade question. Running backs are Kyron, Bijan, CMC, Mason, Stevenson, Irving. Tight end is Kraft. Other receivers are Debo and Neighbors. Swift to Bowers, massive upgrade. Adams to Tyreek, massive upgrade. Yeah, absolutely no brainer. Go get Tyreek Hill. Absolutely no brainer. Emmanuel Sauce says, hey, Mason, I'm confused on why we had dropped Juju for Worthy. Juju Smith-Schuster has had one game of 130 receiving yards or more since 2018. Xavier Worthy is the wide receiver that just went round 1 of the NFL draft that has flashed through the first 4 weeks of his NFL career. You would prefer Xavier Worthy over Juju Smith-Schuster. Okay. Now, Jay Dollarsign coming out with a team review. Always happy to see, always out here, says, is it time to sell Kyron? No, it is not, to be honest with you. I thought the time to sell Kyron was when you had the Cup injury and you just had all the injuries to this Rams offensive line as well. But honestly, as we're sitting here now with Kyron Williams, coming out of the bye week, this Los Angeles Rams offense looks to be a little bit healthier, and we should actually expect that you get extended drives, additional trips to the red zone, and more goal line opportunities for Kyron Williams in general. So I would actually say for sure not. Hold on to Kyron. My only player seems to be the only player people are interested in. All my receivers have red flags. I sent forward for Rome 2 weeks ago. Looks great. I'm at rock bottom, about to start Demario Douglas over Brandon Ayuk. Do not do that. Would love trade/waiver wire suggestions. Thanks, and keep on flocking. Much love, my friend. Really do appreciate you, and thank you for always being out here with us. But let's dive into this. Can't craft a lineup. We are the number 10 team in the league analyzer, so we are near the bottom. And at the same time, we are 3-3. So we definitely need to focus in on getting some wins in right now. Now, with all this being said, there should be decent options available to you on waivers weekly here. Looking at quarterback, like Anthony Richardson is available to you on your waiver wire. If you were a team that had like Sam Darnold as their starting QB, I'd say for sure go pick up Anthony Richardson as a potential upside play. The issue is we have Jalen Hurts, right? So if we have Hurts already through his bye week as well, there's just no way that we can reasonably roster a backup quarterback knowing that there's no world in which we are ever starting them over Jalen Hurts. Going over to what we have at running back, we're currently rolling out Kyron Williams as an elite RB1. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, so we are optimizing for the upside. We have Zach Moss, Blake Corum, Antonio Gibson, Trey Sermon. So at this point, looks like Sermon is a player that we can drop. I would drop Trace. I would honestly make a bunch of different moves here. I would completely redo this bench with the waiver wire options that are available to you. I would drop Blake Corum, Antonio Gibson, and Trey Sermon, even if we have Kyron Williams with this team. And I would go ahead and I'd pick up Tyler Algier, Ray Davis, and Roshan Johnson. Obviously, you can see our rankings. I would drop Sermon first, pick up Algier first. I would drop Gibson second to pick up Ray Davis second, unless you think that you are going to have potentially James Cook missing this week. Then in that case, Ray Davis becomes the best pickup. And now Blake Corum, dropping for Roshan. I think Roshan has a more upside ultimately, especially as a receiver. And then going over to wide receiver, I think I would actually, I need to update Demario Douglas in the rest of season ranks. Thank God we can see him here. Let me go ahead and update him. Honestly, as we update him, we'll probably slide up the league analyzer, maybe a spot. It definitely wouldn't be any more than that. But looking at Demario Douglas, clearly he is now worthy of actually being ranked. I would rather have Douglas over Lazard. I'd rather him over Johnston. I'd rather him over Wicks. I'd probably put Demario Douglas in at about wide receiver 62. If Drake May continues to improve this Pats offense, then we'd be a little more excited about him. But I still would drop Demario Douglas in favor of these guys like DeAndre Hopkins and Jerry Jeudy. But wide receiver, we have Garrett Wilson, obviously, with the addition of Devontae Adams. We are having to lower our expectations in general. A Jalen Waddle, more of a long-term play. If this was a team that was 2-4, if this was a team that was 1-5, maybe I would say you need to panic and you need to see if we could go ahead and actually sell Jalen Waddle. But here you're 3-3, so we can think long-term upside. Dell looks like he's a play now with the Nico Collins injury. Brandon Ayuk, I would get him in the lineup in here for a flex spot on a little bit of a weaker team, but definitely not something that you're absolutely having excitement about. Going over to tight ends, dropping Tucker Kraft for Cole Kmet would be tough considering the fact that Kmet is on bye. I think the other option is, honestly, instead of dropping Demario Douglas for a wide receiver, I would drop Demario Douglas and pick up Tucker Kraft. Or I honestly would still probably go through and drop Demario Douglas to pick up David Njoku if that was possible. I mean, if you could not get Cole Kmet. So I'm sorry that we're stumbling over our words here. It's late. I've been awake for way too long. But I honestly don't think you make any trades. I think that this team will get better as the year goes on. I think the main adjustments that I'm looking to make is I think that I would go ahead and I would cut Blake Corum, Antonio Gibson, Trey Sermon. I'd pick up Algier, Ray Davis, Roschon Johnson. I would go ahead and I would most likely move on from Demario Douglas in favor of Cole Kmet. That way we can reevaluate what Tucker Kraft does this week. And we can potentially move over and pivot to Cole Kmet the week after. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. I know it sucks that your league mates don't want to trade with you, but the answer to like your league mates not wanting to trade with you isn't like, oh, okay, let me give him Kyron Williams. It's like, oh, okay, let's just focus in on waiver wire options instead. Now going over to a super message, a massive donor from Sal Parisi, always out here, says, is it worth dropping Worthy or Keenan to stash Pacheco? No IR slots. I have Jefferson, Debo, Deontay, Waddle, plus which of the two wide receivers do I keep in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 2 running back, single flex league? If it is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where the only thing that we care about is upside rest of season, I think that you could make an argument to drop Keenan Allen in favor of Isaiah Pacheco, where Pacheco, there's a real shot that he never comes back. But if Pacheco were to play, he would make a much larger impact in your lineup in comparison to what you have specifically with Keenan Allen. Now, it's not necessarily something that you are needing to do here, of course. Now, specifically looking at what we have with our roster, if we are keeping 2 of these guys going into next year, I would expect that 100% obviously we are keeping Jefferson. And the real question would come down to either Deebo Samuel or Jalen Waddle. But we probably don't keep Deontay with the age. And I probably would actually lean with holding on to Jalen Waddle next year. Obviously, we'll get more information with this. But how things look as of now is based off the Niners drafting Ricky Pearsall in round 1, as well as the fact that they go through and they give Brandon Ayuk the extension. I think that there's a real shot that Deebo Samuel is not a Niner next year. So in that case, I think Deebo Samuel's probably a lot less appealing in 2025, which is something to note in your dynasty leagues, of course, that Deebo could get scaled back. But Birdman coming out, this is a 5-1, 12-team full PBR. Should I look to trade Wilson? We have Godwin, London, Kyron, Hall, and who are we going to look to target? So I'll show you who we have ahead of Garrett Wilson in our rest of season rankings right now. Right now, I currently have Stephon Diggs, Devonta Smith, Mike Evans, Deebo Samuel, Marvin Harrison. My target of who I think would actually be very easy to trade for is with Devontae Adams going over to the Jets. I think I would pivot off of Garrett Wilson for Marvin Harrison Jr. Obviously, the Harrison owners probably very frustrated with what you have specifically with the concussion, the 0-point game, and the fact that he has been up and down all season now. But long-term here, when Wilson is fully healthy, when Harrison is fully healthy, I would prefer Harrison over Wilson. Now, let's move this over to Frano's coming out with a massive dono. Says, hey, Mason, hope everything's well. I'm thinking of trading Hall for a stud wide receiver like Chase or Neighbors. Ideally, I could get a stud wide receiver myself. Okay. So first thing is, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the wide receiver depth's not going to be super important. With that being said, we are the 4th team in the league analyzer. The team at 1 is an absolute juggernaut. The team at 1 has Barkley, Jefferson, Malik Neighbors, Trey McBride, Brock Bowers. I mean, why the hell were they rostering this much tight end value? Take away the tight end value, they're not that strong, actually. And after that, looking at the other top 5 teams, they're all about the same. But the bottom 5 teams in this league are absolute garbage. I can go ahead and look at this team here near the very bottom. Their wide receiver 1's Jalen Waddle. Obviously, really, they're only holding on because of Lamar. But regardless, here we are currently sitting with the 4th best team in the league analyzer. The first move that we are going to be looking to make very, very easily, especially knowing that this is a situation in which you are considering selling one of your running backs, is we are wanting to go through and we are wanting to drop the backup quarterback in Justin Fields. The Steelers are talking about starting Russell Wilson. And at the same time here, we have Jalen Hurts already through his bye. So obviously we can start Jalen Hurts every single week, regardless of what the matchup is. So you drop Justin Fields with the number 1 pickup, and it's not even remotely close. If your league operates with the fab budget, you blow it. And we are going to go ahead and we are going to be looking at Jonathan Brooks off the waiver wire. Let's go from Fields to Brooks if possible. And then at that point at running back, we have Breece, Bijan, Connor, and Chuba Hubbard. And instead of trading Breece Hall in this instance, I would probably prefer us to go through and try to squeeze some value out of a depth running back here in a 2-for-1 deal with the wide receiver to get an upgrade at wide receiver that way. Like if you could go ahead and if you could package together, say, Chuba Hubbard, a running back that we don't particularly need, as we have Breece, Bijan, James Conner, and a running back that probably will see his workload diminish as Jonathan Brooks comes into this offense. If you could take Chuba Hubbard and package him with Amari Cooper and go get that stud wide receiver in that way, I think that would be a much better play. And at the same time, I think we can go ahead and we can presumably find a team that needs some help at running back. Like Chuba Hubbard could absolutely save some rosters here. Like we go ahead and look at this team. This team has the James Cook injury, the Ramondre Stevenson injury, the Devin Singletary injury, and the Tajay Spears injury. This team here that's 2-4 is absolutely screwed at running back. You send them Chuba Hubbard, they should be thanking you to the heavens. I mean, Chuba Hubbard would save them. Going through and looking at what we have specifically with their wide receiver room, they're currently sitting with Tyreek Hill. So if we could potentially go ahead, send them Chuba Hubbard and a wide receiver to get to Tyreek, that would be a no-brainer. Like if you could send them Chuba and Puka Nacua, Chuba and Amari Cooper, Chuba and Brandon Ayuk, or James Conner in one of those wide receivers to get to Tyreek Hill. They're 2-4. Maybe they're thinking a little more short-term than long-term. I think we would love to make that move. That would be the trade at running back I'm looking to make. Going over to this other team that needs help at running back right now. They had the Christian McCaffrey injury. They had the Travis Etienne injury. Right now, they're probably starting Austin Eckler. If you wanted to go ahead and see if we could send them maybe James Conner straight up for Christian McCaffrey or Chuba Hubbard straight up for Christian McCaffrey, give them some help where they're 2-4. They need production right now. And we go ahead and we get that long-term upgrade there at running back. I think that could be an appealing play for our team. Obviously, they don't really have enough at wide receiver to help us out. This other team has Jacobs, Najee, so they're probably fine. So really, those are going to be the two teams that we are looking to make moves with. I know that we have Rashee Rice probably on the IR, but still, I think we could drop Rashee Rice. Drop Rashee Rice, go throw Jonathan Brooks on the IR if he is IR eligible in your league. Like we said, we're dropping Justin Fields regardless. I think you probably go ahead and you probably actually add in Tyler Algier as well if you're able to drop both players and roster two more options. Wide receiver, Keon Coleman versus Wan'Dale Robinson. I was continuing to hold off hope specifically for Keon, but now that we have the official trade where, I don't know, you have, say, Keon at best wide receiver 2 here in Buffalo and at worst wide receiver 3, and he hasn't been productive with the injury to Shakir and no Amari Cooper. It's very difficult to see Keon getting there. I'd probably cut Keon for Wan'Dale Robinson. And then going over to tight end, if you ever get a big spike week from Dalton Kincaid, then at that point you can package him with a receiver and look for an upgraded receiver that way because we have Kittle, but not necessarily something that we are needing to do here. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. I'd be super happy to help you out any way that I can. Now let's move this over to Walsh MW. Says, was able to survive the Mixon injury and move Puka for Tyreek. Great trade. But feel like I could still make a move to beef up the team. How's it looking? What are your thoughts? So this is Bijan Al-Gaib. I think that's the team name. We are currently 6th in the league analyzer. I'm surprised that we're this low based off the Tyreek Hill trade that we made. Right now it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So really the only thing that matters is high-end upside in the starting lineup, not necessarily the players with solid floors. Looking at quarterback in a 10-team league, CJ Stroud's probably a low-end QB1. If we had the value, I would love to upgrade over Stroud. And honestly, we do have the value here. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, I think we look to hold on to CJ Stroud. But particularly in a 4-point passing touchdown league where the rushing upside will matter a little bit more, I think at that point you go ahead and we look to not cut CJ Stroud. We cut ties with CJ Stroud. And we go ahead and trade him in a 2-for-1 deal with a wide receiver to get that upgrade at QB. So looking at what that trade may be. Right now, we have DK Metcalf as a receiver that I think people would be very excited about. Going through and looking at some of the best teams in the league at quarterback, this team is currently rolling with Jalen Hurts. Wide receiver, Jamison Williams, their wide receiver 2 right now with the Nico Collins injury. So, I mean, for this team here, probably would make a ton of sense. What I personally would do is I would offer them Darnell Mooney, CJ Stroud for Jalen Hurts. I'm assuming they're going to reject. That's the baseline assumption. And then if they do reject, we followed up with the DK Metcalf, CJ Stroud for Jalen Hurts, knowing that this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where wide receiver depth is not going to be nearly as important as just getting the top end options in our lineup. Now going over to running back, looking at Trey Sermon. Sermon is a player that we can very easily cut at this point. There's no world in which we start Sermon, even if Jonathan Taylor does miss this next week. Our running back room's too strong. If you wanted to cut Trey Sermon for a running back, we'd be looking at Tyler Algier. Now, of course, going over to wide receiver, I think the plan A with this team is going through and taking one of those depth receivers like Metcalf, packaging him with Stroud, seeing if we can go get that elite level quarterback where possible. Now, if we're looking at that trade opening up a roster spot for us, then at that point, I think we go ahead and we bring in Rome Odunze as a wide receiver that is a former top 10 NFL draft pick this year. And at the same time, he's in an offense with the number 1 overall rookie in Caleb Williams that should continue to improve as the season goes on. And we're already seeing that right now. So if we open up that raw spot, I'd pick up Rome freely. And honestly, even if we can't make that trade to get the upgrade at quarterback, I think I would still go ahead and cut Wan'Dale Robinson for Rome Odunze myself. Going over to tight ends, we have Cole Kmet. We have Dalton Kincaid. I think we keep on rolling with Kincaid. If Kmet was available on the waiver wire, then at that point, we probably drop Trey Sermon for Cole Kmet instead of a running back. But overall, I think it's a phenomenal team. I wish I had more for you, but I mean, obviously we were 4-2. I think you kind of stole Tyreek Hill, to be honest. I think what we are looking to do is selling the wide receiver depth piece to get that upgrade at quarterback, dropping Sermon for Algier. With the 2-for-1 deal, wide receiver, 2 quarterback, we'll open up another roster spot. We pick up Rome Odunze for free. And then honestly, at that point, you can consider dropping Wandale for Keenan. If you can't make the quarterback trade, you drop Wandale for Rome regardless. But really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now let's move this over to syrup sandwiches. Sitting at 3-3, and we have 2 extra waiver spots for the bench. Team name here is Marvin's Room. Absolutely love the team name. I have not seen this in a single league so far. Now, what's very funny with this league is this is a league where the team at the very top is blowing everybody out of the water. It's not even remotely close with the league analyzer. This team has Lamar, Kyron, Jefferson, Debo, Kittle, Adams. I mean, this team's phenomenal. But outside of that top team, afterwards, you are looking at all teams being extremely close and very comparable. Like the gap between the second team and the last team with the league analyzer is about 20% of the roster value. So you have the juggernaut here. I mean, you can see they're 5-1 as well. And then we have everybody else that we are having to compete with. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver. We are currently rolling with Patrick Mahomes. Sitting with Mahomes, it is not the best spot post-Hollywood injury, post-Rashee Rice injury. Obviously, it is much, much tougher. Now, I view Mahomes kind of as the quarterback that you're still starting weekly with lowered expectations, especially because you don't have the rushing upside. I'm putting Mahomes in a similar range as what you have with maybe somebody like, I don't know, Baker Mayfield rest of season personally. Now, going over to what we have with our next position. At running back, we are currently sitting with a Mr. Jonathan Taylor. With JT, top 10 running back in the long term, assuming that we are getting him back relatively soon. We have Jordan Mason for the short-term production. But at the same time, with that being said, we should expect that when McCaffrey comes back in, which I don't know exactly when it's going to happen. Obviously, it's hard to know exactly when. But when McCaffrey comes back in, Jordan Mason will then be an absolute zero. Najee Harris, Jonathan Brooks look to be quality depth pieces. So at running back, honestly, we are fine. We are kind of chilling. Going over to receiver, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the wide receiver depth doesn't matter too much. Currently, we have Godwin as a low-end wide receiver 1, Harrison as a low-end wide receiver 1. We have Reed as a mid-wide receiver 2. The depth here is Tank Dell and Jalen Polk. Now, personally, I would cut Jalen Polk in favor of DeAndre Hopkins, especially seeing the Amari Cooper as well as the Devontae Adams trade, making me a little bit more excited about the possibility of DeAndre Hopkins getting dealt over to the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously not a guarantee, but I think you do have a little more upside there rest of season with Hopkins. Going over to what we have at tight end, we are currently rolling with Kelsey. So it's a very well-balanced roster. I mean, the only thing that I would really say is if you could maybe move off of Najee Harris at a high point here, and if you could take Najee Harris and send him with Jordan Mason and pivot over to a running back that we're very comfortable about with his long-term outlook, and we don't have to worry about CMC coming back, I think we would look to do that. Like finding an example of maybe a team that needs some running back depth, but we can get a long-term upgrade from. I mean, this team lost Moss as a starter. If we could somehow swindle them by sending them, say, Jordan Mason, Najee Harris for Breece Hall, it'd be an absolute no-brainer, but much easier said than done. That team has plenty of depth. This team lost Pacheco. They lost Spears. They lost Ford. So this team needs some serious running back depth. If you wanted to send them like Jonathan Brooks and Jaden Reed or Najee Harris and Jaden Reed to try to get to Cooper Kupp, I think that could make a lot of sense for our roster. That team has running back depth. This team has RB depth, kind of. This team kind of has running back depth. This team's fine. This team has the Ramadre injury, so I mean, and the Singletary injury. So I mean, if you wanted to try to send them, say, the combo of Najee Harris and Jonathan Brooks to pivot over to Josh Jacobs and consolidating our two running backs to one upgrade, I think that would make a lot of sense for us. But really, I mean, there aren't too many trades that we can be making with this team. I think this is more so a team that needs to be focusing in on the waiver wire. I think we'd cut Polk. We'd pick up Hopkins. I think I'd cut Mostert. I'd pick up Algier. And we hope that Mahomes and Kelsey will be able to look a little more like they did last week than the beginning of the season. But I really appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. But let's move this over for JBLD. Always out here says, struggling at running back in my 1-in-5 league you reviewed yesterday. We got Dobbins for Brooks and Ladd. Seems like a no-brainer. Now we have Jefferson, London, Diggs, Waddle, where we can start 4 receivers. Moss, Dowdle, White are the RBs. So I agree. In a league where we start 4 wide receivers weekly, we do want to be prioritizing wide receiver depth. However, with that being said, even if Jaden Reed's extremely valuable in this format, our running back room is still kind of trash now that Zach Moss looks like he's potentially lost the job here. So I would pivot over. I would prefer Josh Jacobs and Wan'Dale Robinson myself. Yeah, I think you go with Jacobs and Wan'Dale, and specifically for your team, I think it makes a ton of sense. Now, Taco coming out with 8 trade questions. Says 4-2, what are your thoughts? Other running backs are Dowdle, Mason, Hunt, Algier. I have an easy schedule the next 3 to 4 weeks. Okay. 4-2. I would roll the dice with McCaffrey. I have no idea when McCaffrey comes back in. But on a 4-2 roster, if he does, he immediately projects to be a top 5 running back in rankings that week. James Conner simply doesn't have that upside. We think long-term here, Trey Benson may expand his role. I think Pickens will be a little bit better now that you have Russ under center for the Steelers. But on a 4-2 roster where we can afford to think long-term upside, I think that's the direction I would go in. Okay. Now, moving over to our next question. This was coming out from Bank. Says, receive this offer, but not sure to accept it or not. I would go with Harrison. Can everybody spam the chat? Would you rather have Marvin Harrison or would you rather have Jaden Reed? Please let me know in the live chat, Marvin Harrison or Jaden Reed. We got Marv, Reed, Marv, Reed, Reed, Marv, Reed, Marv, Reed. So it does look like it's split 50-50. Marv, Reed, Marv, Reed. Can y'all take a guess? How many targets does Jaden Reed have this season? Let me pull this up. Jaden Reed has played 6 weeks. How many targets do you think he has? We got 40, 35 plus, 45, 59, 67, 35, 51, 30, 69, 40, 40, 52, 50 or 60, 35, 38. Vader is right here. 34 total targets for Jaden Reed this year. You've had one game with more than 6 targets. When you have Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks all in this offense, Reed is not dominating with target volume. He's been one of the most efficient wide receivers in the NFL so far this season. He has looked phenomenal, and it's a great offense. I'm not trying to talk down on Reed, but I think that Harrison can get up to 25+% of the targets in Arizona. I don't see that happening with Reed. Now, Saram, happy to see you, says, man like Mason Hope, you and the fam are doing well, mate. Been a while. As always, need your help to turn around this shambolic performance so far. 2-4, scoring well, but my team has 0 defense. Well, if you've been watching the Flock League channel, my guy, you know that. Defense matters. I got to get on it. But anyway, I got asked for Achane in another piece for Malik Neighbors. Who to add with Devon Achane? Any other recommendations? Okay. This is a 12-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. This is, team name is bye week. We are in the middle of the league analyzer. We're 2-4, but it looks like we should have a solid squad here. In terms of us trading away Devon Achane, it would put us in a spot in which all of a sudden Rico Dowdle is our running back 2. So I am okay with trading Achane for Neighbors because I would rather have Neighbors rest of season, but it's not a super comfortable position to be in. If we were going to go through and if we were going to make this trade for Neighbors, let's figure out what team has Neighbors. I would want a running back kicked back. So like looking at this team, they have Chubb, Kareem Hunt, Javonte Williams, Zach Charbonnet, and Antonio Gibson. I don't necessarily think that we need but we don't need Nick Chubb, right? We don't even need Kareem Hunt, but at least send us Javonte Williams back so we have a little bit of additional depth. So I think what I would look to do is if you wanted to make this trade, you would sell like Achane and Terry to try to go get Neighbors. And what I would counter this person with is I would go, hey, I'll give you Achane for Neighbors. I'll throw in Terry McLaurin, but give me Nick Chubb. And if they make that move, then I think you can get by at running back with those 2 RBs, but you are needing a bunch of help here. Now, starting off at quarterback, we are rolling with Lamar Jackson. Obviously, Lamar, QB1 in fantasy, don't need another option. Super comfortable spot to be in. Absolutely love to see it. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently rolling with 2 top 10 RBs in the long term with Bijan and Achane. Now, of course, if you were looking at Achane in the short term, going to be much worse knowing that you're in a situation in which Tua's not starting. But I mean, still, this will be somebody that you kind of need with Dowdle on bye. Going over to wide receiver, we have the Harrison concussion, which hurts. But we have Diggs, McLaurin, Worthy, Addison, Myers. So the wide receiver room's strong. And tight end, we have Dalton Kincaid as somebody that we can play. Obviously not super excited here regarding Kincaid. But overall, as you sit with this team, I think it's a very strong roster in general. Waiver wire options I would make is I would potentially drop Jacoby Myers for Keenan Allen just because I think Keenan Allen is in a much better offense. Outside of that, I don't really see anything else I would do. And I don't mind at all trading away Devon Achane for Malik Neighbors. I have Malik Neighbors higher in our rest of season ranks, especially on a 2-4 team in which we need to be thinking about winning games right now, and Tua is not back right now. So I'm probably looking to actually get him off our roster. I think it's a deal in which where we probably got to kick in. Here's my offer to them. If they want Devon Achane and they want to give us Malik Neighbors, I'm going to toss them back. Hey, I'll give you Achane and Xavier Worthy. Give me Malik Neighbors and Nick Chubb, with the base expectation that that's going to get rejected. Then we can come up with, hey, I'll give you Achane and Terry for Neighbors and Nick Chubb. If that gets rejected, then at that point, I think you maybe have to come down from Nick Chubb to Kareem Hunt. And if that gets rejected, coming down from Nick Chubb to Javonte Williams would be very tough. I agree with the sentiment behind the deal. I agree with the roster construction overall. Sucks that we have the Harrison injury. I think it's a team that's much better than the record is. You can see it with the league analyzer as well. But your league mates look like they know what they're doing, right? They're not putting any solid options. They're not leaving any solid options on the waiver wire for us. So I do think that you would have to go through and you would have to potentially make a trade if we are making a move. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And, of course, thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock, my guy. But moving this over for K. Soliner says, I also have to throw in the Vikings defense. I'm double stacked right now with the Texans defense due to the Vikings bye. We are trading Baker for Kyler, honestly, in a 4-point passing touchdown format where Kyler has more rushing upside. I would still rather have Kyler rest of season, even if Baker's been much better so far this year. We are going from Christian Kirk to Amari Cooper. I think that's a clear upgrade as well. Who gives a damn about Tyler Conklin? I would go with Amari Cooper and Kyler Murray here. But most people have Baker Mayfield way above Kyler Murray, where Baker's obviously been much better than Kyler so far this season. Now, Feta Cheese coming out says, my running back room will be weak if CMC comes back. Other running back is Cook. Other receivers are Jefferson, Tyreek, and Metcalf. So Brian Thomas to Amari Cooper, lateral move. Jordan Mason to David Montgomery, clear upgrade. We're paying Kareem Hunt and Evan Ingram to get it done. Our other tight end is Brock Bowers. So I am okay with this deal if we keep Kareem Hunt. If you're telling me we have Bowers and at the end of the day, Evan Ingram's not going to make a massive difference for us, I think it does make a lot of sense for us to try to squeeze some value out of him. But in my mind, the deal would be Mason, Thomas, Ingram for David Montgomery and Amari Cooper. I don't know if you want to add in Kareem Hunt. Don't know if you would add in Hunt. Now, EK Urcher says, this is a 16-team league where we're 4-2, so we can maybe wait until McCaffrey's healthy. I like the thought process, but you are taking on all the risk. You are taking on absolutely all the risk for not enough upside. If we were going to go through and if we were going to be willing to take on this risk, I would need a significant piece added on. If you wanted to make this trade, I'm going to trade Jahmyr Gibbs and CMC. I'm sorry, Jahmyr Gibbs for CMC and DJ Moore. And honestly, even with this deal, I don't even know if I'm doing it. Like, who do we have at tight end? We have Laporta. This is the trade I would make. I would trade Gibbs for Christian McCaffrey and James Cook, especially in a 14-team format. But Gibbs versus CMC is Jahmyr Gibbs by a mile. If you're taking on the risk, you need to be compensated for that risk, and you need to at least get a player like Cook as well. Now, Go Utes Tommy coming out. This is McBride Higgins versus Kelsey and Amari. McBride to Kelsey, slight upgrade. Higgins to Amari, lateral move, up to you. I guess you already get Kelsey through the bye week, so maybe we just go ahead and we take Travis Kelsey here. But honestly, if this is a personal preference type trade, this is going to be up to you. I think it's in the same tier. Now, going over to Ben's question says, I want Alvin. He wants Adams and Brian Robinson Jr. I think you can make this deal if you want. I'm not sure how to build a trade around it. Like, let's go ahead and let's see if we can come up with something a little more appealing than Pittman. I mean, honestly, I think I'd rather have Pickens over Pittman now that you have AR as the quarterback in Indy versus Russ as the quarterback in Pittsburgh. I mean, looking at any other potential moves that you could make here. What you could do as well is if you wanted, like, if you were going to get the Pittman downgrade at wide receiver, you could ask for a tight end upgrade going from Ferg to George Kittle. I think that could be something that's interesting to look at as well. And if you're able to do this, then it's just absolutely no brainer, the Alvin Kamara side. The initial trade, I still think you can make an argument for Kamara. I just think it'd be a lot closer. Now, Mother Flocka, always happy to see us, is 2-4. Which players would you give up for Rico Dowdle? I'd probably give up Zach Moss for Rico Dowdle. And if we have Smith starting lineup right now, this is going to be tough. I'd give up Zach Moss for Dowdle. I'd give up Bigsby for Dowdle. I'd give up Jordan Addison for Rico Dowdle. I'd give up Josh Downs for Rico Dowdle. The Flux, we're going to go Tank Dell. I hope I was able to help you. But let me move over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'd be excited to try to get to as many as I can here for you. And yeah, just drop them in the chat. We'll be trying to answer as many free questions as possible. And also, we are closing in on 1,000 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on the stream. It does help us out a ton. We have live streamed every single day this season, and I believe we have not missed a single day of live streaming during the fantasy football season, literally since we started doing this in 2020. We have gone almost 5 years straight, not missing a single day. So you're not going to hit the like button for that. I don't know what you would. Now, let's see. Terry McLaurin for David Montgomery. I would prefer David Montgomery rest of season. I think you could make an argument that each player are potential sell-high candidates. But if I was selling McLaurin, I'd probably wait till after this week against Carolina. Oscar says, what's your opinion on Breece Hall? Breece Hall is a top 5 running back rest of season. It's not super hot takey. Derek says, should I drop Geno for Drake May? I think Drake May is a very exciting quarterback in the long term. I'm really hoping that Drake May comes out here and he makes a significant difference. But the reality of the situation is Drake May and the New England Patriots still project out weekly to be near the bottom of the NFL in total points scored. So I personally would prefer to rather have Geno Smith. Okay. Jackson says, is Wilson, Ayuk, and Flowers a bad wide receiver room? Before the Devontae Adams trade, I would say it's a good wide receiver room. After the Devontae Adams trade, if it's a 10-team league, it's a bad wide receiver room. If it's a 12-team league, it's an okay one. Jan says, I have Downs and Pittman. Who should I start against Miami? Assuming that Anthony Richardson is the starter here, I probably would prefer to go with neither. However, with that being said, if you did need to start somebody against Miami, it would be Downs. Downs has been the better option so far this year. Now, let's move this over. Jakey says, Marvin Harrison and James Cook for Malik Neighbors. Very tough to pencil in your format and your team. No Floggin says Smith and Flowers to start next week. Relatively easy for me. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Devonta Smith. I think you always have the concern that the Baltimore Ravens pivot over and they just start running the ball over and over and over again because that's what the team wants to do. That's what the team can do. Whereas with Devonta Smith, I'm not nearly as concerned about that. And also, you potentially have no Dallas Goedert. Matthew says, trade DJ Moore for Devon Achane. 100%. This is an absolute no-brainer trade. No-brainer. Levi says traded Downs and Najee for Tyreek Hill. This is also an absolute no-brainer trade. I do want to reiterate here with the Miami Dolphins that obviously these players aren't super exciting right now. But with that being said, once Tua does come back in, Tyreek Hill is yet again a top 3 wide receiver in fantasy football. Once you have Tua come back in, Devon Achane is yet again a mid RB1. Once you have Tua come back in, Jalen Waddle is yet again a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2. So in my mind, an absolute no-brainer. I think you honestly just kind of have to go through and do it. Okay, now let's move this over to our next question. Henry says, is Nick Chubb back? Nick Chubb should be playing this week. Warrior says, Aaron Jones or Brian Robinson rest of season. If you look at my rankings on the site, I have both of them effectively back-to-back in our rest of season rankings, and I do think it will be up to you. It's a bad answer to give. I know you don't like it, but it's honestly the answer I'm going to give. Now, Chaos Fear says, is Justin Fields droppable? Yes, Justin Fields is droppable in one quarterback formats. Probably don't want to be rostering a backup QB in one QB leagues. But let's pivot over. Obviously, I want to get through all the questions that we have on the site tonight. So if you wanted to get in any question on flockfantasy.com and get a guaranteed answer, you can always do so over on flockfantasy.com with the expert advice button in the top right corner. You'd also click the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. But there you can actually ask a trade question, a start sit question. You can send a super message, or also you can get a full-blown team review, whatever you are wanting. Now, of course, if you wanted a team review, what I would recommend is heading over to Underdog Fantasy. And we actually have a promo over on Underdog Fantasy where if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Bo Nix pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game on Thursday. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single day. You can find that link in the live chat currently. And if you wanted that free team review over on flockfantasy.com, just make sure that you set up an account with the same email address as your account that you have on Underdog Fantasy. That way I'm able to go through and that way I'm able to credit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to our next question from Yonder. Says, what do you think, man? 2 and 3. So let's go ahead and let's check this out. Running back between Achane and Kareem Hunt this week, it is going to be a difficult spot in general. Obviously, Hunt in a great offense, Achane in a horrible one. I will say, based off Hunt having the tough matchup here, I probably just go ahead and play Achane in a full PPR format. And then going over to tight ends, I'm going to go Kincaid, even if Hawkinson is good to go. This will be a revenge game for Hawkinson, though. And then going over to the flex, I think here we go ahead and we actually just end up playing Kareem Hunt. It's not a super easy spot to play Hunt. Obviously, if he repeats the opportunity that he had last week, then it's a no-brainer, but you just don't know if that will be the case. Now, Jared Jensen coming out says, trade Rome and Brooks for McCaffrey. We're very deep at receiver, but a little light at running back. I won't be starting Rome. This is an absolute no-brainer to go ahead and get Christian McCaffrey here. I mean, while I do think that Rome has a lot of upside long-term, what's actually very funny is whenever we go through and review leagues, you actually see Rome on the waiver wire a decent amount. So if you're able to use that type of player and pair him up with Brooks to get to the upside, you have a CMC. It's a no-brainer. Here, Mahomes, this trade where you're looking at Jameson versus Jalen Waddle. In any game in which you do not have Tua, I would rather have Jameson over Jalen Waddle, but knowing that, or at least expecting that Tua will be coming in the future. There, I think I would very easily prefer to pivot over to Waddle. Now, moving over to our next question. This was coming out from Court. This is a start-sit question where we need to figure out the 2 flex spots. Where here we have Amari Cooper with the Bills looking extremely appealing. Brian Thomas looking appealing as well. So this is what's going to be tough this week about the Bengals. Is if you look at the Bengals, if we knew that say we get Chase Brown with the starting role and Chase Brown ends up getting, say, 20 opportunities in this game, you would very easily rather have Chase Brown over Amari Cooper. I think you're going to have to monitor what we have with the Cincinnati Bengals coaching staff, what they are telling us going into the week, because I am concerned that it's just the 50-50 backfield split. Now, Court coming out with another start set, or here at running back, I'm assuming that we have JT good to go, which is going to allow us at the flex spot to go ahead and play Josh Jacobs. And then same situation where we're looking at Brian Thomas, Amari Cooper versus Chase Brown. We're not starting Bucky here. We're not starting Akers here. We're not starting Singletary here. I'm actually going to go with Brian Thomas. I know this is crazy, but the first week in for Amari Cooper, I think you can be a little bit hesitant, just a little hesitant here, and expect him to get ramped up going into the second week in Buffalo, where Brian Thomas was a player that we were interested in possibly lowering down the rankings last week based off a tough matchup and their first week in London. But now you actually get this team adjusting to playing in London while the Patriots aren't. So I think Brian Thomas Jr. is in line for a massive bounce back. Now, Kupka coming out with a question. This is a trade where you send Jefferson for Cooper Kupp and Joe Mixon. Running back, you have James Conner, Jonathan Brooks, Rashad White, Jahmyr Gibbs. So you don't need running back. In a lot of leagues, I go Cooper Kupp, Joe Mixon. But this is an 8-team league. So because this is an 8-team league where a roster spot is worth a ton, where you are going to have phenomenal options off your waiver wire, I am actually going to keep the best player with Justin Jefferson here. Now, if you're playing in a 12-team format, I think you could very easily go with the Kupp mix inside, but in an 8-team league, give me the best piece in Jefferson. Now, Christian coming out. This is Chase Brown, Chris Godwin versus Kyren Williams. So if we knew that Chase Brown was the full-blown 3-down starting running back for the Cincinnati Bengals rest of season, you can make a very strong argument for the Chase Brown side, but we don't know that for sure. We're going to go Kyren Williams. Kyren Williams, very easy top 3 running back, especially if you actually have the Los Angeles Rams a little bit healthier coming out of the bye week. Extended drives, more trips to the red zone, more touchdown opportunities for Kyren. Now, Bottle Pop coming out says, hey, Lazard isn't popping up on the trade thingy. Full BBR, Lazard and Dobbins for Marv. Thank you for letting me know. We are going to take Marvin Harrison Jr. and we are going to run. Now that Devontae Adams is shipped over to sent over to the Jets, I don't think you have any value here with Lazard. Like, realistically speaking, I think Lazard's not worth the roster spot, and I'd rather have Marv over Dobbins. Now, moving over to our next question. This is from 9 milligram Zin says, who should I target with Kareem Hunt? I'm trying to build more depth at receiver. I mean, I'd rather have Amari over Hunt. If you're looking at a different wide receiver with this team, is that really about it? If you wanted to go like Hunt and Diggs to pivot over to A.J. Brown, I think you could go ahead and make that move. Potentially the other team would be interested, knowing that they had the Nico Collins injury. If you wanted to trade Hunt for Terry McLaurin, I think you could also look to do that as well. But I mean, with Hunt, obviously, if you knew, hey, this is the starting running back, he has 20 opportunities every single week going into the future. I don't know. It's just hard to know exactly what the split's going to be in Kansas City. Now, going over to Angel with our next question. Appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. And real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,000 likes on the stream. Hit that like button if you have not done so already. But anyway, this is Air Hertz Express. Looking at the league analyzer, it looks like we maybe changed our team name. I'm assuming we are the team with Jalen Hurts. Angel, if you are in this live stream right now, can you please let me know what the new team name is? Is it Like a Good Neighbors? Is this the team I should be looking at? But let me wait to hear Angel. So, Shad says Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a bum. Hunt will be the back. So, yeah, if you look at my rankings rest of season, I do have Kareem Hunt as the number 1 RB in Kansas City. I agree with you. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a bum, and I agree that Carson Steele probably is not good. But the thing is, even if Hunt is the back and they split it 3 ways, then Kareem Hunt is not viable. So I agree with you. Yes, Kareem Hunt's the guy. But you kind of need to know what the split's going to be, not who the RB1 is here. Okay, I don't see Angel in the live stream, so we are going to skip by this, and I guess we'll get back to it tomorrow unless we see him in the stream, then we'll go back. But Gaming Mercer says, I have Evans, Debo, Reed, Worthy, Juju. At running back, we have Hall, Mixon, Achane, and Brooks. We have plenty of running back production. I think I'd probably rather have Dell with the Collins injury. Our the thing is we have plenty of wide receiver as well. I'm actually going to rather prefer Dowdle. The only reason is this is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex formats. Actually, no, never mind. You don't link the team, so I don't know what the format is. Can you all spam the chat? Would you rather have Tank Dell or Rico Dowdle rest of season? Would you rather have Dell or Dowdle rest of season? Please let me know in the chat. Dell, Dowdle, Dell, Dowdle, Dell. Dowdle. Y'all can look at my rankings. I have Dell at 64 overall. I have Dowdle at 84 overall. If everybody in the chat agrees, my thing is just like in this league, with your team, what does this trade really accomplish? Either way. I don't think it's making a difference either way here. Now, 7 coming out with a trade question. This is Flowers, Addison versus Achane, Dell. Give me Dell over Addison. Give me Achane over Flowers easily. We're going to go with the Achane and Dell side. Super easy. Badaguire, here running back, we are looking at Brown, Bigsby, Tracy, Bucky, Brooks. I'm going to go Chase Brown, assuming that Singletary's good to go. Assuming Rashad White's good to go, but honestly, even if he isn't, you have, I guess, Sean Tucker having work as well. But Chase Brown, presumably, could be the starting running back in the best offense out of those guys. And then going down to the flex, I mean, here it is a really difficult situation. First thing I'll say is, hell, let's cut Kate Otten and Zach Ertz. Go pick up some better options off the waiver wire. If Rachaad White misses, I go Bucky Irving. If Devin Singletary misses, I go Tyrone Tracy. And if both those starting running backs play, instead we go Tank Bigsby. So it's very difficult to know right now in terms of submitting starting lineups before we get the word on what we have specifically with the health of the starting running backs in those different situations. But I hope that we went through all the scenarios and made it a little bit easier. But Laporta Potty coming out with one of these free Underdog team reviews. This team is here number 4 in the league analyzer. Looking at the top 4 teams, we are all relatively similar. So it really doesn't matter if we're 4th, if we are 1st. All these teams are about the same. The 4 teams that are supposedly the top teams in this league are 4-2, 4-2, 2-4, and 3-3. It is a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Laporta Potty, if you are in the chat, can you please let me know, because I have a question for you regarding this. But anyway, starting off at quarterback, we are currently rolling with Josh Allen. When you are sitting here with Allen, obviously you get the bump with Amari Cooper coming in. I mean, it does look like Allen's probably a quarterback that you are able to start every single week and hope that you get the rushing upside. Now, of course, that's not inherently a guarantee here. But I'm trying to think if there's like anything that we could possibly say that would be interesting. Probably not. You're probably very comfortable with Allen. And Sean, yes, if you wanted the Underdog, if you wanted to use the Underdog promo for the free team review, you have to deposit $10 on Underdog. Sorry, I'm just checking the chat to see if Laporta Potty's in the chat. We got Kiss the Ring says Laporta Potty's in the chat. Justin says, yeah, I'm here. Can you confirm, is this a non-PPR league? Our league analyzers pulling in that this is a non-PPR format. Just want to make sure that that's the case, because it does change our strategy here pretty dramatically. If it is a non-PPR format, having the elite level quarterback does make a larger difference, because a quarterback is going to make up a higher percentage of our starting lineup output weekly, especially in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. And a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, and it's a non-PPR league. We don't really care about wide receiver depth at all, and quarterback's going to be freaking massive. Okay. It's a non-PPR format, so I really like having Josh Allen. I really think the Amari Cooper deal actually makes it better for us. Going over to running back, we're currently rolling with Kyron Williams and Jahmyr Gibbs. I think that Gibbs is obviously less appealing in a non-PPR league, but still a phenomenal running back room here. We have CMC for the long-term upside. We have Chuba Hubbard for the short-term play. So what I would probably be looking to do here with this team personally is, I think if you could potentially go ahead and look to package together, say, Chuba Hubbard and one of these wide receivers to go get a wide receiver upgrade at wide receiver 2, we would look to do so. Now, obviously, with this being a non-PPR format, we are wanting to charge a pretty big premium where the running backs are going to have that additional value over wide receivers. But if we can go through in this 12-team format, we should be able to find some teams that are really down bad at running back. This team has the Travis Etienne injury. So right now, Austin Eckler is potentially their RB2. How they're rostering freaking Miles Sanders. Obviously, Evans is a player that does have a considerable amount of touchdown upside, as well as Stephon Diggs. These are the profiles of the wide receivers that we are going after. So, if you could sell like Chuba Hubbard and Ladd McConkey and pivot over and get to Mike Evans or Stephon Diggs for the long-term play, I think that makes a lot of sense. To go over and look at this other team, this team has Gus Edwards on the IR, so they really only have Josh Jacobs and DeAndre Swift here. If you could go through and sell Chuba Hubbard and maybe the depth receiver like Josh Downs and pivot over to Jaden Reed, I think that'd be very exciting for our long-term outlook, knowing that Brooks will come in eventually. This team down here has Raheem Mostert as their RB2. The issue that we have with trading with this team is they currently don't have really any receivers that we'd be that excited about outside of Nico Collins. and obviously Nico on the IR. But I mean, if you could go through and if you could potentially sell, say, Chuba Hubbard for Nico Collins, even if we have to throw in a depth receiver, I think that makes sense. My only hesitation is we are 3-3, so we should be looking to win games right now, but we can still go through and we can still start Kyron, Gibbs every single week who are through their bye. I mean, in the flex spot, we potentially have Bucky Irving here as well. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we currently have DK Metcalf, Roma Dunze, Lad McConkey, Josh Downs. So, I mean, wide receiver is a massive liability. However, with that being said, realistically speaking, does it matter in a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex and it's a non-PPR format where wide receivers will be less appealing for that flex spot and they're going to make up a smaller percentage of the starting lineup output weekly anyway? We have Laporta in at tight end. So in reality, I think you've done a great job optimizing for the elite quarterback and the top end running backs in a non-PPR format. We're through the bye weeks for our top end running backs. McCaffrey's closer to returning, so I think you're in a great spot. The main thing I'd be looking to do is sell Chuba and one of the rookie receivers and go get that upgrade at wide receiver if we were going to do so. And like I said, I think that if you are selling Chuba Hubbard for one of those wide receivers, we can charge a premium because it's a non-PPR format where running backs are just extremely difficult to come by. If we were looking at possibly making any waiver wire moves, I would drop Blake Corum for Ray Davis. I would drop Shakir for Juju Smith-Schuster now that you have Amari coming in. And then obviously David Njoku is interesting with the Amari deal, but not necessarily somebody that we have to pick up here. Low touchdown upside in a bad offense, which is not what we're super excited about in a non-PPR format. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. But let's move this over for Amon Jots. This is a 2-4 team where we traded McLaurin and Nico for Harrison and Tyreek. Please look at the running back depth and see if we do it. We take Lamb here easily. Running back, we'd have Dowdle, Brees, Chase Brown, Tyron Tracy, Javonte Williams. So you'd be a little bit underweight at running back. But yeah, no, CeeDee Lamb's just the significantly more valuable piece. Lamb, you get a similar ceiling with a much higher floor. So yeah, please trade Bijan for Lamb. Now, Justice coming out says, hey, Mason, I was finally able to trade Nico. I'm still 2-4, but thoughts on the trade to get it done. Kyron Williams to Joe Mixon, massive downgrade. Nico Collins to Drake London, big time upgrade. Cole Kmet to George Pickens, kind of up to you. I think there's more raw value on the Kyron Williams side of this. By far, by the way. The Kyron Williams side wins this deal relatively easily. Now, the thing is, you're 2-4. You need to go through and you need to potentially get some production in your starting lineup right this second. So Nico Collins doesn't have that same type of value for you. If this would have been the deal, if we could have gone through and if we could have kept Kyron and had them keep Mixon and Pickens, and if we could have made this instead, it would have been a much better trade for us. I don't like it. I understand why we did it. But I think where you lost is including Kyron Williams. It just really negatively impacts us in the short term as well, especially knowing that Kyron's through the bye and you do get the extra game out of him. Now, Jeffrey coming out with a trade question. This is Ramondre and Garrett Wilson versus Justin Jefferson and Rico Dowdle. This is very easily Jefferson and Dowdle. Dowdle and Stevenson are about the same. I would way rather have Jefferson over Garrett Wilson post Devontae Adams trade. Way rather have Jefferson. Now, Whaler's coming out with a team review, and oh my gosh, I'm excited to see this. We got an MFL team we can look at. 5-1 in first place. in total points, plus 120 point total point average. 12 team at PBR start 2 running backs, 3 receivers. Total points is the highest payout and will with head to head as second payout. Any trade suggestions to solidify my team further? I want to sell high on Downs and Ingram. So this is going to be a platform that most people have never seen in this live stream. Can y'all let me know in the live stream right now if you've ever played on this fantasy platform? Please let me know in the stream if you have seen this. I know it probably looks disgusting for a lot of people here. But to be honest with you, this is where I grew up. Yeah, looks like most people have never seen this. This is where I grew up. These are the streets that I was raised in. This is MFL. I do not recommend it to anybody. It is much worse than everything else out right now. Much harder to use. You can tell it was built, and God knows it was built when the internet was built, pretty much. But you used to have to play Dynasty Fantasy Football back on this in the day. And obviously, I started playing Dynasty Fantasy Football back in 2014, like 20 plus leagues every year. And this was like the only thing that you could do for Dynasty leagues. And it's maybe disgusting, but God, it brings back so, like, this is what I fell in love with fantasy football. This is when, like, obviously fantasy football occupies my mind 24/7, 365 days a year now. But I mean, that's back when fantasy football occupied my mind 365 days a year, 24/7. And I wasn't getting paid a penny because of it. So excited to see this. I'll say, what the hell are you doing playing in a redraft league on MFL? Let's get you on any other platform at this point. Starting off at quarterback, I'm assuming it's the 1 QB league. We can play the matchups between Baker and Mahomes going into the future. Obviously, Baker Mayfield has been so much better than Patrick Mahomes so far this season. Now, of course, is that a guarantee to be the case going forward? Probably not. But definitely want to address the fact that Baker has been much better. Now, going over to what we have at running back, you're currently sitting with Derrick Henry, David Montgomery as the 2 starters every week. I mean, we're looking at Zach Charbonnet as a quality depth piece where if you were to get the injury to Kenneth Walker as well, he does become a must-start option that is a league winner as well. But running back depth is maybe a little bit questionable. I believe that you said this was a league where we can start 3 receivers weekly. Let me just double check. Half PPR, we can start 3 receivers. Okay, perfect. So I do prefer building around the wide receiver depth a bit. We have Downs, Godwin, Lamb, Leggett, DK, and Myers. So Lamb, wide receiver 1 overall. Godwin, low end wide receiver 1. DK, high end wide receiver 2. I mean, it's a league if we start the 3 receivers, then obviously we can hold on to Downs if we really needed to. But I agree with you. I think we would look to sell Josh Downs if we can go build out our running back room a little bit more. We actually, thank God, we have Brian Robinson coming back in with this roster too. I think I'm 100% in agreement. I think you want to go through and you want to sell Josh Downs, Evan Ingram with this team. I think 2-for-1 deals will be the most advantageous for us. If we were looking to make some of these 2-for-1 deals, I think selling maybe Josh Downs and Zach Charbonnet to go get an RB upgrade makes a lot of sense. Because one thing that we need to be thinking about here as well is if this is a league where total payout is 4 points, total points scored. I mean, that's the number 1 payout. We shouldn't necessarily be thinking about long-term upside and trying to optimize for weeks 15, 16, 17. And instead, the number 1 priority that we should have is actually going to be just trying to score points in the regular season. Looking at what we have at tight end, we are currently rolling with Kittle. So obviously Evan Ingram isn't a big need for us. We can go over to the trade finder on the site right now and I can see if there are any trades that would be a no-brainer involving these guys. If we were going to try to get a running back, let's say this is a half PPR formats. We'll look at 10 and 12 team leagues. What deals have gotten done with Josh Downs? Obviously, some of these are just not reasonable at all. I mean, if you go through and sell, like, honestly, one thing that you could do is instead of even just selling these players for a running back, if you're able to sell like Josh Downs and Evan Ingram and go get to an upgraded wide receiver, such as somebody like Deebo Samuel as an example, what you could actually do there is just open up the roster spot and go ahead and pick up the free running back off of the waiver wire and really reallocate what we have with the bottom end of the team. Going over to some other trades that you see with Josh Downs, like Downs and Madison to Amari. Like you can go Downs and Vidal to Amari, be a no-brainer. Downs and May to JSN. Like Downs and Ertz to JSN would be great. Downs to Olave and then throw Olave on the IR with your league settings. Maybe looking at some Evan Ingram trades here. Do any of these remind us of what we currently have with our roster? And would any of these be appealing? I don't want to trade Evan Ingram and get a tight end back at all. Evan Ingram, Bucky Irving, for Puka Nacua. I mean, if you could go through and do that with your team, it would be a little less interesting knowing that we are not optimizing for the fantasy football playoffs like we said. Instead, we are optimizing for total points scored through the course of this season. So honestly, I don't see many Ingram trades that make a lot of sense. Maybe if we look at full PPR leagues as well, there'll be more that we can dive into. I mean, selling Ingram for like a mid RB2 in general would be great. Like if we can go ahead and look at what we have with the running backs, sort by my rest of season ranks. Like if you can pivot from Evan Ingram to James Cook, Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard, DeAndre Swift, James Conner, Jordan Mason, J.K. Dobbins, Nick Chubb, maybe even Kareem Hunt, I think that'd be a no-brainer for you. I think the other thing is you could just go ahead and drop Zach Ertz, pick up a running back off the waiver wire. It's a great team. Obviously, we're number one in the league in total points scored for a reason. I wish I had more for you, but I hope I was able to help you out in some way. And again, I want to thank you for throwing us down memory lane and letting us check out MFL again. So thank you again. And I don't know how many times I can say again, but much love. But one a sandwich, always out here. I would rather have Jefferson over Alvin Kamara. If you're looking at Jefferson versus Kamara, Kamara's obviously dealing with a quarterback injury, tanking the offense, while at the same time, Jefferson's already through his bye week as well, so you're going to get the extra game out of Justin Jefferson. Now, let's go ahead and let's look at Travis's question. And actually, let's pivot over and answer some of the questions that we have in the free chat. If you have any questions in the chat, please let me know. I'd be excited to get through as many as I possibly can. Adam says 2-4, but number 2 in the league analyzer. Shake my head. Well, you know what that means? Got to play better defense, my friend. Got to play better defense. Derek says drop Geno for Darnold. I view both guys as quarterbacks that have been great real life options, but the rushing upside is going to be limited. So you are really just playing the matchups between the two of them. And if I'm looking at the better matchup this week, it's probably with Sam Darnold. Okay. But moving this over. Hurts or Baker is the starter. Definitely Jalen Hurts in a 4-point passing touchdown format. Cole says, will Jonathan Brooks outperform Najee Harris? Now that Jalen Warren is back, I think there's a very real possibility that I would rather have Brooks over Najee. Hassan says, for Algier, drop Kraft or Tolbert. I drop Tolbert. That cringy channel says Jaden Reed or Tyreek Hill rest of season. Give me Tyreek Hill relatively easily. I think you can make an argument for Jaden Reed in the short term, but once you get Tua back in, it's Tyreek by a decent gap. Adam says, how did he get to be 6'4" ripped with flowy hair? Some things I'm willing to give out secrets for. Like, I'm willing to give fantasy football advice. I'm willing to go through and I'm willing to try to help you win your fantasy football league. But if I taught everybody how to be 6'4" ripped with flowy hair, then at that point, maybe it wouldn't be possible anymore for me to have 27 girlfriends. Maybe I would have some more competition. So I can't give out those secrets, to be honest. Tito says, my league mate won't accept me giving Hurts and Kincaid for Bowers. Is it a bad trade? I think depending on my team, I think we could go ahead and we could keep Jalen Hurts. Urindo says, why can't I connect my Yahoo to flockfantasy.com? Well, right now, it sounds like today we had an all-time usage for the site, and Yahoo Fantasy rate limited us. So one, I would retry linking your Yahoo account tomorrow morning, because then maybe fewer people are trying to link their Yahoo accounts and we are no longer blocked with Yahoo. Just so many people are using it that Yahoo is just thinking that we're spamming them. In reality, it's just real people using it. And then we'll probably be able to get you hooked back up. And then obviously one of the developers on flockfantasy.com as well is building something out where we don't have to worry about getting rate limited again in the future. Caleb says flex Kareem Hunt or Chase Brown. I have no freaking idea. Like, give me tomorrow to make the rankings. I have no idea, to be honest. Ronan says, should we pick up Hopkins in case of a trade? Yes, I think it's very possible that DeAndre Hopkins gets dealt. It should be very possible that that does happen. But real quick, let me get the dog in here. I feel lonely. I've been in here forever. Hey, Molly girl, you come in here? Molly girl. Miley. All right, she's tired. She does not want to come in, but it's getting late, so we definitely need to make sure that we are getting through all the questions on the site. Let me pivot this back over. And of course, if you wanted to ask any questions on flockfantasy.com, you can always do it with the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can submit a team review, trade question, start set question, super message, whatever you are wanting. And what's really cool about this, you can actually do it whenever I'm not live streaming, or you can do it when you're going to leave the stream as well. Because when I answer it in a live stream for you, you're going to get a custom link that's sent to you through the site as soon as I answer it with the exact clip of me answering your question. So you can literally use this at any time that you want. Now, if you wanted a team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK as well, you're going to be getting a free Bo Nix pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game on Thursday night. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every night as well. Just make sure that you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. But let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Travis. Says, backstory to start. We traded Henry and Hill. We got back Hall, DJ Moore, and Cooper Kupp. We traded DJ Moore, Darnold, got Mahomes, Kelsey. Definitely like that deal more. Traded Mahomes, Diggs, got Stroud, AJ Brown. Love that deal. Traded Breece Hall, got DK and Gibbs. All right. Now here we are. A guy's offering me James Conner for Tank Del Rico, but we don't know how to feel about it. Well, I will say in certain formats, that's an absolute no-brainer of a trade. If you're looking at like a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where you need to really optimize just for the top end best player in your starting lineup, then yes, we go ahead and we go with the James Conner side. However, if you're looking at, say, the format that we are in, where it's a 12-team league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, it's actually a spot instead where the wide receiver depth does matter a bit, and it probably makes sense to hold on to Tank Dell. Now, with that being said, everybody's going to go, oh, how are we 6-6? It's going to be a league where you play against the league median. So you have a win and a loss each week, or a win and a win, depending on how your team does, of course. Now, going over and looking at what we have at the quarterback room, we are currently rolling with CJ Stroud and Anthony Richardson. Obviously, it's a fine quarterback room. I don't want to sit here and act like we need to make dramatic adjustments by any means. The Richardson gives you the rushing upside. CJ Stroud gives you kind of the passing floor here. Going over to what we have at running back, we're currently rolling out Jahmyr Gibbs, Josh Jacobs, Chuba Hubbard, Jonathan Brooks, Rico Dowdle, and Jaleel McLaughlin. So at running back, we have a solid RB1. We have a solid RB2 every single week. Chuba Hubbard, Jonathan Brooks combo is really nice in that, I mean, obviously we have the short-term production and we potentially have some long-term upside here as well. Looking at Rico Dowdle, I'll say in general, I agree with you. I think that Rico Dowdle is an expendable asset if you wanted to make a 2-for-1 deal. Now, if you were looking at what that trade could potentially be like, I don't know if we love the James Conner trade in particular. We can maybe come up with another one later. I think maybe quarterback could be what we actually can upgrade just with how strong this team is. I mean, this is the number 1 team in the league analyzer by a decent margin. But going over to wide receiver, we have 3 wide receiver ones long-term. We have Brown, Kupp, Godwin, 3 guys that we can start every single week. Hopefully starting this week if Cooper Kupp is back. Looking at DK Metcalf. Metcalf is obviously a second flex for us that we can plug and play very easily. So we have 4 super exciting receivers. Going ahead and looking at somebody like Tank Dell, especially when you have the long-term upside of Ladd McConkey, I actually do like the idea of selling Dell. We have Demario Douglas, Ray McLeod down here at the bottom. I just don't see the upside for somebody like Ray McLeod to ever make a difference with this team for you. So what I would personally look to do is I would love to go through and just cut Ray McLeod and pick up your favorite option off the waiver wire at running back. Where right now you have Sean Tucker, Cam Akers, Kamani Vidal. In my mind, all as assets that potentially have a higher ceiling. Going over to tight end, we have the tight end 1 in Travis Kelce. We have Mark Andrews here as well. I don't think you have to cut Andrews just because you don't have that great of options on the waiver wire. So overall, I think you can do the James Conner trade if you want it. I just don't know if I love it because while we have a lot of depth here in a league where depth matters, trading for like James Conner effectively doesn't do that much. And if you're going to be looking at what you have, say, with like the waiver wire options that you have available to you for making that 2-for-1 deal, they aren't great. It's not like we're getting a great pickup. So what I would probably look to do here if possible is I actually think with one of these deep assets that we have, if we can go ahead and pivot over to an elite level quarterback, we can afford to do so with this team. Like we have the depth. Obviously, it's a league where depth does matter. But still, I mean, going over to some potential trades, this team currently is sitting with Lamar. I mean, they have, say, London, Flowers, Ayuk, Worthy at wide receiver. I don't think you're going to get to Lamar by trading away Tank Dell, but maybe going like DK Metcalf and CJ Stroud to Lamar Jackson. And then at that point, us relying on Tank Dell as a viable depth piece, I think is something that we could look to do. Going over to another team with a strong quarterback room. This team has Jalen Hurts. They have DeAndre Hopkins, their wide receiver 4. Maybe they're interested a little bit more in running back depth, where you can see that they're starting, say, Bucky Irving at RB2. Or maybe if you could go through and send them, say, I don't know, Rico Dowdle, Ladd McConkey, CJ Stroud to get to Jalen Hurts. I think we could afford to make a move like that. And obviously, CJ Stroud still does have a considerable amount of name value, even if the passing volume has dipped with no Nico Collins. We have a great team. I don't think that there are too many things that we need to do here. I think the main plan would be, yes, to sell some of the depth that we have. But if we are going to do so, we actually want to get back somebody in the starting lineup that's going to make a difference for us. Fundamentally, I don't see James Conner really moving the needle. So what I would probably prefer doing is I'd probably rather go get the elite quarterback upgrade if possible. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. But let's move this over to 4. This is St. Brown versus Adams, Amari, and Zach Moss. We do have the team linked, so we're able to see the players that we would have to drop if we were to do this deal. The players that you would most likely drop would probably be Emmanuel Wilson and Raheem Mostert. And if we view it like this, in my mind, I would prefer just having the best player in it. I would prefer just keeping Amon-Ra St. Brown, especially in consideration that it's a 10-team league where a roster spot's pretty valuable and you should have solid options on the waiver wire for you. Now, Lob BS coming out. This is Stroud and Kirk versus Evans and Dak. I think that while, yes, Dak Prescott's not much better than a waiver wire streamer, you can maybe say CJ Stroud's not that much better than Dak Prescott. Neither have a ton of rushing upside here. So if we're looking at this, I think the best player in this deal is Mike Evans. I think you go ahead and you take him. Now, Saban coming out says, trying to trade for an upgrade, given I'm 1-4. If not this, any other suggestions? Thanks. Thank you. We're 4-1. I would rather have Debo straight up in terms of value. If you were looking at maybe getting an additional upgrade here on top of it, maybe if they're willing to give Josh Jacobs in return for the Cincy backs, I think there at that point, I'd be willing to pivot over to the Collins and Jacobs side. But Titus coming out says 1-5. We traded Terry and Dowdle for Jacobs and DJ Moore. Great trade. Thoughts trying to get Dearness Johnson off the waivers. If you were to have no Tank Bigsby, no Travis Etienne, I think Dearness Johnson is probably somebody that you need to start. But I don't know. I don't think Dearness Johnson is like some premium pickup. Doesn't have receiving upside here. But yeah, great trade. Slicky Vicky coming out with a trade question. This is Shakir and Amari versus Marvin Harrison Jr. This is Marvin Harrison Jr., not close. Shakir, no real value here now that you have Amari coming over. I'd rather have Harrison over Amari Cooper rest of season. Obviously, Harrison has been frustrating. He has been inconsistent. But we have seen the flashes while at the same time, I mean, you are looking at a wide receiver that is a rookie, that was a phenomenal prospect that we expect to continue to improve over time. Now, our next question coming out from Ben says, loaded wide receiver, want off Pitts. No one wants Pitts. Bowers owner flexing tight end despite me. Too much to give. Yes, this is too much to give. If you could hold on to Brian Thomas and send Kyle Pitts instead, which I know you're saying nobody wants them, which I don't blame them for. But if you were to make a deal, this is the trade that you look at. I think trading Brian Thomas Jr. and Jordan Mason for Kyle Pitts is probably just a little bit too much now when we have the uncertainty with CMC. But Deebo Samuel Lamar Jackson coming out says, Flock made that Godwin deal. It paid off, needed to get his points to go to 6-0. Congrats. This trade is now on my table. If we're 6-0, we are obviously thinking for the fantasy football playoffs. That is our number one priority. Looking at this, Dobbins to Stevenson, downgrade. Smith and Flowers to Tyreek, upgrade. This is a 10-team league. Give me the best player in Tyreek Hill. We're definitely paying a premium to get him. I don't want to sit here and act like you have some great value here that you are getting. But with that being said, it's a 6-0 team where we are just optimizing for the fantasy football playoffs. And how many options will be better than Tyreek Hill for that period? Very, very few. So yeah, we go ahead and we take Tyreek Hill. Now, Isaac says, what happens to Mason when CMC comes back? He becomes somebody that is too good to drop because of his upside, but does not see enough work to start. You leave him on your bench, and you remember what once was, even if it will never be again, unless you get an injury to McCaffrey again. So, yeah, don't think that Jordan Mason is startable once McCaffrey comes back. This is a trade from Jay Schwarter. It is Olave St. Brown versus Neighbors and Amari. So going from St. Brown to Neighbors, slight downgrade. Amari to Amari, slight upgrade. Amon-Ra already through his bye. I go with St. Brown and Olave if we can get by without Olave in the short term. I don't act like it's a no-brainer. It's definitely very close. And honestly, the correct answer is probably it's a personal preference. Like if someone wanted the Neighbor side, I'm not faulting them at all for it. But just for me, I'd rather have Amon-Ra St. Brown over Neighbors. And I think Olave versus Amari once Carr's back in is not a super big gap. Now, Juan says, was offered Harrison or Kupp for Devontae Adams? Who would we rather take out of the three? I want Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp's the highest in my rankings. Give me Kupp here relatively easily. I'm assuming Kupp comes back this week. Kupp is a borderline top 5 wide receiver for me immediately. The man had 21 targets in week 1. Now, Rexorus says, not 100% on Geno. May Goff Herbert on the waiver wire. I would go Geno this week. Goff could be a long-term pivot. It's a tough matchup, though. Going over to running back, we're going to go James Conner here, RB2. Wide receiver, we will be going with Amari Cooper's first week in. And then for the flex, I think it's a tough spot just because we don't know about the Singletary situation. I think we probably go ahead and we just take it easy. We take Zay Flowers with this being a full PPR format. and hope that this is a shootout with the Tampa Bay Bucks. Now, pray for the Jags coming out with a trade question. It says 2-4, but think my team has playoff hope. Gibbs owner wants Bowers. What should we do to upgrade at running back? 2-4. We're thinking, do we get production in this lineup right this second? Bowers and Kincaid, pretty big downgrade. Najee to Hunt, slight upgrade. Smith to Gibbs, massive upgrade. I think Gibbs is the best player in the deal. You're already through the bye week with Jahmyr Gibbs and Kareem Hunt, which matters a decent amount here, specifically on a team where we are 2-4 and we need to think about the regular season and not the playoffs. So yeah, I think that this is a reasonable trade if you are trying to upgrade your running back position. Now, Lil Noah coming out with a massive dono says, I've made 5 trades to have the team I have. Yeah, here's what this is right now. I'm letting everybody know. I can see this with the league analyzer immediately with our bar freaking flying off the chart. Noah is coming out to flex on everybody in this live stream. It's exactly what's happening. I can already tell before we even look at the team that I'm not going to have anything to say other than, oh my gosh, it's great. Can't figure out how to play defense. I have the most points against, and the second closest is 60 points away. Well, that's all coaching. That's all coaching on you. Says, would you sit or make some moves at 3-3? I'm getting offered Tyreek for Harrison. Yeah, go ahead and take Tyreek. This is a team where really we only need to think about the playoffs. Even if we're 3-3, we're going to dominate. I love the streams. Keep the content coming. Much love. Really do appreciate you, my guy. And looking at this, it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So that's going to be the first thing that I need to point out is that the wide receiver depth is not going to be super important. And instead, what is going to matter more so is it is going to be important to optimize for the best options that we could potentially have at the very top inside our starting lineup. Now, looking at wide receiver depth, we don't have too many options. And yes, this team is nuts. Like I said, I could look at the league analyzer. I knew this team was going to be nuts. But starting off at quarterback, we have Kyler and we have Fields. So first thing that we can say, that's very easy. And I guess we do have some advice with this team, and I'm sure you already know this. But we are going to go ahead. We are going to cut Justin Fields now that it appears that you are actually going to have Russell Wilson as the starting quarterback in Pittsburgh out of presumably nowhere. I thought that there was kind of a 0% chance that this was going to happen. If we're looking at options to pick up, you could go ahead and you could pick up Caleb Williams. But to be honest with you, I already know one thing that we are going to look to do is we are going to be looking to try to upgrade quarterback with a trait. Because we go over to running back, and in the long term here at RB, we are currently sitting with 2 top 10 RBs rest of season, Brees and Devon Achane. We have plenty of depth with Chubb, Brooks, Bucky, and Zach Moss. So by far and away, the number one move that we can make with this team, maybe the only move that we can make with this team, is we are wanting to go ahead and we are wanting to package together a depth running back with Kyler Murray to get to an elite level quarterback. Now, obviously, if we were to do that, then at that point, we don't necessarily need to drop Fields and pick up Caleb. And instead, we would be dropping Fields and we'd be picking up another running back off the waiver wire. Now, in terms of looking at those running backs that you have, the top running backs on waiver wire are Tank Bigsby, Tyler Algier. So you would drop Fields, pick up Bigsby, trade a running back depth piece for a QB upgrade. Looking at this team, they only have 3 running backs in their team. They have Lamar and Baker. I mean, hell, if you could send them, say, Nick Chubb and Kyler Murray for Lamar Jackson, it'd just be an absolute no-brainer. This team is Jalen Hurts. Their RB3 is Zach Charbonnet. If we could go through and send them Nick Chubb and Kyler Murray to get to Jalen Hurts, it'd be an absolute no-brainer for us. This team is Josh Allen. They don't really need much help at running back, though, so it'd be tougher to make a move with them. Going over to wide receiver, we have Lamb and Chase. Obviously, like we said, the Harrison deal is very advantageous for your team. I would go ahead and make it, but we don't necessarily need to do anything here. We have the top 2 wide receivers in fantasy paired up with 2 top 10 running backs. And going over to tight end, we are rolling with Laporta as well as Tucker Kraft. So, I mean, we can get by at tight end, but I mean, when you are this strong, if you could potentially send Bucky Irving and go get a tight end upgrade, if we could send Bucky and Bigsby and get to Bowers, get to Kittle, get to Kelsey, then obviously we would go ahead and we would do just that. But much easier said than done. Much easier said than done. Now, Hellboy Jordan, and I mean, I'm sorry to recap. To recap, your team's 10 times better than mine is. Your team's the best team I've seen in the live stream today. You don't need to do anything, but if you can sell depth running back and get elite onesie positions, probably makes sense where you're so strong, especially in your format as well. Now, going over to what we have with Hellboy Jordan, always out here says, as you can tell from my roster, I'm killing it this season. My self-esteem. Well, let's go ahead and let's check this out, my friend. Jaden Reed, Mike Evans are both must-start options for us. Tell me we don't have to bench one of these players, please. Okay, cool. I mean, obviously, we don't have to do much here other than jam these two guys in. The next best option for us at either wide receiver or the flex would be Juju Smith-Schuster, but there's no way that we can go ahead and start Juju over either option there. So really an easy spot for us to make that pivot. Okay. Now moving this over to the big or real deal says, I have Neighbors, Hill, Cup, Addison. Running backs are Kamara, Dobbins, White, Irving. Quarterback is Goff. Tight end is Laporta. To be honest with you, I don't care if you're playing in a league where you are getting 5 additional points for every Los Angeles Charger that you have on your roster. You still go ahead and you still take Saquon Barkley. I don't care if Chris Godwin is the only wide receiver that we have on the team. And if you were to go through and if you were to trade away Chris Godwin, the only guys that we could start afterwards are players we pick up off the waiver wire. There's no world, there's no situation in which we are going to go ahead and take anybody other than Saquon Barkley. So yes, please take Barkley. Now, Tommy coming out with a trade question. Here, this is Dobbins and Addison versus Myers, Bucky, and CMC. Looking at this, Dobbins versus CMC upgrade, Addison versus Myers downgrade. We're getting Bucky for troubles. Yes, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take the long-term upside that we have with McCaffrey here. Obviously, Dobbins looks great. We had him as the buy low candidate last week, and the man looks like he is absolutely crushing. But reasonably, I don't know if he has anything close to the ceiling that we get from McCaffrey long term. Now, Edward coming out with a trade. This is Jefferson versus Barkley. I'm going to prefer Barkley in most spots. This is a 12-team league where we can start 4 receivers. Our running backs currently are Roshan, Ramadre, Tracy. And that's about it. We have a bunch of Eagles, but yeah, we go all in on the Philadelphia Eagles here. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Saquon Barkley. Obviously, I think Jefferson is a great option still, but I don't think we need to overthink this, to be honest. Now, Phoenix Lance, always out here in the live stream. Always happy to see ya. Here, this is a 0.2 point per carry league. Bonuses for big plays. 6 point per passing touchdown. Half PPR. Second most points scored, but we are 1-5. Dear God, we need to work on our defense. No one's buying Waddle. Trying to sell Nico, but also hard going. But 6 teams make the playoffs. Okay, if 6 teams make the playoffs, then honestly, we're not chilling. We're still definitely needing a win. But we have a very real shot to win here. I mean, to make the playoffs in a 10-team league. Saying, so I don't feel completely dead yet. How do we claw our way back? Now, our team name is Robinson Crusoe. We're the 5th team in the league analyzer, but the league analyzer is not taking into account that this is a point per carry league, and it's a half PPR format as well, where you are highly, highly, highly incentivized to build around the quarterbacks and the running backs that are going to run the ball. I mean, just running backs in general, as running backs will make up a higher percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. And at the same time, I mean, running backs will be more advantageous plays in the flex. And if we have the second most points for, I'm assuming that our team's realistically playing well, of course. At quarterback, we have Stroud. It's a 6-point passing touchdown format, so it's not like the only thing that matters is chasing rushing upside. But if possible, I would definitely prefer focusing in on a quarterback that's going to run the ball. This is a league where we can start 4 running backs weekly, so I don't necessarily think you need to sell an RB here. But I mean, if you could pivot from like Dell and Stroud, or Waddle and Stroud, or even like in a point per carry format where we are 1-5, I hate to say this, but going and selling Nico Collins and CJ Stroud to get to Lamar Jackson may not be the worst thing in the world. Because at wide receiver, we still have guys that we are able to get in weekly. We can still start, I mean, Terry McLaurin, Jalen Waddle, Tank Dell, Darnell Mooney. We need to win right this second, or we just have no hope. And the difference between Lamar and Stroud in a 0.2 point per carry format is going to be absolutely massive. We want to be holding on to the running backs in the environment where they are just going to continue to crush for us. And we are second in total points scored. I would assume a large part due to the absolute dominance that we are getting at running back with the squad. So obviously Nico Collins looks like a top 5 to 10 wide receiver rest of season. But on a 1-5 roster, it doesn't matter if Nico Collins comes back in for us the second that he can in week, he's going to miss weeks 6, 7, 8, 9 minimum. He comes back weeks 10, 11, 12, 13. You get 4 weeks of him before the fantasy football playoffs. So the absolute best case scenario is you're looking at 4 weeks for Collins where we can't make the playoffs. I actually throw all that away. You don't even need to do that. Pick up Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson, honestly, I would start over CJ Stroud this week in a 0.2 point per carry format. Outside of that, if we are looking to make any other adjustments, I don't see any. Obviously, you already know what we are wanting to do. You already knew what we were going to say. On a team that's 1-5, we need to try to get some value out of Nico Collins. We need to try to get some value out of Jalen Waddle. These players that are more exciting in the long term than they are in the short term. But sadly, it's probably much easier said than done. I wish I had more for you. It sucks that we are second in points scored and 1-5. So the real answer is let's go through and let's play some better defense. Obviously, you're doing great. Jordan coming out saying 6-point passing touchdown with Kyler at my quarterback. Should we drop Fields for Caleb or Tua? Yes, drop Fields for Caleb. Move Brooks to the bench to drop Braylon. If it's really, say, Braylon Allen versus Caleb Williams, it's tougher. Depending on the format, I think you can make an argument for either or. Here, specifically in a 6-point passing touchdown league, yes, I think we do both moves and go after Caleb, not Tua. Now, moving over to our next question from Amit says, what about this offer he was interested in? Give your take without Ayuk and Ladd and also this. Okay, so let's see. This is Jordan Love to Jalen Hurts, clear upgrade. Ayuk to Ladd, clear downgrade. Nico to Harrison. This is the Jalen Hurts side. If you're saying given the take without Ayuk and Ladd, it's the Jalen Hurts side by far. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's get Jalen Hurts here, please. Okay. Now, Diego coming out with a trade question. Says, I have solid receivers. Do I make this trade? League Analyzer has me at second. I have HN and J.K. Dobbins. This is a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. If this was a 12-team format, or if you had multiple flex spots, then I 100% go ahead and take the package. With this being a 10-team league where you start 2 receivers in a single flex spot, there it is much tougher. I still probably go with Gibbs and Smith, but it is much, much tougher specifically with this format. Now, just the two of us says, hey, Mason, I'm also trading away Young Hoku on my side. Doesn't matter. Should we make the deal or 5-1? Thanks. Thank you. If we're 5-1 and we can afford to wait for Tua to come back in the long term, 100% you are easily winning this trade. Let's go ahead and let's get Devon Achane. Absolutely love it, my friend. But let's move this over, get to our next question that we have. Next question. Angel, like I said, if you see this, please let me know in the live chats whenever you get a chance what you changed your team name to, because looks like the name was changed. But let's go over to this question from Kupka Football. It says 2-4 right now, last in the league. My other receivers are Amari, Olave, Deontay, Dell. Running back, we have Gibbs, Connor, and Jonathan Brooks. So looking at this, it is a spot where we don't really need Joe Mixon. Obviously, Joe Mixon would help. Justin Jefferson is the best player in this deal. Let's just confirm. This is listed as if it's an 8-team league. If it's an 8-team league, I'm more likely than not just roll with Justin Jefferson. However, if there are 10 or more teams in this, if this is a 12-team format, then in that case, we probably need to change. Then in that case, I actually think that you are probably going to go ahead and take Mixon and Kupp, where you want to be super surprised if Kupp did come in and I was within 1 to 2 points per game of Jefferson rest of season. Now moving over for Camacho. says, we have Evans, McLaurin, and just got London, so I'm willing to get rid of DK. We need to upgrade the running back room. Going from Jordan Mason, DK Metcalf to David Montgomery to Dobbins. DK to Montgomery's an upgrade. Mason to Dobbins, kind of a lateral move in the long term. But yeah, I actually would go ahead and I would take the David Montgomery side of this. But I personally am expecting that you end up getting back Christian McCaffrey at some point this year. If McCaffrey never comes back, the Jordan Mason side would be the winner of this trade. Now, View Blue coming out says, hey, Mason, is Ingram for Aaron Jones good? For context, we already have a McBride. If you already have McBride, this is an absolute no-brainer trade. To be honest, I'm a little bit concerned about what you are going to have regarding the Aaron Jones injury now that they decided to trade for Cam Akers. I don't think that bodes well for Aaron Jones with his outlook here and how much time he's going to be missing. But here at this, I mean, if you have Evan Ingram and McBride, it's very easy to give up Ingram for him. Now, Rated Our Savior, always happy to see us. The same Mason, 2-4 starting to panic. Points against 833. I was offered DK Achane for Neighbors and Chubb. Neighbors to DK, massive downgrade. Chubb to Achane, big time upgrade. I think I'd probably rather have the Neighbors side. Maybe if you could trade Neighbors for DK and Achane without including Chubb, it's a little more interesting. But 2-4 roster, obviously Achane's not as exciting for us as we are still waiting for Tua to come back in. Now let's move this over to CPN's Trent. Start sit question says, flex Kareem Hunt or Amari Cooper. If it is a full PPR format, I'm probably going to go ahead and put Amari in. I see the upside with Kareem Hunt. And if you told me today, hey, Kareem Hunt is going to for sure have 20 plus touches in this backfield, we go in that direction. I'm going to make sure that I get my flex rankings out, and this will be something we have to think about. But to be honest with you, the guys that I have no idea how to rank this week for now are Chase Brown and Kareem Hunt. Where I feel like reasonably you could rank them as top 10 backs, but at the same time you could rank them as RB3s. Where I really just simply don't know right now. Okay. Now moving over to our next question. This one coming out from Hate to CTE It. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is the second team in the League Analyzer here. We are currently 5-1. The top team in the League Analyzer is 5-1 as well. We have Lamar Jackson, and having Lamar is going to be a massive impact specifically here, where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. The quarterback's going to make up a high percentage of our lineup weekly. So absolutely love seeing Lamar Jackson in this format. Clearly, we don't need another QB. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Joe Mixon, David Montgomery. So 2 low-end RB1s, high-end RB2s rest of season. 2 guys we can be very excited about. In a full PPR format, if you could get a crazy price point to sell Montgomery, I think it's something that could be interesting dependent on what your league mates are into. But I mean, maybe moving off of Montgomery and one of the depth receivers, if you can get 2 like Tyreek Hill here in the long term on a 5-1 roster, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Because we go over to wide receiver, I mean, the issue that you have with the team is there's just not a ton of depth, right? We also have the stud at the very top with CeeDee Lamb. Now, with all this being said, obviously, we're very excited about what we have with the team, specifically for a format where you only start 2 receivers in a flex. So the depth isn't going to be a super high priority. Looking at what we have with tight end, we are rolling with Njoku as well as Tucker Kraft. So I'm definitely wanting to hold on to both tight ends is I think you could see either one being a top 5 tight end rest of season, but it'd be very difficult to predict which one that will be. So overall, as you're sitting here, I think that this is a great spot. I think that maybe just going through, making a couple simple waiver wire moves, such as maybe dropping Dontavian Wicks and picking up DeAndre Hopkins. In case we end up getting a DeAndre Hopkins trade, I think that could be very interesting. I think seeing what you could get for David Montgomery in a 2-for-1 deal could be very interesting. But in reality, this is a team where you're playing in a league format where the depth doesn't matter too much, where we have no depth, but we have the studs at the very top of the lineup. So really the only thing that I would look to do personally is go ahead and probably work the waiver wire over the next few weeks. It sucks. I wish I had more for you. But honestly, even selling Montgomery for a stud wide receiver 2 may not make a ton of sense. If you're looking at the fact that we don't have much running back depth beyond the top 2 options. But I appreciate you, and I wish I had more other than just we got to work the waiver wire. But to be honest with you, I think we just got to work the waiver wire. Now, Superior Bean coming out. Happy to see this. Says, I'm 2-4 in my league. Should I be making any moves? I just dropped Coleman to try and either pick up Juju or Josh Downs, and any extra advice for us trade-wise. This is Kyronsaurus Rex. This is the number 1 team in the league analyzer. So yeah, we're 2-4, so maybe that sucks. But in reality, I think that we should be excited about this team here for the long term. Looking at what we have here currently, this is a 10-team league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. We have Josh Allen at QB. So we have the quarterback that we are able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. Obviously, I think you'd be a little more excited about Josh Allen now that you are getting Amari Cooper coming into this offense. So don't need a backup here. I think that you are perfectly fine with it. Going over to what we have at running back, you're currently sitting with the combo of Kyren Williams and Breece Hall. So we have 2 top 5 running backs rest of season. Love to see it. We have Josh Jacobs, who's a very viable RB3 flex play for us here. So great running back depth. We have Jonathan Brooks coming in, giving us a little bit extra here, just in case, I guess, one of these guys were to get injured. Going over to wide receiver, London, a top 10 option. Jaden Reed, a solid wide receiver 2. Flowers, Dell, JSN, Ladd McConkey, wide receiver depth, specifically in a league where wide receiver depth matters because you can start up to 4 of these guys weekly. We have Kincaid, who definitely gets the hit, given what you have specifically with the trade with Amari. So, I mean, if you were going to make a trade with this team, maybe it centers around trading Jonathan Brooks and Dalton Kincaid and seeing if we can go ahead and get an upgrade there at tight ends. Obviously, what we need to find is we need to find a team with a garbage running back room, but a strong tight end room. Like maybe this team could be the perfect trade candidate for us or trade target for us. Where, I mean, they just had the Travis Etienne injury. So right now they have, say, Javonte Williams as a running back that they're having to start. If we give them Jonathan Brooks, maybe Jonathan Brooks gives them a little bit more long-term upside. So if you go Brooks and Kincaid to try to get to George Kittle, fundamentally with the running back upside that we have on our team, I don't think that really matters for us. And then we open up a roster spot where we're able to go through, we're able to pick up an exciting player like either Keenan Allen or Zach Charbonnet for free. And also, as soon as we get Devin Singletary back, I think I would just go ahead and drop Tyrone Tracy and pick up Zach Charbonnet. Outside of that, if we are looking to do anything else with this team, I think maybe we're overthinking it. We're the number one team in the league analyzer. I think you have a great squad going into the future. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, then in that case, I would go ahead and I would more likely than not be looking to sell one of the receivers such as Zay Flowers to get that tight end upgrade. But specifically here, because we can start 4 receivers weekly and we have the stud running back pieces at the very top, I think really the only moves you could possibly make would be Brooks and Kincaid to get a tight end upgrade. And then also possibly picking up Zach Charbonnet and dropping Tyrone Tracy if Devin Singletary is back. But thank you again, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. But moving this over to Rev Ruiz. This is a trade where we send Harrison and Dobbins for Gibbs and Amari. Harrison to Gibbs, massive upgrade. Dobbins to Amari, kind of up to you. I think Gibbs is going to be the best player in this deal, so we're for sure going to be going ahead and taking Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs, not Jahmyr Gibbs. What's hilarious is, in the Flock League, one of the developers called Jahmyr Gibbs when he drafted him. But let's go ahead and let's move this over to the active person out here. I think this is the 3rd question we've seen from them tonight. That Morris kid says, 12-team full BBR format, start 8. Ended up making this trade. What are your thoughts? As always, love the content. Thank you so much, as always. Here, looking at this, going from Jordan Mason to Joe Mixon, clear upgrade. Or actually, let's not even view it that way, because you're trading CMC and Jordan Mason for Mixon. So the CMC and Jordan Mason combo pretty much locks you up a mid RB1 rest of season. So you are getting a clear downgrade here to Joe Mixon. But effectively, we are doing it for the upgrade from TJ Hawkinson to Travis Kelce. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have here? Please help me out. We've been live streaming for over 4 hours. I have a mush brain at this point. Would you rather have the McCaffrey side or the Kelce side? You have Mason, Hawkinson, McCaffrey versus Algier, Mixon, and Kelce. We got Mixon side, Mixon side, Mixon side, Mixon side, Mixon side. Looks like everyone's on the Mixon side. I'm really surprised. I thought it was close. But maybe, like I said, my brain has turned to mush. So if everybody's on the Mixon side, I think you go Mixon. I'm sorry. I thought it was close. Now, Christopher coming out with the trade question next. This is, we were offered this. The team is 3-3 and have Mixon, HN, Marv, London, Nico, Cup. It's a super flex format. We are going to go ahead. We are going to keep Cooper Cup here. I understand maybe going through and picking up Kareem Hunt's, or you could potentially start Kareem Hunt in I don't know. You could start Kareem Hunt with possibly over HN this week, given the fact that you still don't have Tua back, but I don't know. I'd still rather go with Cup. Now, moving over to our next question. It's coming out from the Big Wave. Thank you so much, my friend. Says, Mason, appreciate you putting the hours day in and day out. Should I hold on at running back and hope that Mason fades as Brooke comes back in, or look to trade for one of my receivers in any other moves to make? So looking at the situation with Jordan Mason in particular, I want to be on record. I don't think that this is a scenario in which Jordan Mason fades. I think that this is a situation in which Jordan Mason is either crushing or he is nothing. Like, if you have no McCaffrey, Jordan Mason will be a top 12 running back in my rankings relatively easily. Now, of course, if McCaffrey's in, then at that point, Jordan Mason's pretty much a zero. So the hope is that Jonathan Brooks breaks out by the time that Christian McCaffrey is back in. But with that being said, looking at quarterback, we are currently rolling with Josh Allen. When we have Allen, we're able to start him every single week, regardless of the matchup. Becomes an even easier play now that you are going to be getting in Amari Cooper to help him out just a bit here. But yeah, I definitely don't need to roster a backup quarterback when we have Allen. Going over to running back, we have Montgomery as a low-end RB2. We have Jordan Mason as the running back one in the short term. Montgomery's a low-end RB1, high-end RB2. Jordan Mason is a running back one in the short term. He is nothing in the long term if CMC does come back. We have Brooks potentially covering at running back 2 in the long term, but honestly, Brooks will not be as effective as Jordan Mason because Brooks will end up having to split with Chuba Hubbard in a way that you just simply don't see Jordan Mason splitting the backfields in San Francisco. Looking at the depth that we have at running back, there aren't great options on the waiver wire for you in this league. I mean, if you wanted to make an adjustment, what you could look to do is you could look to potentially cut Trey Sermon, cut Emmanuel Wilson, and pick up both Ray Davis as well as Sean Tucker if you were looking to make some pivots. It is a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So I 100% agree. And I really like the fact that we are going through and rostering as many depth running backs as we possibly can rather than depth wide receivers, especially as we look at this wide receiver room where we are locked and loaded at the very top with these bona fide studs. So there's not much to potentially deviate from. Going over to tight end, we have Kelsey and Cade Otton. Obviously, when we are getting Kelsey back in, at that point, you are able to go ahead and you are able to cut Cade Otton. Trying to think if there's anything else that we can do. You cut Cade Otton, you pick up Ray Davis. I think trading for an RB makes a lot of sense because I don't know how RB2 looks for this team in the long haul. But the question is, how could we possibly make that move? Because here at wide receiver, I love the 4 guys that we are rostering. If we go ahead and we trade one of them, then all of a sudden we're actually needed to change the roster construction at the very bottom end of the team where we actually need to roster more wide receivers and we can't just hoard these running backs that are an injury away from making a difference. So I don't want to trade a wide receiver to go get an upgrade at running back. Obviously, we would assume that we would need to trade something to get an upgrade at RB. It's not like you're going to be able to squeeze any trade value out of Mostert, Blake Corum, Trey Sermon, Emmanuel Wilson. It doesn't make a ton of sense for you to go through and for you to potentially trade Brooks and Jordan Mason in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade at running back that way, where we have enough roster spots where it's not a big deal regardless. Like you already mentioned, you're in a situation in which you really could start Jordan Mason in the short term and potentially Jonathan Brooks in the long term. So as we look at this team, I think the only real thing that I would do, David says this is his team. David, please let me know in the live chat. Do you have any specific questions with this team? Because I would love to try to give you some better advice than what I have. My only thing is cut K-Dot and pick up Ray Davis. Maybe cut Emmanuel Wilson to pick up Sean Tucker. But I think you've already constructed the team the way that I would want it in this format in particular. So if you have a question to drop in the chat, David, and let me know. I'd love to try to do anything I can for you here, but I feel useless at this point. Like the last 3 teams I've looked at, I don't think we've had anything to really do. And yeah, I mean, we are 4-2. We are second in the league analyzer. So, I mean, obviously we are doing something right. Pistol Pete says, Hall versus Derrick Henry rest of season. I had Breece Hall ranked ahead of Derrick Henry coming into the year. But at this point, I can't continue to do that. So I would rather have Derrick Henry over Breece Hall. Okay. Okay, don't see anything from David in the chat. I'll be on the lookout to see if he has any additional questions. Basically just trying to see if there's a way to trade for a better running back solution. I don't see one. Like what we said earlier is if you were to trade one of your wide receivers, I mean, I think Brian Thomas is a better buy low candidate than he is to sell high. If you wanted to send, like, obviously you can get somebody to overpay if you want to get somebody to overpay, if you can sell them Reed and Jonathan Brooks, let's go for it. But it's probably much easier said than done. And the thing too is, if you were to make that 2-for-1 deal, then at that point you are going to need to go ahead and you're going to need to actually drop some of the running backs at the bottom of the roster and pick up wide receivers. Or I just love what we're doing at wide receiver, where I think we try to figure out running back off the waiver wire. And we go with quantity over quality so we can try to find the next Jordan Mason. So I think you're in a really good spot. So I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out here, my friend. But I think you're already crushing, to be honest. Now let's move this over to K-Shack. Says, I have Tank and Kareem. Should we trade for Achane? Hell yes. I have Kyron Brown left over. Go get Achane. I'd rather have Achane over Kareem in the short term. Long term when Tua comes back in, no question. Cruz coming out with a question. This is, got Chase in the trade 1 and 5. Do I look to add depth or keep Jamar Chase? This is a 14-team league. Right now, our starting lineup is Jamar Chase, Tyler Lockett at wide receiver. Running back, it is Ramondre Stevenson and Rashad White. or Ramondre Stevenson, Travis Etienne. Our flex is Tyler Lockett. We kind of need depth. I think Chase has more value. But I mean, if you can turn around, if you can pick up an additional running back, go like sell Jamar Chase for Jahmyr Gibbs and Deebo Samuel, then maybe. I mean, if it's a 14-team league, your team's really lacking depth at this point. Now, moving over to our next question. This is going to be from Robert. This is Chase Brown, Devontae Adams versus Bijan Robinson. Give me Bijan Robinson. If you told me right now, hey, Chase Brown's going to have 20 points per game and he's going to be the locked and loaded number one option here in Cincinnati rest of season, then at that point, it's much tougher. Then at that point, I think you could make a very strong argument for Chase Brown. But I don't know. This could still very easily be a committee backfield in Cincinnati. Now, P. Davis coming out with a start set question. Here at quarterback, we are going to be going Baker. Caleb's on bye. A running back, we're going to be looking at David Montgomery, Josh Jacobs. For the flex spot, if James Cook plays, you go James Cook. If James Cook does not play, you go with Davante Adams. Now, Jovan coming out with a trade question. This is Ayuk versus Amari Cooper. I'd rather have Amari at this point. I mean, I don't know how many times we can go through and we can continue to hold off hope that we are going to get Brandon Ayuk to turn the corner. The man has one game with double-digit fantasy points this year. At least the Amari Cooper sees his situation change for the better this week. Now, Swelly Gus coming out with the start set says, thanks, Go. Thank you so much. Here, quarterback, we have Kyler, obviously starting him over Tua. Main thing is looking at the flex spot. Chase Brown would be somebody that I want to get in. Really, I don't even think you have any other players that we would consider here. I have a couple of these guys on bye, while at the same time, I mean, Chase Brown is somebody that is expanding his role. So I think it's kind of an easy spot to just go ahead and take Chase Brown and hope that he is the guy over Zach Moss rest of season, which wouldn't be great for my underdog teams. I'll say that. Now, Anthony coming out with a team review. Let's see if we can get this to load. This isn't loading right now. We're going to have to come back to this, my friends. For whatever reason, sometimes we get rate limited and it doesn't load for me initially. And the next time we pull it up, it will. Now, A. Pinkerton coming out. Here we need a flex between Kareem Hunt, Amari, Austin Eckler, and Rashad White. I'm not going White or Eckler. It's either Kareem Hunt or Amari Cooper. But to be completely honest with you, right now, I just simply do not know. I wish I had some super strong read on this situation. I think that we're going to get some more information as the week goes on of what we can expect with Amari Cooper right away, what we can expect potentially with the split with Kareem Hunt. So, short answer is I don't know. I hope that I'm able to help you out in the flex rankings later this week. I think Hunt, I mean, we've seen just anybody but the other guys. It's either Kareem Hunt or Amari Cooper. Now, YT Trek, this is HN and Debo versus Metcalf and Connor. Debo to Metcalf, downgrade. HN to Connor, downgrade. Give me HN and Debo. I mean, I have James Conner in the Flock League, and I would trade James Conner for HN in a heartbeat. Would love to make that move. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. It's coming out from Joshua. This is Team D's Nuts. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Here we are third in the league analyzer. It's an 8-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So to be honest with you, my friend, this is a very easy situation to go ahead and say there's one thing that we are looking to do over and over and over again, and that is sell depth for the stud at the very top. Sell depth for the stud at the top. Depth for a stud, depth for a stud, depth for a stud. That's what we are looking to do any chance that we get here. Now, looking at quarterback, we have Jaden Daniels. So we are loaded here. Even a high-end QB1 in a 8-team league, 12-team format. It doesn't matter what it is. Obviously, extremely excited about Daniels. Now, looking at what we have at running back, Jahmyr Gibbs, top 8 back. Achane is not. So looking at the running back position here, probably a spot in which we could look to upgrade RB2 by selling depth. So, I mean, if you could pivot over from Achane by selling him with Kareem Hunt or selling him with Tank Dell, selling him with Josh Downs to pivot over to somebody like, say, Bijan Robinson or Breece Hall, specifically in an 8-team league where we are prioritizing the upside at the very top, and we should have phenomenal options on the waiver wire. Like Amari Cooper is sitting out there on the waiver wire right now. That is an absolute no-brainer. You could even make an argument that going through and moving Josh Jacobs and Devon Achane for Bijan Robinson or Breece Hall would be advantageous, because then at that point, you can just go to the waiver wire and pick up Nick Chubb for completely free. Now, going over to wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Tyreek Hill, Marvin Harrison, Tank Dell, Josh Downs, Wan'Dale Robinson. I mean, if you can go through and sell Josh Downs and Tucker Kraft to pivot over to Evan Ingram, to pivot over to McBride, to pivot over to any of the top end tight ends, it'd be an absolute no-brainer. We can say the same thing with Tank Dell, because fundamentally, you're able to go through, go to the waiver wire, pick up Amari Cooper for free, pick up Jalen Waddle for free, pick up Rome Odunze for free. So just, I want to reiterate, I mean, I know it's boring advice, but really it's the only thing you can do in an 8-team league. And to be honest with you, I find 8-team leagues pretty boring. I think that you would probably have more fun if you're playing in a 12-team format. 12-team format would be a little bit more challenging for you. But anyway, if we are looking at the moves that I know we can make for sure, the first thing that we do is just go to the waiver wire. This is going to be a way that you can very easily just put yourself in a really good position rest of season here. Running back, we have Chubb, Brooks as top options. I would drop Tyrone Tracy and pick up Nick Chubb right now. Wide receiver, we have Amari Waddle as top options. I would drop Josh Downs and Wan'Dale Robinson and pick up Amari and Waddle right now. Tight end, we have David Njoku. I think you're fine holding on to Tucker Kraft and TJ Hawkinson. I do want to reiterate, in an 8-team league, you are highly incentivized to go ahead and see if we can get an upgrade to an elite level tight end if possible, because it will always be very easy to find wide receiver. It'll be very easy to find running back help. And what may be a little bit tougher to do is going through and finding that elite tight end and that elite quarterback. But obviously, we have the elite QB now. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, let's move this over for Jack says, I'm lacking running back depth, and I got this offer. I'm fine with running Godwin and Wilson as my receiver 1 and 2. On top of this, I also got Olave and Kamara for Wilson and Montgomery. I'm also 4 and 2. Okay. St. Brown, James Cook. St. Brown to Kyron. Lateral move up to you. James Cook to Pollard. Clear downgrade. So for me, actually, this is a half PPR format. Half PPR format, I think you could make an argument for the Kyron Williams side. Trying to think this through. We'd be running Godwin and Wilson. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have here? Would you rather have the Amon-Ra St. Brown, James Cook side or the Kyron Williams and Tony Pollard in a half PPR format? In a half PPR format, are you going to be going with St. Brown, Cook? Or are you going to be going Kyron, Pollard? Please let me know. We got Kyron, St. Brown, St. Brown, St. Brown, St. Brown, Kyron, St. Brown, St. Brown, St. Brown. Teresa, happy to see you out here. I think we go with the Monroe. If you look at my rankings, we have them ranked well ahead of the other options. I mean, we have the Amon-Ra St. Brown side as the clear winner with my ranks. Especially if you're 4-2, because if you're in 4-2, you can stick out the James Cook injury. So let's go ahead and let's take the St. Brown and James Cook side. But Jamar Mar Binks coming out says, for context, Reed is my wide receiver 3 in a 12-team PPR. Running backs are Henry, Swift, Brooks. Love the streams. Really do appreciate that, my friend. Looking at this, going from Brian Thomas to Jaden Reed, clear upgrade. Bucky Irving to Josh Downs, clear downgrade. Looking at running back is a bigger need for us. But in reality, I think you just go with the best piece. I mean, if I'm looking at Bucky Irving, it's hard to be super excited about him now that Sean Tucker is turning out to be something. Specifically because if you are looking at this Bucks backfield, if you have Sean Tucker, Bucky Irving, and Rachaad White all with roles, it's effectively a 3-man running back by committee. So I don't see like Bucky Irving being some big time piece for your team going into the future. Even if we need a running back a little, I think we go with Jaden Reed. Reed. Now going over to Hexburg, this is one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is Brandon's worst nightmare. Now we can say pretty confidently that this is going to be a team where there are very few moves that we are able to make. I mean, we are sitting here with the best team in the league analyzer by a wide margin as well. This is a 12-team format where we can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth definitely does matter more in this league. Starting off at quarterback, we have the elite QB with Jaden Daniels. Clearly, you're able to start Jaden Daniels every single week, regardless of the matchup. Yeah, this is going to be hard for us to come up with anything. Running back, we have 3 RB1s in the long term. We have Kyron, Brees, Achane. It's a team in which we're 4-2. It's a team in which we are by far and away the best team in the league. So we do need to be thinking more long-term oriented than anything else here. We have Jonathan Brooks coming in, will expand his role and increase his value. We have Mostert. We have Gibson. I mean, if we're looking at waiver wire moves to make, I see some very easy waiver wire moves. I drop Antonio Gibson. I'll pick up Rachaad White. I drop Raheem Mostert, pick up Tyler Algier. Yeah, so I dropped the 2 running backs here at the bottom. I'd pick up the top 2 guys on the waiver wire here. Going over to wide receiver, I'd also drop Darius Slayton and Jalen Tolbert for Ladd McConkey and DeAndre Hopkins and hope that you end up getting DeAndre Hopkins traded, which honestly looks like it may be a possibility with the fact that this team just has absolutely nothing to play for at this point. But I mean, what the hell am I supposed to say? We have 3 running back 1s. We have 2 top borderline 5 receivers. Garrett Wilson could still be a wide receiver 1, potentially with Devontae Adams coming over. Obviously, he takes a hit, but the depth matters, and we have 6 studs we can get on our lineup every single week. Like start Brown, Neighbors, Wilson, Kyron, Brees, Achane every week. You're going to get Tua back for the long term, so the team will get better. Going over to tight end, we can, we're going to have somebody between Evan Ingram and Dalton Kincaid that makes a difference. So tight end, we're sitting pretty here as well. Realistically speaking, I hate to say this. I hate to say spend so little time on this. But realistically here, you are currently sitting with by far and away the best team with this league analyzer. We already have the studs at the very top, pretty much across every position. The only thing I think you could do is make waiver wire moves where I'd cut Tolbert, I'd cut Slayton, I'd pick up Latt, I'd pick up Hopkins. And at running back, I would cut I'd cut Mostert and Antonio Gibson. And I'd pick up Rashad White and Tyler Algier. I wish I had more for you, my friend. I really did, but you have a phenomenal team. And it is really tough to make moves with a team like that. Now, let's go ahead and let's pull up our next batch of questions that we have. Okay. This next question, we don't have too many more questions to go through. Brian says, 4-hour stream, you're nuts. We're grinding. Yes, we are grinding here with this stream, of course, as we always do. And of course, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. I don't think I've missed a single day of live streaming in any football season since 2020. That's 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now in 2024. We're about to be 5 years straight without a single day missed. Nuts. We're streaming 5 hours a day, answered as many questions as we possibly can. Hit that like button if you have not done so already. And for the love of God, if you are not subscribed to the channel, what the hell do I need to do? But anyway, let's move this over and let's set up our next question. This is going to be with Andrew. Says, I have Brock, Baker, Tyreek, Godwin, Higgins, Harrison, Moss, Madison, Pitts, CMC on the IR. Should we be looking to make this move? So Brock Purdy for Anthony Richardson. I want to be on record. I have both these guys in the Flock League. I think that Brock Purdy is the much better real life quarterback. However, with that being said, I think here rest of season, I would prefer Anthony Richardson in fantasy football, just given the fact that we get a little more rushing upside. And by a little bit more, I mean it's a lot more. Going over from Marvin Harrison to James Cook. Here, personally, I think it is a lateral move and is kind of going to be up to you. So knowing that we have CMC on the IR, knowing that Zach Moss just lost his job, while I don't love selling Marvin Harrison, I do think that if you're looking to move off of Harrison, there's a good shot you're selling him at a discount. I think that this is a very fine price point to get out on him, especially knowing that you are getting Tank Dell here thrown in for pretty much free. Now going over to our next question coming out from Ethan. Says, or Mike Evans for Kupp. I'd sell either for Kupp. I'd rather sell James Conner though. But at running back, we have JT, Connor, Chase Brown, Singletary. Receivers are Evans, Lennon, Debo, Downs. I would sell either for Cooper Kupp. I would rather have Mike Evans over James Conner rest of season. Obviously, you are absolutely loaded at wide receiver here though. So no matter how you cut it, really what we are looking to do is we are just chasing the highest ceiling we can possibly get our hands on. Now, moving over to our next question. This one's going to be coming out from Domini. Says, tried moving McLaurin or Reed for Stevenson or Smith. Kupp off the IR means we have to drop someone or trade. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's break this team down. Right now, quarterback, we have Jared Goff, and that is it to my knowledge. No, we have Jaden Daniels. Never mind. We have Jaden Daniels, so we don't need Jared Goff. He's a 0 for us. Wide receiver, after we make this deal, you would be sitting with Amon-Ra St. Brown, Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp. So we have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, presumably 3 top 10 wide receivers in fantasy. After we make this trade at running back, we have Saquon Barkley, James Cook, Rico Dowdle. So this is one of those deals that it seems like you're overpaying. But when you are this loaded, honestly, you can afford to overpay, especially knowing that you're going to be able to go to the waiver wire and you're going to be able to pick up some options to backfill for free. So for me here, give me Saquon Barkley and then give me 3 randoms off the waiver wire, and we can go ahead and we can cycle through those open roster spots. Okay. Now moving over to our next question. This next one's going to be a team review coming out from Eli Davis. Going to be excited to check this out for you. This is I'm Not Worthy. We are the number 1 team in the league analyzer here. We are currently sitting at 3-3. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So with this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, this is a situation in which we are highly incentivized to sell wide receiver depth to get upgrades inside the starting lineup. Now, the first thing that I think we can say, and that I'm sure you're already planning on doing, but just to make sure that we're on the same page, go ahead and we are going to be cutting Brenton Strange. Now that you are getting Evan Ingram fully good to go, I mean, it is just a really good spot to say, okay, we're starting Evan Ingram every single week, regardless of the matchup. You don't really need a backup tight end, especially we're not wanting to handcuff our tight end here. So drop Brenton Strange in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. What I would look to do is I would look to try to go ahead and see if we could pick up a high upside running back off the waiver wire in particular. And looking at the running backs that are available to us on waivers, I mean, you are currently looking at Tank Bigsby, Ray Davis, probably being the best names. I would focus in on Bigsby. So we're going to cut Strange and we're going to go after Bigsby. Quarterback, we are currently rolling with Baker Mayfield. Obviously, Baker has been absolutely phenomenal, both from a real life perspective, and he's been giving you some sneaky rushing upside as well. Now, with that said, going into the future, can I be super excited about Baker Mayfield saying that he is a top 5 quarterback no matter what? Maybe not. I'm not 100% in on that. Definitely a possibility, but I mean, if you wanted to roster another quarterback, I wouldn't fault you for it. To go through and look at the quarterbacks that are on the waiver wire for you, if you wanted to pick up Tua, if you could throw him on your IR, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But honestly, we're never starting any of these waiver wire quarterbacks over Baker anyway, so there's no reason to pivot. Going over to running back, we have 2 top 10 options rest of season. We have Breece as well as Jonathan Taylor. We have the quality RB2 in DeAndre Swift for the floor. We have Chase Brown for the upside here as well. So honestly, this is a great running back room in general. And honestly, I think this is where we could potentially go ahead and look to upgrade if we wanted. I think that the move that we would most likely look to make is probably one in which we go through and we actually package together DeAndre Swift, who's a running back I have in the flock league. I'm really hoping DeAndre Swift continues to crush, and he has the receiving role. Offense is improving. Really like to see it. But Swift is coming off some really, really strong matchups that he had. And if we could package together maybe Swift and one of our wide receivers to go get a stud at wide receiver 2, knowing that we have Breece, Taylor, Chase Brown anyway here with this team, that'd be an absolute no-brainer. Now, to be honest with you, if you can find a fool in your league where you could potentially get them to buy Tyrone Tracy instead, then I would definitely rather sell Tracy than DeAndre Swift. I'm just assuming that anybody needing a running back is going to be a little more in on Swift than Tracy. Going through and looking at some of the teams here, I mean, this team has James Conner, Rashad White, Devin Singletary as their RBs. So maybe you could convince this team to buy Tracy, or if you can send them Tracy and like Juju Smith-Schuster or Tracy and Jamison Williams to pivot over to Chris Olave for the long-term upside where you do have that loaded team, I think that could make sense. And then you could just go ahead and you could pick up somebody like Ray Davis off the waiver wire for completely free. So I think that would be very interesting. Going over to another team that needs some help at running back, This team has Jaleel McLaughlin at RB3. If you potentially wanted to go ahead and see if we could sell DeAndre Swift with one of our receivers to go get to that wide receiver upgrade, like DeAndre Swift and Deontay Johnson for A.J. Brown, DeAndre Swift and Jamison Williams, or DeAndre Swift and Juju Smith-Schuster to Mike Evans, I think that could be something that we're looking to do as well. Or you could look to go like Deontay Johnson and Tyrone Tracy to Mike Evans. I think that would be absolutely beautiful. Going over to this next team, this team has only 2 running backs on their roster. Brian Robinson is banged up as well. So if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to potentially try to attack this team with a trade, well, I think Chris Godwin would probably be very difficult for us to trade for coming off just another monstrous week here. Somebody that maybe would be a little bit easier to acquire would be Marvin Harrison Jr., where if you were to go through and if you were to potentially sell, say, DeAndre Swift, Jamison Williams for Marvin Harrison, if you were to sell Tyrone Tracy and Deontay Johnson for Marvin Harrison, I think that could set you up as well. But outside of that, really, it's a strong team. I think we would go ahead and we probably would drop Brenton Strange, like we said, go pick up that running back, and then potentially look to sell the running back depth piece that we no longer need, but maybe we could get somebody in our league to dramatically overpay for them. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But let's move this over for Syrup Sandwich. Says, hey, we reviewed the team earlier and came up with this trade. My other option was Cooper, hence CMC. Let me try to read this again. Okay, my other option was Cooper. He has CMC. Okay, he has CMC. Okay, I would rather have Amari Cooper over Chris Olave. So, I mean, if we were going to make this deal, or maybe you're saying Amari, no. If we were going to make this deal, I'd rather trade for Amari Cooper over Chris Olave at this point. Going from Jordan Mason to DeAndre Swift, long-term upgrade in my mind. Tank Dell to Amari Cooper, long-term upgrade. This is the deal we want. Yes, let's go ahead and let's trade Mason and Tank Dell for DeAndre Swift and Amari Cooper. The initial trade, I still think you can take it if you really wanted to. I'd just rather have Amari than Olave. Now, Dylan coming out with a trade question. Here we're sending Amari and Aaron Jones for Cooper Kupp. This is a 12-team league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers. Because it's a 12-team format where you can start up to 4 receivers, I actually probably would rather hold on to Amari and Aaron Jones. If this was a 10-team league or it was a league where you only had 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I could very easily see the argument to be made to go ahead and just get the bona fide stud with Cooper Kupp. Now, Ameeth coming out with a trade question. It says, peep the team. Your take. Pickens upside with Russ over Ayuk and Int upside or no? You think it's worth it or nah? I'm sorry, my friend. I'm a little bit confused what's going on here, but I will say in general, I absolutely hate, and when I say I hate, I mean I hate trades that are this large where we're trading our team for their team. I don't exactly know what it accomplishes. The vast majority of time, one team's going to end up making out like a bandit, and the other team is going to get absolutely screwed. With that being said, Amon-Ra St. Brown over Drake London. Brandon Ayuk over Pickens. You're getting an upgrade from Love to Jalen Hurts. You're getting an upgrade from, actually, I don't even know, Bucky Irving, Travis Etienne, Tomato now with the Etienne injury. I'd rather keep the best player. I'd rather keep Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, maybe if Travis Etienne wasn't week to week with a hamstring, then maybe we can go ahead and we could do it. But what's the reason in us giving up literally 40% of our team? Like, I think you kind of easily go ahead. I think you easily hold on to the St. Brown side. Now, T. Lewis says, not sure. Team is struggling with injuries. Olave, Jones, Achane. Players being benched, Etienne and White. Yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take the Kamara and Pittman side. If your team's struggling with injuries and we need points in this lineup right now, I think you just go ahead and I think you just take what you have with Alvin Kamara. Where Achane is a running back that's very difficult to start with no Tua, with how bad this offense looks, while at the same time, Chris Olave is not even starting. So I think you can go ahead and take Alvin Kamara if you're struggling there. But Tommy, always happy to see us, says, Mason, I had the trade question with getting CMC, Irving, and Myers for JK and Addison. Also wanting to find a way to upgrade tight end, figuring that includes selling a quarterback. We're 2-4 and no winning streak. Hopefully I did everything right. Getting my team link. Looks great. My guy, excited to check this out. This is the champ is here. So we are currently 7th in the league analyzer. But to be honest with you, looking at all the teams, this is a very even league in general. So getting CMC, Irving, Myers for JK Addison, I definitely prefer the CMC side of that from a value perspective. Now, my hesitation with it is specifically in our roster in which we are 2-4. Then obviously it's much tougher to think about the long-term upside that you potentially have with Christian McCaffrey. And instead, what we maybe need to be focusing in on is instead maybe we need to think about what we have with production in the short term. Tommy says, Mason, this is my question. I forgot to add there are 10 bonus points awarded for 110 receptions, receiving or rushing yards, and for 325 passing yards, if that affects anything. That actually does affect specifically what we are going to be doing with the quarterback position, where if we are looking at the quarterback position, we know that the rushing QBs, even if they are very exciting, very rarely are they going to be able to hit that the 110 rushing yards for the 10-point bonus. Whereas the quarterbacks can have a lot of passing volume, we can see them hit the 325 passing yards for the 10-point bonus there. So I like having Mahomes. Obviously, it would be better if Mahomes had Hollywood. It'd be better if Mahomes had Rice. Sadly, we are just kind of getting by with Patrick Mahomes here, but I don't think it's as big of a deal. And there's not going to be as big of a gap between him and the quarterbacks that can run the ball, because with Mahomes, you are occasionally going to be hitting that passing yardage bonus. Now, going over to what we have at running back. We are currently rolling with Jahmyr Gibbs, J.K. Dobbins, Ramondre Stevenson, and Rachaad White. So with Gibbs, we have an RB1 that we can start every week. Now, is Gibbs ever going to hit 110 rushing yards, 110 receiving? Probably not. So like the running backs that are going to split their usage and split their volume between receiving and rushing, probably not as advantageous with this league setup in general. Now, I will say typically in big game bonus leagues, I'm not really making any adjustments, because what we say is we like, oh, okay, well, if it's a big game bonus league, realistically, we just want players that are going to have a lot of volume and have big play upside. That's already what you want in fantasy football regardless, right? So you'd assume that you don't really make too many adjustments. However, if you were looking at a league where you're getting 10 points for the bonuses, then it's a massive difference. It's not like a 3-point bonus league. So I think maybe looking at somebody like Gibbs that will presumably really never hit those bonuses because half of it's going to be receiving, half of it's going to be rushing. It's not added together. Maybe Gibbs isn't the top end running back we want to build around. I don't see any world where Ramadre's hitting these bonuses. Same thing with White, but obviously with White, Ramadre, it's going to be a little too late to sell at this point. Going over to Chase, Smith, McLaurin. Really like what we have at wide receiver. Typically here at wide receiver, we are wanting to go through and we are wanting to optimize specifically for what you have with the upside in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I feel like we were doing a great job of that with the guys down there on the bench. And going over to tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. So Pitts, no tight ends hitting the bonus here. I'm fine with Pitts. It is what it is. All tight ends suck now. Looking at potential moves that we can make, I would say now that you are going to have Mahomes through the bye week, it's not that Mahomes is a quarterback that we're starting every single week, regardless of matchup. Mahomes is just such a bona fide stud in fantasy football at this point. But more so, it's like, oh, okay, well, if you are looking at Patrick Mahomes, we're not starting Caleb over him anytime soon. Caleb's on bye. There are great options on the waiver wire. So I would go ahead and I would cut Caleb Williams and I would pick up Jonathan Brooks because this is a team that definitely could potentially use some help at running back coming up soon. So I'd cut Caleb. I'd pick up Jonathan Brooks. The other potential thing I would consider is maybe moving off of Jahmyr Gibbs for a running back that's not really going to split his yardage between the receiving yards and the receiving touchdowns, which typically doesn't matter in a regular fantasy football league, but particularly in a league like this. If you wanted to pivot from Gibbs to a different top end option, somebody like Brees, somebody like Bijan, I think that could make sense, expecting them to possibly have a better shot at hitting the bonuses. I think Ladd McConkey, Rome Odunze, sadly, would be players that you probably look to throw in 2-for-1 deals to get upgrades where you can. Considering that you're 2-4, but the issue in what I've seen with leagues is people are just not paying up for these guys whatsoever. So you're probably much better off just holding on to them for now. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope that I was able to help you out. And if you have any more questions, just drop them in the chat. Would be excited to try to get to them, my friend. Now, moving this over to our next question from T. Lewis. Says, or this one rather than the Pittman Kamara for HN and Olave. I would much prefer this one. Going from HN to Kamara, massive upgrade on a team where we are dealing with a bunch of injuries. Going from Olave to Wilson, massive upgrade. And at the same time, we're getting Nick Chubb in as well. I mean, we're just paying Nick Chubb to get that upgrade. So 100% go with Wilson and Kamara, an absolute no-brainer. Now, Meath coming out with a trade question. Here, this is Love, Bucky, St. Brown, Ayuk versus Hurts, London, Harrison. This is a lot more reasonable than the other one. At least we got knocked out a couple players here. And then looking at what we have with Love to Jalen Hurts, upgrade. Ayuk to Harrison, upgrade. St. Brown to London, downgrade. This is a trade where I think if you really wanted to go through and if you wanted to get the Jalen Hurts side, you can. This is a better deal than what the other one would have been. Do I love it? Not really. I think you give up the best player, but I think you get the second, third, and fourth best players. So I think you can't make it. Okay. But let me hit that refresh button. Here's what I'm going to do. We have been live for over 5 hours. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. But let me get to the trade questions that we have right now, just in case anybody has these as a time relevant thing. Between Bucky and ETN, I probably prefer Bucky at this point, considering the fact that ETN is dealing with the week-to-week hamstring injury and you're not going to be able to put him on the IR, but it is relatively close, and I do think it's going to be up to you. And then our other trade question is going to be from Archie. Says, I'm 5-1, trying to prepare for the playoffs. Will Pacheco come back and make Hunt unusable in the playoffs? Definitely a possibility. I mean, I don't really know if we can project out Kareem Hunt that far in advance. So I would rather just go ahead and I'd rather pivot to a safer option like DJ Moore. But I know that there are a couple start-sit questions and a couple roster reviews that we have not gotten to. But we've been live for over 5 hours, so I'm sorry. We are going to call it here. Don't worry. If you ever submitted a question through flockfantasy.com, you don't need to worry about like, I'm not going to be in the live stream when he answers, because the second that it gets answered, it's actually going to be sent to you directly through the site. So you don't even have to be in the live stream to ask a question or to get an answer. We're going to send you a custom link that takes you to the exact time that I answered your question in a live stream the second that it gets answered. So yeah, I know that there are, I think, 3 teams. There are 3 people that we need to get their answers to. Those will be done first thing tomorrow. Even if you don't make it to the live stream, will be sent to you through the site. But much love. I really do appreciate y'all. And as always, you can always ask a question through flockfantasy.com. Go over and hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can send in a super message, start-sit question, trade question, or a team review, whatever you are wanting to do at this point. But thank you again. I appreciate you and really hope I get to see you out with the live stream tomorrow.